Chapter 215. For thousands of years, there had been many heroes in the world of cultivation, but now there were only 10 people who could be listed on the list of immortals, and Nangong Zhongying was one of them. In the past, Mo Ran did not think much of it. He once crushed the 72 cities of Confucian Wind with just a little finger. He only thought that there were hundreds of useless people hiding in the immortal city. Before the knife was placed on their necks, they began to cry in pain. Before the sword was cut, they began to beg for mercy. Just like what Yi Wangxi said before he died in his previous life, in the 70 cities of Confucian Wind, there was not a single man. In Mo Ran's eyes, Confucian Wind sect was a plate of loose sand, and the Nangong Zhongying who gathered this plate of loose sand, what kind of great person could he be? Bloodstains were everywhere, and the foundation of 100 years was razed to the ground by the latecomers in an instant. There were dead bodies everywhere, and crows were pecking at the stomachs of the dead people. The Emperor Ta of that year walked up the stairs. There was no expression on his face, and he pushed open the door of the Hall of Sages. He wore a black cloak that reached the ground, and walked through the long corridor that was hung with the portraits of the previous leaders and elders of Confucian Wind sect. He finally stopped at the end of the Hall of Sages. The celestial treading monarch raised his head. He was wearing a cloak, and under the hood, his entire face couldn't be seen clearly. Only his pale chin could be seen. It was arched fiercely and arrogantly. He raised his head slightly and sized up the statue that was taller than a real person in an inquiring manner. It was a statue carved with white jade spirit stone. It was a young immortal wearing a wide robe and wide sleeves. He stood in the air with a bow in his hand. The craftsman's strokes were strong and skillful. The eyes were inlaid with crystal stones, and the clothes were smeared with crystal sand. The bloody smell of the morning sun shone through the decorative skylight behind the statue, making him look like a banished immortal soaking in the 9 heavens' divine light. The half of the Emperor Ta's face under the hood suddenly showed a smile, revealing his white teeth and sweet dimples. He tidied up his clothes and bowed deeply. Then he raised his handsome face and said with a smile, "I've heard a lot about you, immortal Nangong." Naturally, the statue could not speak. Only the pair of black crystals glowed, as if they were staring at the person who had just arrived. The Emperor Ta was extremely bored. No one paid any attention to him, but he was still able to happily act for a long time. "Junior Mo Weiyu, it's my honor to meet you today. Immortal Nangong, you're so cool." Laughing and joking, he talked for a long time by himself in a lively manner. A living person would go crazy in front of a statue. "I've seen your Shen. He counted with his fingers and then sighed. "I can't count clearly. Who knows which generation of your nephews he is? I've seen who knows which generation of your nephews he is, and who knows which generation of your disciples he is." Then, he smiled brightly and said, "But now, they have all become ghosts under my blade, so if you haven't reincarnated yet, you have probably seen them already. It's a pity that I didn't see your grandson Shen. That guy ran away before the city was breached. I don't know if he's dead or alive. It's a bit of a pity." He was happy again and chatted with the statue intimately for a while. Then, he said, "Oh right, I heard that immortal Nangong was also a hero of the generation. Everywhere you went, there were people who swore loyalty to you. There were even people who supported immortal Nangong and claimed to be the emperor." Mo Ran smiled and said, "Isn't that as impressive as I am today? So this time, what I said before was all nonsense. I just have a question. I don't know why immortal Nangong didn't refuse to ascend the throne that year." He paused and then walked forward a few steps. At this time, his eyes fell on the warning tablet behind the statue of Nangong Zhongying. In fact, this tablet was so big that he had seen it a long time ago, but he deliberately ignored it. The tablet was carved by Nangong Zhongying at the age of 96 with a sword. At first, it was simple and unadorned, but later, it was added with gold powder by his children. Now, looking at it, it was shining brightly, and each word was worth 1,000 gold. Mo Ran stared at it for a while, then said with a smile, "Oh, I understand. Greed, resentment, deceit, murder, plunder, and plunder are the 7 things that I, a scholar, can't do. Immortal Elder really has a strong character. He stood with his hands behind his back and continued, "But Immortal Elder lived a bright life with a pure reputation. You also earnestly taught your descendants until your death. But I'm very curious, did Immortal Elder ever expect that one day, the Confucian Wind sect would become like today?" When he said this, he pursed his lips, as if he was thinking of a suitable word to describe it. Then, he thought of something, so he clapped his hands and said with a smile, "A nest of rats." After he finished speaking, he laughed out loud. His laughter was happy and unrestrained, pure and evil, and it echoed in the silent and solemn Hall of Sages for a long time. His voice was like ripping silk, as if it wanted to tear apart the scroll paintings that swayed slightly in the wind, to tear apart the portraits of the heroes of the Confucian Wind sect of the past. That laughter finally stopped abruptly in front of Nangong Zhongying's ice-cold sculpture. Mo Ran no longer laughed. He restrained his smile, and a layer of ice slowly condensed on his face. His dark eyes stared at the Wu Daifeng of the previous dynasty in front of him. He stared at the person who was like him, who could also command the world and trample all the immortals. It was as if time and space were intersecting, and the first immortal of two eras were confronting each other in the torrent of time. In the end, Mo Ran said softly, "Nangong Zhongying, your Confucian Wind sect is a pool of dirty water. I don't believe that you are clean." He suddenly waved his sleeves, turned around, and strode out of the Hall of Sages. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew off the hood of his cloak, and finally revealed the face of the Emperor Ta that was about to go crazy. He had the most handsome appearance in the world, and was fully deserving of the title of a handsome man. However, this face was occupied by a vicious and sinister gaze that was second to none in the world, like a vulture that ate carrion. His black robe was like a thick cloud of ink, rolling down the long stairs. He was the evil spirit of the human world, the Azura of the mortal world. He looked around and saw the corpses of the disciples of the Confucian Wind sect everywhere. Some of them were missing arms and legs. The Emperor Ta did not accept the surrendered soldiers. Apart from that woman surnamed Song, he could still spare, but the rest were all killed. At that moment, Mo Ran's heart gave birth to an extremely cruel joy. He looked at the gorgeous morning clouds in the sky. The rising sun pierced through the clouds, and a dazzling golden light shone on his pale face. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and clenched his hands in his sleeves. He was slightly trembling because of ecstasy and excitement. He used to be a person whose life was worthless. When he was young, he used to beg for food in Lini. He once saw his mother starve to death. He didn't even have a straw mat to wrap her body in. At that time, he asked a cultivator of the Confucian Wind sect if he could get him a coffin. The thinnest and worst one would be fine. However, that person said to him, without exception, that person ridiculed him. That cultivator said, "What kind of person should be matched with what kind of coffin? Life is 3 feet long, you can't ask for 10 feet. He had no choice, so he wanted to bury his mother on the spot. However, Lini was strictly guarded. The nearest mass grave was outside of Dai City, and it could only be reached after crossing 2 hills. He dragged his mother's body, and along the way, he received disgusted, disdainful, surprised, and sympathetic gazes. However, no one helped him. He walked for 14 days. A child dragging a woman's body. 14 days. 14 days. Not a single person was willing to help him. At first, he would kneel on the side of the road and beg, pleading with passers-by, coachmen, and farmers to give him and his mother a ride on a wooden cart. But who would be willing to put a body they didn't know on their cart? Later, he stopped pleading. He just gritted his teeth and dragged his mother, walking step by step. The body stiffened, softened, and began to rot. A foul stench and corpse fluid seeped out. All the passers-by stayed 3 feet away from him, covering their noses and rushing forward. On the 14th day, he finally arrived at the mass grave. There was no longer any smell of living people on his body. The stench of corpses pervaded his bones. He didn't have a pick, so he used his hands to dig a shallow hole under the mass grave. He really didn't have the strength to dig a deep hole. He dragged his mother, who had rotted beyond recognition, into the hole. Then he sat beside her in a daze. After a long time, he said stiffly, "Mother, I should bury you now." He began to scoop up dirt. He only managed to scoop up a handful when he sprinkled it on his mother's chest. He collapsed and cried bitterly. It was strange. He thought that his tears had already dried up. No, no, no. If I bury you, I won't see you anymore. If I bury you, I won't see you anymore. He crawled back into the hole and lay on top of the rotting body, crying. When his emotions calmed down, he went to scoop up dirt again. But the dirt seemed to have some kind of smell that could open up people's tear ducts. He was utterly defeated again. Why is it all rotten like this? It's all rotten like this. Why isn't there even a mat, Mother? Mother, he rubbed his face against her. He didn't despise her for being dirty. She smelled bad. She was dead. She didn't have a single piece of skin on her body. She was bleeding with pus and maggots crawling all over her body. He lay in her arms and cried bitterly. He choked and sobbed. Every sound seemed to be dug out from his throat stained with blood. In the end, the mass grave echoed with his wail. That voice was distorted, hoarse, and unclear. Sometimes it sounded like a person's cry, but more often it sounded like the wail of a cub who had lost its mother. Mother! Mother! Someone come! Is there anyone? Can someone come and bury me too? Bury me too. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. Mo-Ran returned to Lini. He stood on top of the jade-tiled pavilion of the Confucian Wind sect, standing in front of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. The young cub who smelled of corpses back then had become brightly furred and had sharp fangs. He opened his eyes again. His pupils flashed with a crazy and intense brilliance. Today, he stood here. Who would dare to say to him that you can't get 10 feet of accuracy? Ridiculous. He wanted 10 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet. He wanted them. He wanted everyone in this mortal world to kneel down and rub their knees on the ground. He wanted them to kneel down and present his 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 10,000 feet, trample all the immortals and rule the world. He entered the Hall of Sages and saw the Nangong Zhongying. He became more and more certain of his own desires and ambitions. Yes, trample all the immortals and rule the world. He could grasp everything in the palm of his hand and grasp everything in his grasp. He would no longer be the child who cried bitterly while holding a corpse. He would no longer let the people he loved die in front of him. He would no longer let them rot in front of him. Their skin would grow white bones, and their beauty would decay into mud. He would never do it again. 100 years later, he would also become a deity like the Nangong Zhongying. He would be worshipped by people, admired by the high mountains, with white jade as his body and gold as his calligraphy. No, he would be better than the Nangong Zhongying. His life and death would be far better than the Confucian Wind sect. And he, the first monarch of the cultivation world, would be more admirable and praiseworthy than the Nangong Zhongying, a hypocrite who couldn't pick up and let go of things. Sin. He didn't believe that the Nangong Zhongying didn't have any sin. How could a person who could create a monster like the Confucian Wind sect be a righteous and noble gentleman who sacrificed himself for justice? Wasn't it just greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder are the 7 things that I, the Confucian Wind gentleman, mustn't do? Who didn't know how to say beautiful words? Before Mo Weiyu died, he could have found someone to come up with some brilliant and admirable words to enlighten the world. He could have found a bootlicker to write a history book for him. The darkness of the past would be written off. From then on, he, the Emperor Ta, would be a sacred master who cared for the common people and had great plans for the world in one fell swoop. It was really wonderful. There was no better ending than this. Greed, resentment, murder, rape, and plunder, is my Confucian Wind gentleman, 7, mustn't do. A faint murmur exploded in his ears like a clap of thunder. Mo-Ran abruptly pulled himself out from the swamp of memories. However, his eyes were still filled with chaotic sparks. He raised his head to look at Nangong Zhongying, whose chest had already been pierced through by Nangong Sai's cloud-piercing arrow. It was the same face as the jade sculpture from back then. Someone cried out in alarm. Nangong Sai was injured to that extent. How could he pull the cloud-piercing bow? Was that bow prepared in advance? Look, there's spiritual energy attached to the bow. It's not Nangong Sai's. It's. No one said anything else. But everyone was well aware. It was Nangong Zhongying's. The only person who could control the cloud-piercing divine bow was Nangong Zhongying. The last spiritual energy left by Nangong Zhongying was on the bow before he died. The fire quickly spread and burned Nangong Zhongying's chest. The cloud-piercing arrow pierced his heart, and the fire instantly spread to his whole body. But the corpse did not feel any pain. Nangong Zhongying's body looked so tall and straight in the fire. His face was so peaceful and calm, and even calm. Mo Ran heard Shui Jingyong murmur, he expected this. Did he foresee such a day? No, it could not have been predicted. This was just a coincidence. Mo Ran was stunned. His pupils twisted into two thin slits. This was just a coincidence. But how could he convince himself? The ability to break free from the control of the precious chess pieces, the broken meridians, the cloud-piercing divine weapon that was buried in the Jiao Mountain, and the arrow that was filled with spiritual energy. If it was not carefully planned, how could it be to this extent? He staggered a step back. He used to think that they were the same. He used to think that all the legendary heroes in this world were born with a pair of hands that could cover the sky, that could wipe away the stains of their life, that could put on a clean shroud, leaving behind a field of pure white. He thought that Nangong Zhongying was the same as the Confucian Wind sect, that they were all nothing more than appearances, that they were all evil beasts wearing human skin mask. Was he wrong? He looked at Nangong Zhongying, who was wrapped in the brilliant fire. Hundreds of years ago, he was like him, an immortal who had amazing spiritual energy and the ability to penetrate the heaven and earth. Was he wrong? Nothing could drown out the sins. No matter how dignified the official history was, there would always be flaws that could not be justified. Long tongues could never be stopped. Nangong Zhongying was a kind person. He refused to be a tyrant and did not ascend. He used to think that it was just a disguise by the people at the peak of power. Was he wrong? Nothing could hide the truth, just like the snow that had been deposited for a winter would melt. After the vast whiteness faded away, the earth exposed the face of the crisscrossed ravines. All the dirt hidden in the wrinkles had nowhere to escape. When the sun shone, they all screamed in the daytime. Was he wrong? Mo Ran slowly shook his head. He stared at Nangong Zhongying. Nangong Zhongying also raised his face. He was still covered by the black silk band embroidered with the soaring dragon. No one could see his eyes, not even Mo Ran. However, Mo Ran did not know if it was his own illusion, but he felt that Nangong Zhongying seemed to be smiling. Under the black silk band, there were laughter lines. Fire could not burn them away, water could not wash them away. Nothing could hide the faint traces of laughter. He stood quietly in the sea of fire, in the warm light. If he could, he also wanted to be selfish for once. He wanted to leave this broken body to accompany the green mountains and cypresses, and to be a hero in the future. The world was too beautiful. No one wanted to leave. However, he also knew that sometimes he had to leave, so he had already planned to break the scripture and hide the bow. He did not want his body to be used by others in the future. The world was too beautiful. It was enough to have flowers. It should not be stained with blood. Sect leader Tai. Nangong Sai held the cloud-piercing divine bow and knelt on the ground. The light of the fire illuminated his young face, as well as the traces of tears on his face. Junior is unworthy. The cloud-piercing fire burned away the precious black seeds in Nangong Zhongying's body. He was about to be burned to ashes. His whole body became fainter and fainter in the light of the fire. Nangong Zhongying, who had completely regained his freedom, asked Nangong Sai, "How many years has it been since the Confucian Wind sect was established?" He was only a corpse. His soul was no longer there. There were not many memories and consciousness left in the body, so he could only ask such a simple question. Nangong Sai did not dare to be negligent. He answered with a choked voice, "The Confucian Wind sect was established 421 years ago." Nangong Zhongying tilted his head. This time, even the corners of his mouth were smiling. He said, "It's been a long time." His voice was faint, like a cold wind passing through the mountain forest, dispersing without a trace. I originally thought that it would end in 200 years. Nangong Zhongying's voice was gentle and broad, flowing through the grass on Jiao Mountain. All things in the world have a lifespan. When their lifespan is up, no one can continue it. Besides, there will be a day when aging will be replaced by youth. There will be a day when the old will be replaced by a new one. Anything that is used for a long time will become dirty and old. Someone will throw it away and overturn it. This is a good thing. Sire, you don't need to blame yourself. Nangong Sai suddenly raised his head. Because he had lost too much blood, his face was as white as a sheet of paper. His voice trembled slightly. Sect leader Tai. Actually, how long the Confucian Wind sect has existed does not depend on how many years it has been established or how many disciples it has. Nangong Zhongying's figure was almost fading away, and his voice was getting more and more distant. It depends on whether there are still people in this world who remember that greed, hatred, deceit, murder, and plunder are the 7 things that I, the Confucian Wind gentleman, cannot do. As he spoke, he gently waved his sleeve. In an instant, the grass on Jiao Mountain shook, and vines rose from all directions, sinking the corpses that were about to escape into the depths of the earth. Remember and do, the fire has been established. After saying this, Nangong Zhongying's body suddenly broke into pieces in the raging fire, turning into specks of firefly powder. The golden-red starlight drifted in the vast mountain forest. His body had disappeared, but his voice did not disperse. Inside the enchantment, Nangong Sai had long been sobbing. Outside the enchantment, Yi Wangxi knelt down. She knelt down. One after another, people knelt down. A lifetime of heroes, immortal Nangong in life and in death, they were all heroes. Chapter 216. The enormous Jiao Mountain returned to its tranquility. The blood vines disappeared, and the corpses controlled by the exquisite chess pieces all sank into the depths of the earth. Nangong Zhongying's final order to the Jiao Dragon spirit was death. Even his descendants couldn't change it. The moonlight illuminated the mess on the ground. After Nangong Sai released the last arrow, the cloud-piercing bow in his hand gradually dimmed due to the loss of Nangong Zhongying's spiritual power. In the end, it sank. He dripped blood on the ground. Almost at the same time that the barrier was undone, Yi Wangxi rushed over and knelt by his side. "Don't move, don't move." Her voice was trembling. "I'll heal you, forget it. I was originally still alive and kicking, but after you heal me, I'll probably have to go see the Grand Sect Master." Nangong Sai coughed softly and pushed Yi Wangxi away. His black eyes looked towards Jiangxi. "Sect Master Jiang, I'll have to trouble you." Jiangxi nodded and said, "I'll do it." He was the sect master of the medicine sect. If he was willing to lend a helping hand, it was naturally something that others couldn't do. Jiangxi's jade-white fingertips rested on Nangong Sai's wrist. Almost as soon as they touched, his pupils slightly contracted. Then, without saying a word, he and Nangong Sai looked at each other. He could clearly feel that Nangong Sai's spiritual core had already shattered. From now on, he was no different from an ordinary person. He couldn't use magic or spiritual power anymore. There was no way Nangong Sai didn't know about this matter, but Yi Wangxi was right by his side. As such, he looked at Jiangxi, slightly shaking his head in an imperceptible manner. "How is it? Sect Master Jiang, how is our Sai?" Jiangxi silently withdrew his hand. Then, he took out a light crimson porcelain bottle from his Chenkuan bag and handed it to Yi Wangxi. "He's fine. His injuries aren't critical, so Miss can rest assured. Keep this medicinal powder and apply it to the affected area every day. You will be healed in 10 days at most." After Jiangxi finished speaking, he condensed his spiritual power into his fingertips and successively tapped several acupoints on Nangong Sai's body. Finally, he covered the sword wound with his palm and the blood stopped flowing after a while. After doing all this, Jiangxi stood up and said to the crowd, "We can't stay here for too long. I'm afraid something might happen. Let's go up the mountain." He turned to leave, but the conversation between Yi Wangxi and Nangong Sai still drifted into his ears. He heard Nangong Sai whisper to Yi Wangxi, "I already said it's fine. It'll be fine in a few days." Why are you still crying? Sai, how did I become so useless? All right, it's just some small wounds. Jiang, she closed her eyes. He recalled the words that Nangong Sai had mouthed to him when he thought that his life was hanging by a thread. He sighed and led the crowd up the long white jade stairs leading to the ancestral hall Heavenly Palace. From the foot of the mountain to the top, they still had to pass through 3 checkpoints, all of which required the blood of the Nangong family to be smeared on. However, Nangong Sai didn't need to cut his finger and drip blood at this moment. He was already injured all over, so he could easily dispel the enchantment barrier with just a touch. All the way up, they didn't encounter any more obstacles. When Nangong Sai smeared his blood on the dragon eye of the white jade dragon carving, the last heavy stone gate slowly and solemnly sank into the ground. The heavenly palace at the top of Jiao Mountain appeared in front of everyone. It was a divine palace surrounded by fairy aura. Outside the palace gate was a dense forest. At this moment, they were standing outside the forest. Through the colorful flowers and vines and the gurgling water, they could see a long flight of stairs leading up to the sky. There were a total of 9,990 steps. The stairs were so high that the ancestral hall at the top seemed to be lying on the clouds. They could only see an ethereal shadow. Under the moonlight, it emitted a lustrous light. It was like the Guanghan Palace, like the Lingxiao Hall, not knowing whether it was heaven or earth. Almost everyone who saw this ancestral hall was shocked by its magnificence and workmanship. Then, they felt anger, jealousy, greed, and covetousness. All kinds of different feelings welled up in their hearts. Among them, the most speechless was Villa Master Ma. He slapped his forehead and wailed, "Oh my God, such a long flight of stairs. You can't fly on a sword on Jiao Mountain. How long will it take to walk on foot? This is another mountain." Huang Xiaoye smiled and said, "This old man doesn't have any evil intentions. It's just a joke." In this old man's opinion, Nangong Zhongying Immortal really doesn't need to ascend. He was able to create such a heavenly palace. What's the difference between being in the human world and being in the heavens? Suddenly, someone coldly said, the Confucian Wind sect's heavenly palace was built by the 3rd-generation sect leader, Nangong Yu. After 2 generations, it was completed by the 5th sect leader, Nangong Xian. This heavenly palace has nothing to do with the Nangong Zhongying Immortal. Huang Xiaoye was speechless. He turned around and saw Chu Waning's extremely cold face. When Mo Ran saw this face, he knew that Chu Waning had almost reached his limit. As long as he added more fuel to the fire, the old story of the butterfly suppressing the heavens and slapping people would probably repeat itself. Chu Waning said coldly, "Like Immortal Huang, I also don't have any evil intentions. Before you read the book thoroughly, you'd better learn to be careful with your words and actions." Huang Xiaoye had always cared about his face. In front of all the juniors, he was exposed by Chu Waning so mercilessly. For a moment, he was extremely embarrassed. His lips moved and he was about to say something to refute when suddenly he heard Jiangxi say, "Huang Xiaoye, how can you joke about Nangong Zhongying's pure reputation?" Jiangxi's words were self-evident. Huang Xiaoye's face instantly turned ashen, but he still forced himself to be calm and laughed dryly. "Sect leader Jiang, you don't have to take it seriously. This old man already said that I don't have any evil intentions. Do you think I'll condone your evil intentions just because you said you don't have any evil intentions?" Jiangxi coldly rolled his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Huang Xiaoye. He didn't even want to look him in the eye. "Do you think I'll tolerate your ignorance just because you're old?" Grandmaster Chu was a grandmaster, but in the end, he only had ability and no real power. But Jiangxi was different. Now, if Lone Moon coughed, the world of cultivation would tremble. Huang Xiaoye broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly didn't dare to say anything more. Jiangxi flicked his sleeves and coldly entered the forest. He walked towards the long stairs at the end of the forest. The rest of the sect leaders glanced at Huang Xiaoye with either disdain or sympathy. Of course, there were also those who completely ignored Huang Xiaoye and followed him and left. The abbot of Wubei Temple even sighed, Amitabha. If it weren't for the situation, Mo Ran probably would have laughed out loud. They walked in the forest, but after a few steps, Nangong Sai said, Jiangxi asked, "What's wrong?" "Orange trees." Nangong Sai looked around. There were orange trees everywhere, blooming white-orange flowers. How can there be orange trees? What was originally planted here were all Dragon Lady spiritual trees. Look over there. Before he finished speaking, a sharp-eyed young cultivator suddenly pointed at the spring in the distance and said in a low voice, "There's a person over there." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. Sure enough, they saw a man sitting with his back to them next to the spring and under a lush orange tree. He seemed to be busy with something. Xue Zhengyong frowned. "Is it a person or a ghost?" Mo Ran said, "I'll go take a look." His lightness skill was excellent. In the blink of an eye, he nimbly and silently hid in the nearby forest. Then, he cautiously circled around to the side. He was stunned. Because he saw the man's face clearly. It was Nangong Sai's father, the last sect leader of Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Liu. What's going on? Wasn't Nangong Liu fed with the Linkai fruit? He should have been tortured to death for 365 days, but why did he look so calm and composed right now? He was even in a good mood, sitting next to the clear spring, washing a basket of oranges. The clear spring rippled with waves of light. The bright silver moon was ground in the spring water, shining on Nangong Liu's face. He had a dreamy expression on his face. He hummed a little tune as he washed the oranges one by one and then put them into the basket on his back. It's best to be in the prime of your life. Light hooves and fast horses, see all the flowers in the world. Nangong Liu gently hummed. His sleeves were rolled up, and his arms were soaked in the clear water. His arms were intact, and there were no mottled scars on them like those who ate the Linkai fruit. Mo Rant's brows furrowed. He could clearly feel that something was wrong with Nangong Liu. This person had obviously been made into a precious chess piece. Moreover, unlike the corpses in the tomb, Nangong Liu had obviously retained a large part of his consciousness. Just by looking at his behavior, he was not much different from a normal living person. How is it? Xue Zhengyong saw that Mo Ran had returned so quickly. He immediately asked anxiously. Mo Ran first looked at Nangong Sai, and then said in a low voice, "It's Nangong Liu." Many people present had a grudge against Nangong Liu. On the spot, there were cultivators who pulled out their swords. "That bastard. I'm going to kill him now." Nangong Sai's eyes were dim, and his face was charred. He lowered his head and said nothing. Mo Ran said, "Something's wrong. This Nangong Liu is obviously also controlled by the precious chess game. But what's strange is that there are no scars on his body from eating the Linkai fruit. I think it's better not to rashly alarm him." Chu Wanning thought for a while and asked, "Can the effect of the Linkai fruit be removed?" Lone Moon was the best at this kind of question. The divine hand said, "It can be, but it's more troublesome. I think that Xu Shuanglin would not give him the Linkai fruit and then go through so much trouble to help him remove the curse of the fruit. It's completely meaningless." Jiangxi said, "No matter what, Nangong Liu is here. Xu Shuanglin should be in the ancestral temple. This time, we didn't come here in vain." As he said this, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a shadow in the distance. Jiangxi turned his head, and the others followed his gaze. They saw the former sect master of the Confucian Wind sect walking out of the forest with a basket full of oranges on his back. He was holding a cane in his hand, which tapped on the ground. His steps were light and quick. When he got closer, they could see that there was actually a bright smile on his face. Nangong Sai had originally made up his mind not to look, but in the end, he couldn't resist. He looked up at his father, and his eyelashes fluttered like cotton in the wind. He couldn't tell what he was feeling at this moment. Hatred, heartache, or something else. He didn't know. He wanted to look away, but that figure was like a fish hook. Once it was hooked, it was impossible to let go. At this time, someone who couldn't hold back his emotions suddenly shouted, "Nangong Liu, today, I'll let you pay with your blood." With a whoosh, the arrow left the bowstring and went straight for the back of Nangong Liu's head. It was too late for the others to stop it. Fortunately, that person's archery was not good, so the arrow was slightly off target. The whistling arrow pierced straight into the basket on Nangong Liu's back, piercing through several oranges. Immediately, many people cursed in their hearts. This was the disadvantage of having so many people. There would always be a few idiots who mixed in the water. But at this moment, it was meaningless to care about which idiot shot the arrow. The important thing was that Nangong Liu had already noticed their existence and slowly turned his head. Seeing so many people standing in the mountain forest, Nangong Liu was stunned for a moment. Then, he walked towards them. His face still had that illusory color. He walked closer and closer. Many of the cultivators had already flashed their swords a few inches. Pairs of eyes stared at him with extreme vigilance. Under the pressure of these thousands of eyes, Nangong Liu seemed to finally feel some pressure. He somewhat sluggishly stopped and stood still in the swaying shadows of the trees. Everyone, as soon as he opened his mouth, the dead silence was broken. Suddenly, dozens of people couldn't hold back and subconsciously took a step forward. A few people even unsheathed their swords. Nangong Liu suddenly smiled. This smile was very familiar to the leaders standing at the front of the formation. This was the flattering and warm smile that Nangong Liu used to face everyone. The palace master of the trampling snow palace was stunned. The leaders looked at each other. They all felt that this chess piece was too strange. They didn't know what medicine was in the gourd. At this time, they saw Nangong Liu brush his left and right sleeves and pull them down. Then, he actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed respectfully to the thousands of cultivators. Aya, Nangong Liu, greetings. Distinguished guests have come from afar. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Sorry for not going out to meet you. As he kowtowed, more than half of the basket of oranges on his back rolled out and scattered around him. After Nangong Liu finished kowtowing, he knelt on the ground again. He put down the basket on his back and tidied up the oranges without shame. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he tidied up the oranges again. Then, he rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Distinguished guests, are you going to see His Majesty?" His Majesty? Mo Ran instantly had goosebumps. After all, he had been called this for nearly 10 years. When he heard the words His Majesty, he habitually felt that they were calling him. The other leaders were confused. They looked at each other. Shui Jingyong even smiled bitterly. For a moment, no one said anything. Seeing that everyone was ignoring him, Nangong Liu scratched his head in confusion and asked carefully, "Hihi, distinguished guests, are you going to see His Majesty?" Jiang Shi was speechless. Nangong Liu was a little discouraged, but he repeated, "Distinguished guests, are you going to see His Majesty?" Distinguished guests, Mo Ran asked him calmly, "Who is His Majesty?" His Majesty is His Majesty. Nangong Liu saw that someone finally paid attention to him. He was very happy and said, "If you want to see His Majesty, you have to keep going up. But he is very busy and may not have time to pay attention to you. He has to take care of the world affairs." Shui Jingyong finally couldn't hold it in. Even in such a hostile atmosphere, he couldn't help but laugh. World affairs? Haha, what world affairs? He is in charge of a mountain of dead people, playing chess with me, and playing with me. Is this world affairs? Ha 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 ha, this Xu Shuanglin, he is too funny. Mo Rant's eyebrows were faintly covered with a layer of uneasiness. He continued to ask, "You mean that he is in the heavenly palace now? Although he is very busy, we can go and see him, right?" "Yes." Nangong Liu said, "Of course you can go and see him. If he closes the door and refuses to see you, you can just wait in the city. His Majesty will come out when he is done with his work." Okay, I have to go up too. The oranges up there are finished. I have to make up for it quickly. Otherwise, His Majesty will be angry later." As he said this, he left, leaving the others looking at each other. What should we do? Go up? Could it be a trap? But Mo Ran had already taken the lead and rushed up. He walked quickly and quickly left Nangong Liu, who was carrying oranges on his back, behind him. He also left the others behind. In the end, he was the first to arrive at the Celestial Palace, gasping for breath. Standing in front of the main entrance, he raised his head and realized just how vast and majestic this palace was. Just the 2 doors of the palace had the power to cover the sky and the sun. On the left side of the door was a soaring dragon swallowing the sun, and on the right side was a fire phoenix spitting out the moon. The sun and the moon intersected, shining brilliantly. The gaps of the dragon's scales were filled with melted pure gold. The phoenix's feathers were inlaid with jewels and gems, lingering on the ground. Hanging on the roof of the palace were whale oil bronze lamps, which had not been extinguished for thousands of years. Under the illumination of these tens of thousands of candles, the heavenly gate shone even more brilliantly. Mo-Ran thought that the gate was extremely heavy and difficult to open. However, when his finger touched the surface of the gate, it was only a light touch. Along with the muffled sound of thunder, the heavenly gate of dragon and phoenix did not require him to use any more strength and slowly shrank inward. The moment he saw the front hall of the heavenly palace, Missouri-Ran was stunned. What kind of strange scene was this? Chapter 217. He walked on the long central walkway in the front hall of the heavenly palace. Every brick under his feet shone like thin ice, reflecting his figure. Thud, thud, thud. Step by step, the sound of his empty footsteps echoed in the hall. But Mo-Ran was not alone. He was standing in the middle of the endless walkway of the Confucian Wind sect's sacrificial hall. Both sides of the walkway were densely packed with people. Men, women, the old, and the young. They all had different expressions on their faces. He stood in the middle, which was like a small city. To his left were the corpses of the members of the Confucian Wind sect, the people who had wronged Xu Shuanglin. They had all been reduced to lowly people, dismembered by 1,000 cuts, executed by all sorts of torture, and then brought back to life, only to be executed again. On the other side, there was singing and dancing, free and unfettered. He even saw Luo Xianxian. That was probably not a real soul, but an appearance made by other corpses using illusions. She was under Heizi's control, just like Jin Chengche's flood dragon people. Luo Xianxian's hair was tied up in a bun. She was with her husband, Chen Bohuan. The two of them looked peaceful and leisurely. He also saw Minister Chen's youngest daughter. She was sitting beside her brother and sister-in-law, talking to them with a smile. Luo Xianxian was leaning against Chen Bohuan. When she heard something interesting, she would cover her mouth with her sleeves and smile brightly. The scene was beautiful and dreamy, but it made Mo-Ran's back feel cold. He paced in the long walkway. It was half hell and half heaven. Good and evil were clearly distinguished. On his left was laughter, and on his right was painful moans. He walked forward, as if he was walking through water and fire, light and shadow. He looked to his left and saw hundreds of butterflies fluttering in the air and clusters of flowers. A stream of water flowed out from behind a pillar, and there was clear wine flowing in it. Beside the wine stream, some people were reading books leisurely, some were reciting poems, children were laughing, and women were lying on their bed in a drunken stupor. He looked to his right. The cauldron was boiling hot, and the fire was boiling oil. Writhing bodies were doused in boiling oil, and their tongues were pulled out and pierced through their hearts. People cursed and tore at each other, and their eyes flashed with a cold light like that of a wild beast. He also saw the former abbot of Wubei Temple, the old monk who had single-handedly plotted the conspiracy behind the Holy Mountain Conference. He was surrounded by 3 people, each holding a small, rusty knife in their hands. They were cutting his face, legs, and chest separately. Cut after cut, the flesh that was cut quickly recovered, and the cycle repeated. The old monk kept screaming, but it was only a roar of unknown meaning. His rumor-making tongue had long been torn off. The more Mo-Ran walked, the more he shuddered. He didn't even want to look around anymore. Crying, laughing, angry, happy. A woman on the left was chanting softly, life and death, lonely and cold life. A lover can't call out his lover's response. On the right, a woman was being bitten by a vicious dog and was screaming. Half of his peripheral vision saw light, and the other half saw darkness. The light and darkness were absolute, like chess pieces on a chessboard. Black and white faced each other, and good and evil were clear. Mo-Ran only felt a splitting headache. He stood in the middle. He simply stopped and closed his eyes. He didn't want to see the scene of the 9 heavens and purgatory mixing. He stood in the same place, waiting for the large group who was not as fast as him to catch up. Falling leaves startle the remnant dream, leisurely strolling in the fragrant dust, counting the falling red. No. Don't do this to me again, I beg you. Save me, save me. But the voices on both sides were endless, like arrows, penetrating the wood. He heard Luo Xianxian saying gently to her husband, Chen Lang, the orange flowers in the courtyard have bloomed. I'll take you to see them, okay? He heard the former leader of Jiang Dongtang, Qin Shi, laughing crazily. Adultery? Ha 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 ha, yes, I'm adulterous with Nangong Liu. I'm a slut, a whore, I'm a slut, a poisonous woman. I killed my own husband. I want to be the leader. Ha 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 ha. All of you come and see my true face, see that I'm an ugly bitch. Ah ha ha ha. Everything was gathered together. The living, the dead. Reality or illusion? Was it black or white, good or evil? The voices around him gradually rose and fell like tides. He seemed to see two giant dragons breaking out of the water, and the moonlight shone on their cold and wet scales. Were those two evil dragons? No, those were his two spirits. They began to fight again, roaring and spitting dragon's breath, biting and colliding fiercely. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Mo Ran couldn't stand the crazy noise. He covered his ears, but he still couldn't block out the two chaotic voices. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore. He raised his hand and was about to cast a spell of silence. He suddenly opened his eyes. The scene around him disappeared. Mo Ran was terrified. He was stunned on the spot. What happened? Why did the scene around him disappear? Where was he? Why was it so dark everywhere? It was a boundless darkness. Was this an illusion set by Xu Shuanglin? Mo Ran looked around, but there was nothing, only darkness. He walked a few steps and tried to call out, Master? Shuemeng? Is someone coming? No one answered him. It was dark as death. Even though he had seen countless storms, this kind of darkness was still terrifying. He walked forward, and goosebumps appeared on his arms. He walked forward. Suddenly, he saw a faint white light in front of him, which seemed to be the exit. He walked towards that place. Suddenly, figures appeared around him, and he couldn't see their faces clearly, but he heard those people's ravings, and they knelt down in front of him like a tide. Those people were chanting, and their voices were low, and they gathered into a rumbling river. Congratulations to the Emperor Ta, and may he live as long as the heavens. Emperor Ta! No, no. He stammered, he trembled, and he shuddered. He tried his best to run forward, but it seemed like there were thousands of hands coming from all directions, trying to catch him. Your Majesty Emperor Ta will be blessed for eternity. Longevity is endless, and blessings never end. Mo Ran was driven crazy. He tried his best to break free from those invisible hands, and he ran towards the light. No, it's not me. Go away, all of you go away. Emperor Ta, but those voices followed him like shadows, and Mo Ran began to think that Xu Shuanglin had gathered the souls and evil spirits of the world of spirits and souls, and at this moment, they were all out to catch him, a ghost who had escaped. Why are you leaving, Your Majesty? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Mo Ran staggered, and his eyes flashed with a crazy light. He wanted to leave, but all the evil spirits were trapping him. He was forced to be trapped, and he had no way to escape, so he suddenly became angry. He turned his head angrily, and suddenly, he pulled out his sword and slashed those shadows into pieces of darkness. His face was like a wolf or a leopard, and he was almost ferocious. Get lost, he roared, all of you get lost. Get lost. As soon as his voice fell, his face turned pale. He heard the people around him murmuring and snickering. Your Majesty? He said Your Majesty. Yes. He said Your Majesty, Your Majesty, where did we go wrong? You should know who you are in your heart, and where you came from. You can't escape. Mo Ran held his sword and retreated, shaking his head. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. The black smoke that he had cut into pieces gathered again, and a blurry shadow fell in front of him, closing in on him step by step. The shadow said softly, What's not like? I'm not the Emperor Ta. How are you not the Emperor Ta? The voice was ethereal and soft, like thin smoke curling up in the summer. Of course you are. Every injustice has its perpetrator, And every debt has its debtor. Only you can't escape. But it's over. Mo Ran stared at the shadow. It's over. The Emperor Tar has already died in front of the Tower of Babel, and it has nothing to do with me if he enters the tomb. I just. The shadow smiled gently, as delicate as a flower stamen. You just what? Mo Ran was speechless. You're just a soul that returned. It asked, you're just a physical body with a memory? You're just an innocent life that lives in the Emperor Tar's shadow? Or, you're just a dream? If it could be said that he was angry and scared before, after this sentence, Mo Ran's emotions were like ice, and the blood in his body froze. He was almost at a loss, and did not react. He wanted to speak, but for a long time, he could not form a complete sentence. When he opened his mouth, his voice was dry, and he could only dig out a broken word. Dream. You've always thought that you were reborn, but who can say for sure? Do you really think that it's true? At this moment, is the real you, or me? The blurry smoke surrounded him, becoming clearer and clearer. You said that you died in front of the Tower of Babel, but you're standing here alive. Are you really dead? Mo Ran stared at the black smoke. He was no longer trembling, but he felt cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and stepped into a bottomless abyss. It was so cold. Was he really dead? The desolation of the Witch Mountain Palace seemed to still be in his bones, and the flames of the uprising of the 10 great sects were like long snakes that slithered from the foot of the mountain, trying to bite off his neck. Xue Meng seemed to be standing in front of him just a moment ago, with tears in his eyes, and said fiercely, Mo Ran, give me back my teacher. Was he really dead? He remembered that he took the poison, and the poison pierced through his heart and lungs. He staggered to the front of the Tower of Babel, and with the last of his strength, he crawled into the grave and lay down in the coffin. The begonia flowers bloomed gently, and the light of the sky and the shadows of the clouds lingered. He closed his eyes. Then you opened your eyes. You went back to the year when you were 16 years old, to the time when everything could still be salvaged, right? The black shadow seemed to be able to see through his heart, and whispered with a low laugh. Yi Wangxi didn't die, and neither did Shi Mingjing. You've seen through your own thoughts. You've fallen in love with Chu Waning. You've become Grandmaster Mo, and he's finally accepted you. You thought you were free. Now, you're the leader of the rebel army, Daoist Qingjing, and the young hero of the generation who's going to arrest the leader of the evil tyrants, Xu Shuanglin. There was a deathly silence. The blood vessels on Mo Ran's neck were pulsating, along with his intense heartbeat. The black shadow did not have a face, but it was staring at him. He knew it was staring at him. You wish. The cold sword pierced his heart, and the poisonous fangs pierced his neck. Mo Ran could hear despair spreading in his body, spreading like a poison, just like the deadly poison he took when he was 32 years old. It spread, into his liver and gallbladder, into his heart. You didn't come back to life at all. Everyone is dead. Xue Meng is still alive, but he hates you very much, the black shadow said. Now you have woken up from your dream. Open your eyes, Emperor Tar. You are still the Lord of Darkness. No. Mo Ran heard someone speak. The voice was so weak and broken, as if it had been broken down countless times and then glued back together. Then he was surprised to find that the person who said this was actually himself. No, he urged the courage in every inch of his bones and every drop of his blood. He opened his eyes, and there was a burst of madness in them. You are lying. Absolutely impossible. Impossible. He gathered his sword and slashed, panting furiously. The cloud of black smoke dispersed again. But its voice did not disperse. It was laughing in a low voice. Lie. But Your Majesty, why don't you look down and see what you are holding in your hand? Chapter 218. He lowered his head. He suddenly lowered his head. His blood almost flowed backwards, his brain was buzzing, he saw. No return. In his hand was the sword of 100 battles, the divine martial No Return. The pitch-black modao was placed horizontally in the night, the hilt was slender and hard, the style of the tang sword, without a sheath, very similar to a sword. On the hilt of the saber, which was inlaid with a golden ring, there were 2 extremely muscular words No Return. Green fields and vermilion bridges, the past. Another year, Jun no return. Mo Ran was as if he was struck by lightning, the light in his eyes was as thin as a needle, his face was paler than a dead person, more ferocious than a ghost. No, 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 don't. He was almost desperate, he threw no return to the ground, but the divine marshal was connected to his heart, it automatically returned to his waist. No. Mo Ran was hysterical, he tried to summon the ghost, he wanted the red willow vine, he summoned it again and again, but the ghost did not come. There was no ghost, there was no vine whip. Only no return accompanied him. Do you believe it now? The haunting shadow gathered again. This time, it gathered faster than before. Soon, it had a shape. 4 limbs, a waist, a head. Mo Ran refused to believe it. He refused to believe it. He no longer cared about the black smoke, he ran to the end of the light. This was the illusion set up by Xu Shuanglin. This was just an illusion. Go to the place where the light was, and everything would be over. He ran madly in that direction, he ran madly. But once again, his arm was held tightly. Mo Ran did not want to care about it anymore, he shook it off, he shouted angrily, "Go away! Go away! What is real? Do you know what is real better than me? I know what is real. He treated me well, it is real. He did not die, it is real. How can the things that he and I have been through all these years be fake?" Jincheng Pond, Peach Blossom Origin, Ghost World, Colorful Butterfly Town, we married, that voice gently interrupted him, almost sighing, "Mo Ran, I'm the one who married you. How can you not remember?" He suddenly turned his head around and saw that the black fog had already condensed into a form. A face was as beautiful as a lotus flower, extremely charming. It was truly a peerless beauty in the world. She gently snuggled up to him. She wore a head full of pearls and jade hairpins, and draped in the bright red robes that she wore when she got married. "Rising Sun Peak, I can't walk anymore. You carried me up. You told me not to call you Your Majesty, but from now on, I will only call you Mo Ran. Have you forgotten?" Her smile was as gentle as a blade of grass, but the strength in her hands was shockingly great. Mo Ran struggled to break free from her grip. This was definitely not Song Chiotong. His wrist was already bruised. He continued to move forward, forward. The white light was getting closer and closer, he seemed to know that it was the way out. "Go over there. I just need to go over there." He heard Song Chiotong laughing behind him. "Your Majesty, where are you going? Chu Warning is already dead. He was killed by you. Do you really want to go over there?" "Over there is," he did not hear clearly. He broke free from the restraints of those phantoms and malicious spirits. He ran wildly, throwing her voice to the back of his mind. The pure white light in front of him grew brighter and brighter, bigger and bigger. He was like a person who was about to drown at the bottom of the sea. He used all his strength to push his legs and swim towards the shaking and shattered light. Suddenly, he plunged into the magnificent white light, and the darkness disappeared. He gasped for breath, his legs weak. He could not stop to catch his breath, like a person who had just emerged from the water. He greedily breathed in. He could not adapt to such a strong light for a while. He raised his arm to block his eyes. After a while, he heard the chirping of birds and smelled the faint fragrance of Shifu's begonia. He slowly opened his eyes. Where was he? The first thing he saw was a lush begonia tree. The branches were bright red, like the multicolored light of a brocade. He was not in the ancestral heavenly palace of the Confucian Wind sect. Was this illusion still not over? But his heart was gradually falling apart. He suddenly was not so sure about who he was. Where was a dream? Where was reality? He sat up. A begonia flower that had fallen on the tip of his nose drifted to his knees. Sit up. Only then did he realize that he had been lying down, as if he had just finished a nightmare. He looked around. He was in front of the sky-split tower, the pinnacle of life and death. As for himself, he was sitting in a pitch-black coffin with its door open. In an instant, Mo Ran felt as if his fingertips were cold. He was in a daze for a while. Then he suddenly got up and staggered out of the coffin. He saw a tablet in front of the coffin. There was not a single word on it. Instead, There was a bowl of wontons and several plates of stir-fried food, all of which were his favorite food. He stared at those things. He stared at the coffin. No, no. The nightmare was not over. He fell into an even deeper nightmare. Or, was he actually awake now? Could it be that what the Black Shadow said was true? Did he really just take poison, lie down in front of the Tower of Babel, and have a very long dream? Everything in the dream was, he did not dare to continue thinking. He got up like crazy and ran straight to the South Peak, the peak of life and death. But it was different from what he remembered before he died. He remembered that he had clearly told everyone to disperse, but when he was halfway through running, a group of palace servants rushed out. The one in the lead was Elder Liu, who had served him for many years. Elder Liu was holding a box, and his wrinkled face was full of joy. "Your Majesty, the elixir of rebirth has been found. This is the elixir of rebirth." He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Everyone knelt down to congratulate him. Elder Liu also knelt down. A pair of withered hands held up the brocade box. He trembled as he handed it to Mo Ran. He said hoarsely, "The elixir of rebirth. Your Majesty has been looking for the elixir of rebirth. Finally, the god has been moved." "This is it," Mo Ran said in a daze. "No. Didn't I chase you all down the mountain?" The servants' faces were ashen. They kept kowtowing. Elder Liu was also extremely frightened. "Your Majesty, why did you chase us away? But where has this old servant failed to serve you?" What about the 10 great sects?" Elder Liu was confused. He looked up blankly. "What 10 great sects? Your Majesty, what happened to you?" Mo Ran knew that he could not explain clearly, so he pulled him to the Tower of Babel. As soon as he came out of the forest, he pointed to the tomb in front of the tower. "Look over there. I just slept there." He turned his head, but found that his coffin and tomb were gone. There were only 2 lonely tombs of the Empress and the concubine. On top of them were his crooked words. Mo Ran, Elder Liu was worried. "Your Majesty, what happened to you?" Mo Ran stared at the 2 tombs in a daze. His consciousness was already very chaotic. For a moment, he could clearly feel that everything was fake. But in the next moment, he felt that reality and illusion were intertwined. He could not tell where he was or what year it was. Elder Liu sighed and said, "Your Majesty is too worried." "Are you dreaming?" "It's not a dream," Mo Ran muttered, but then he shook his head. His face was pale. "No, of course it's a dream," he said incoherently for a long time. Then he suddenly turned his face and stared at Elder Liu. "Then where's the medicine for rebirth?" Elder Liu then presented the box. He didn't take the box. Instead, he opened it directly. Inside, there was a pill as white as jade, exuding a gentle luster. He trembled as he picked it up. His Adam's apple bobbed, and then he walked in the direction of the Red Lotus Pavilion. But Elder Liu suddenly pulled him back. Mo Ran suddenly turned his head. His nerves were already stretched to the limit. He was about to snap. He asked, "What's wrong?" Elder Liu, who was still in a good mood, suddenly had a gloomy expression. His eyes flashed with a strange light. He said gloomily, "Your Majesty, did you go in the wrong direction?" "What do you mean by going in the wrong direction? Where Your Majesty should go is the soul-summoning platform," Elder Liu said slowly. Those servants also slowly surrounded Mo Ran. They slowly closed in. "Your Majesty, all this time, haven't you been thinking about reviving your senior martial brother, Shi Mingjing? Now that the elixir of rebirth is in your hands, why did Your Majesty abandon the soul-summoning platform and run to the Red Lotus Pavilion?" Elder Liu said faintly, "For the sake of this method of rebirth, Your Majesty killed millions of people, trampled on the Confucian Wind sect, and caused the world to be filled with mourning and rivers of blood. Could it be that after doing all this, Your Majesty actually wants to go against your original intentions and take this elixir into the mouth of another person?" Mo Ran's heart was in a mess. He tightly gripped the elixir. He said, "You don't understand. Your Majesty must go to the soul-summoning platform. You must not go to the Red Lotus Pavilion." Everyone's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. They surrounded him and repeated, Your Majesty must go to the soul summoning platform. You must not go to the Red Lotus Pavilion. Mo Ran firmly protected the elixir. His face was pale. He said, "All of you, get out of my way. Your Majesty must go to the soul summoning platform, get out of my way." He unsheathed the sword and gripped the ice-cold hilt. Those people seemed to shudder, and then their eyes became as long and narrow as snakes. Each and every one of them revealed a twisted smile. "You will suffer retribution. What do you think you can change? You don't keep your word. You're fickle. Heh, how can this kind of heartless person be worthy of the elixir? Take it back. Take it back." Mo Ran protected the elixir. He fiercely cut open a bloody path and ran towards the South Peak, the peak of life and death. Whether this was a dream or reality, he knew that Chu Wanning was there. Whether he was alive or dead, he had to go there. He had to be by Chu Wanning's side. Only then could he feel at ease. He ran into the barrier of the Red Lotus Pavilion. Elder Liu and the others were blocked outside the barrier. He turned around and glanced at them. Then he closed the jade bamboo door. He didn't want to see anyone else. This was the Red Lotus Pavilion. He was the only one here, and, Master? His eyes widened in shock. He saw that Chu Wanning was standing under a begonia tree. His hair was tied up in a high ponytail and he wore metal gloves. His expression was focused on adjusting a night patrol godmech that was almost completed. The wind rose. Light pink flower petals rustled and fell. They fell like the first snowflakes on the stairs and the table. They were gentle like ripples. Mo Ran's eyes were wet and red. In an instant, he was choked with sobs. "Master," Chu Wanning heard his voice and raised his head. Because he was busy, he was still biting on a small file. When he saw Mo Ran, he was slightly surprised. He put down the file and then straightened up. He nodded at him. "Why are you here?" Chapter 219. Mo Ran didn't answer, or perhaps he couldn't answer. He walked forward and hugged Chu Wanning. "What's wrong with you?" In his arms were slightly cold clothes and a warm body. "Why are you crying?" He didn't know. Dream, reality? He wasn't sure. But in the Red Lotus Pavilion, there was no Chu Wanning's cold body lying there. His teacher was still alive. He was still worried that the joints of the god of night were not flexible enough. He was still thinking about whether to apply tung oil or varnish. This seemed to be enough. For a moment, he indulged in this and didn't want to wake up. By the time he and Chu Wen finished building the mecha, it was already late. Thus, he pulled Chu Wen back to the room. Just like in their previous lives, they intertwined their necks and rubbed their ears against each other. In the dream, Chu Wanning wasn't so docile. He always had this kind of ruthlessness and couldn't let go. Even when he was at the peak of pleasure in bed, when he vented, he would often bite his lower lip. His eyes would be watery, but he wouldn't make a sound. He would only pant heavily and uncontrollably. The candlelight didn't go out. The warm light shone on the face of the person beneath him. Mo Ran stared at his confused appearance. He stared at Chu Wanning's facial features, brows, and eyes. He stared at Chu Wanning's black eyes, which were filled with the shadow of the candlelight. The shadow of the candlelight swayed, like petals falling from a deep pool. When Mo Ran rhythmically moved, the petals swayed and floated in the pool. Ripples spread out. In the end, moist water fell from Chu Wanning's eyes and was kissed by Mo Ran. He knew very well what kind of person Chu Wanning was. If he didn't use an aphrodisiac, it would be difficult for him to climax in love. His self-control was so good that it was regrettable. But so what? She couldn't control her tears, nor could her rapid breathing. It didn't matter even if she didn't scream. Seeing him being fucked by her to the point of crying, to the point where his face was flushed red and his eyes lost focus, to the point where his sturdy chest kept rising and falling, and to the point where he was gasping for breath, was also very good. It was an enchanting night, and they only fell asleep in each other's arms at 3 in the morning. Mo Ran hugged the person in his arms tightly. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Their warm bodies were pressed against each other, and even their hair was stuck to the side of their cheeks. He kissed Chu Wning's earlobes and neck tenderly and tenderly, hugging her even tighter in his arms. That's good. Master, now that you're by my side, that's good. He fell asleep. He opened his eyes and was shocked to find that Chu Wanning was no longer by his side. Master. He sat up abruptly. Then he saw Chu Wanning standing by the half-open window. It was already dawn, and outside the window, Weiyu was drizzling. Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief. He reached out a hand to him. Master, come here. But Chu Wanning didn't move. He was dressed very neatly, his clothes as white as snow. He calmly looked at the man on the bed. Mo Ran stared at him. Suddenly, a strong feeling of unease rose in his heart. Chu Wanning said to him, Mo Ran, I should go. Go. He was stunned. The bed was still warm, and there were strands of hair on the pillow. There was also a faint smell of lust. But Chu Wanning was standing in front of him. It was like they were separated by a lake or a sea, so distant. Mo Ran anxiously said, Where are you going? This is the Red Lotus Pavilion, your home. We're already at home, so where are you going? Chu Wanning shook his head. He turned his face to the side and looked at the gradually paling sky outside the window. He said, There's no time, it's going to be dawn soon. Wanning. It was just a blink of an eye. The room was empty. There was nothing left. He hurriedly put on his clothes and got up from the bed. He didn't even bother to put on his shoes and socks as he staggered out the door. The night wind blew, and thousands of snowflakes drifted down. Most of the brilliant begonia flowers from last night had been knocked down. Scattered flowers covered the steps, tables, and chairs. There was even a finished God of Night on the stone table. The metal gloves and the file were thrown to the side. It was as if Chu Wanning had just left, as if Chu Wanning would come back at any moment. Wanning! Wanning! He ran around the Red Lotus Pavilion like a madman, searching. But he always avoided the lotus pond. Subconsciously, he didn't dare to go to the lotus pond. He didn't dare to go, but in the end, he still walked over in a daze. Barefoot, he stepped on the cold bluestone pavement. He stopped quite a distance away from the lotus pond. Looking up from his pale toes, the last thing that could be seen was a face that was completely devoid of color. He opened his eyes wide in a daze. He looked at the man lying in the lotus pond in the distance. He saw him almost every day in the last 2 years before his death in his previous life. Lying in the depths of the lotus pond, his body hadn't decayed, his clothes were clean. What was the difference from when he was alive? What was the difference? He walked over step by step. Closer. Even closer. As long as he walked forward, he would be able to reach the edge of the pond. He would be able to see every eyelash, the slightly furrowed eyebrows, and the almond-shaped eyes that never relaxed after death. But he knelt down in fear. His knees hit the stone floor. He knelt and curled up, trembling for a while. He suddenly thought of the immortal medicine that Elder Liu gave him, the immortal medicine that could bring the dead back to life. He was wild with joy. His fingers trembled and curled up as he rummaged through the Chenkuan bag. He took out the things inside one by one. Immortal medicine, immortal medicine. I want the immortal medicine that can bring the dead back to life. Where is the immortal medicine? Where is the immortal medicine? He took out everything. He turned the entire Chenkuan bag upside down. He didn't even let go of the gaps between the needles and threads. He touched every inch of it. But there was nothing. The immortal medicine was gone. The immortal medicine wasn't inside. Or maybe just now, when he bumped into Elder Liu and obtained the immortal medicine, that was also a dream. No, this was all a dream. It was one dream after another. He broke down. His consciousness was in chaos. He raised his hands in despair and rubbed his cheeks and eyelids. He muttered, No, there is. I clearly put it inside, immortal medicine, there is immortal medicine, there is. He searched crazily again. Just like that, he knelt in front of Chu Wanning's corpse and searched hysterically. His eyes flashed with a terrifying light, but his voice became more and more choked. He became more and more desperate. In the end, he leaned over and cried loudly. I put it inside, I put it inside. He swept away the debris in front of him with his palm. Countless porcelain vases fell to the ground and some even broke. He crawled forward in the midst of the broken pieces. The shards pierced into his flesh and knees, but he didn't care. He crawled towards the person lying in the lotus pond. In the end, he carried him out of the pond and held this ice-cold body tightly in his arms. This was something he always wanted to do in his previous life, but he never did. He hugged Chu Waning's corpse. The drizzle was still lingering on the ground. The sky was brightening, but it had nothing to do with them. He hugged Chu Waning's body and cried. He stuck to his cheeks and kissed the bridge of his nose, eyelids, and lips. Shizun. I beg you, listen to me. I beg you. In that instant, his figure overlapped with that of the orphan who once held his mother's rotting body in the mass grave. He broke down and wailed, begging a passerby to bury him with his mother. That year, he was only 5 years old. A 5-year-old child swore that he would never see his loved one again. In front of him, her flesh and bones rotted and scattered into the mud. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. The 32-year-old Emperor Ta hugged his Shizun's corpse. Sometimes he laughed maniacally, and sometimes he cried bitterly. It was a body that was no different from when it was alive. He did it. He could make the dead look like a living person. Under the skin of this corpse, there seemed to be a faint color of blood. It was so peaceful that it looked like it was sleeping. This time, he did not plead with anyone to bury him and Chu Waning together deep underground. However, the celestial treading monarch had already buried himself alive. On the day after Chu Waning's death, he drank a jar of pear blossom white. After that, he spent every single day in a tomb of the living dead called the Red Lotus Pavilion, living a life of drunkenness. From that day on, he had buried himself. Shizun, listen to me, Mo ran. You, listen to me. He vaguely heard someone calling him. It was a familiar voice. His surroundings were dark again. He was like a drowning person holding on to a piece of driftwood. Someone reached out to him. He choked and held on tightly to that person. Don't go. I won't do any bad things anymore. I won't make you angry anymore. He held on to that person's fingers and intertwined their fingers. He smelled a faint fragrance of flowers, the fragrance of begonia. I have a celestial medicine that can bring the dead back to life, but I don't know why. I can't find it. I can't find it. But can you not go? I beg you. He ignored everything and followed the warm body. He hugged that body. Please, I'd rather the person who died was me. Mo ran. Wake up. But he couldn't wake up. The pain was deeper than the sea. He was drowning, but he couldn't wake up. His throat choked. He hugged the person who was calling him tightly. His eyelashes were wet. I'd rather the person who died was me, Shizun. You dog. What are you doing? Hey. Suddenly, a person rushed over and grabbed him. Then, the surroundings were in chaos. Someone poured a pool of cold water between his lips and teeth. Mo Ran suddenly felt cold all over. The water was as cold as 1,000-year-old mysterious ice. It almost froze his lungs. He suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Jiangxi's gloomy face. She was holding a green jade bottle in her hand. Obviously, what she poured into his mouth was from the bottle. When he opened his mouth, he found that his throat was hoarse. He couldn't say anything for a while. Then, he looked around and found that he was back in the ancestral hall Celestial Palace again. His clothes were soaked in cold sweat. The people around him were looking at him strangely, especially Xuemeng. His face was green and white. He didn't look good. He was lying on Chu Waning's knees and hugging Chu Waning's waist tightly. Chu Waning's clothes, which were originally solemn and respectful, had been messed up by him in the dream. The edges of his outer robe had slipped to his shoulders. Mo ran. He didn't say anything wrong, did he? Chu Waning didn't look good either, but he was still calm. He said, "Why did you run so fast?" Shizun, you were trapped by a nightmare. Jiangxi put away the jade bottle and stood up again. She lowered her eyes and said, "Rest for a while. I fed you the dream-breaking cold water. You'll feel very cold. You'll be fine after a cup of tea. Mo Ran still hadn't recovered from the layers of terrifying dreams. His eyes were still a little confused. After a long time, he muttered, "Trapped by a nightmare? But I've been very careful. I didn't feel any traces of magic." Jiangxi's claws and teeth revealed their sharpness. "Magic? What's that stupid thing? Everyone present, do you think the most ruthless thing in the world is magic?" The leader of the medicine sect narrowed his eyes and shook his sleeves. "You're ridiculously wrong. The most powerful thing in the world is medicine. In this heavenly palace, there was a kind of sleeping incense in advance called the 19 levels of hell. This incense is colorless and tasteless, but it can make people hallucinate and fall into the greatest fear of their life." Jiangxi paused and then looked at Mo Ran. "The greater the fear, the deeper one falls. I saved a few people who were trapped by the 19 levels of hell. I gave them 4 to 5 drops of the dream-breaking cold water and they woke up. But do you know how much you drank?" "How much?" Jiangxi seemed a little unhappy. She said, "More than half a bottle. It's enough to save more than 100 people before your consciousness was called back. I'm a little curious. Grandmaster Mo, you're so young. Why do you have such deep fear? What are you afraid of?" Chapter 220. Mo Ran didn't say anything. If it wasn't for this dream, he wouldn't have known that there was such a terrifying fear hidden in the depths of his heart. He was afraid of Chu Waning's death, afraid of Shamai's questioning of his feelings, afraid that this life was actually just a dream. He lowered his head. He didn't know if it was the effect of the dream-breaking cold water or some other reason. He felt cold, so cold that he shivered. Chu Waning stood up from the ground. There were too many eyes here, so he couldn't have any intimate actions with Mo Ran. Not to mention that Mo Ran kept hugging him and calling his name in the nightmare. If he didn't do his best to restrain himself, he would have been pressed to the ground by Mo Ran in front of everyone. Although this didn't happen in the end, Mo Ran's emotions were so intense that he didn't know how many people around them had already noticed that something was wrong. Chu Waning slowly stood up. He had sat for a long time, so his legs were sore and numb. Xue Meng subconsciously raised his hand, but for some reason, he didn't go forward to help him. Shamai reached out and said softly, "Shizun, take a break." Chu Waning lowered his eyelashes. He didn't say much, nor did he explain. He just took off his already messy outer robe. His white robe fluttered and fell on Mo Ran's shoulder. "Wear it. When the cold of the medicine disappears, return it to me." Mo Ran didn't dare to look at him too much. He said softly, "Yes, Shizun." The others were carefully inspecting the scene in the hall, or checking if there were any hidden weapons or traps, then they all dispersed. Xue Zhengyong asked Mo Ran a few questions. When he saw that his nephew was fine, he patted his shoulder and strode towards the other leaders. Xue Meng didn't leave. When the others were far away, he suddenly bent down and looked left and right. He lowered his voice and said angrily, "What did you dream of just now?" "Mo Ran," Xue Meng gritted his teeth, "I'm asking you a question. It's just a dream. That's what you're thinking about." Xue Meng's eyes were a little chaotic. He was very anxious. "What are you thinking about? Are you? I dreamed that I killed someone." Mo Ran trembled slightly because of the bone-chilling cold. His lips were also pale. "I dreamt that I killed Master. You." That's nothing else, Xue Meng's words, but it didn't seem like he was lying. But he said that he dreamt of killing Shizun. Not to mention the fact that Mo Ran now respected his teacher, but why would he feel such fear? Just now, when he hugged Chu Waning so tightly, that expression. Was that what a disciple should have? More. Xue Meng didn't dare to think about it anymore. It was like one more step and he would fall into a bottomless abyss. The effect of the drug gradually disappeared. Mo Ran slowly stood up from the ground. Xue Meng hesitated for a while, but still supported him. Mo Ran said, "Thank you." Then he looked at the cultivators walking in front of him. "Did anyone else get drugged by the incense?" "No, only you. You ran too fast." Xue Meng still had a lot on his mind, but his emotions weren't as intense as before. The moment we entered the hall, Jiangxi sensed that the incense of the 18 ghosts was lit here. It's not 18 ghosts, it's the 19 levels of hell. Anyway, it's this thing. The name isn't important, Xuemeng said. He dispelled it, and we came in again. It's fine. He paused, suddenly thought of something, and said, but this is also a coincidence. If something had happened just now, it would have been troublesome. What do you mean? You walked too fast, so you didn't see it. On our way to the Heavenly Palace, several poisonous snakes suddenly jumped out of the rattan basket Nangong Liu was carrying. Many people couldn't dodge in time and were bitten. Those people all stayed where they were and couldn't move. The snake's venom is very poisonous. Jiangxi wanted us to go first, and he stayed there to help them remove the poison. After that, he would follow us. If that's the case, I'm afraid that everyone who reached the Heavenly Palace would have been poisoned, Xuemeng said. He only had a bottle of dream-breaking cold water. He couldn't have saved so many people. Mo Ran vaguely felt that something was wrong, and asked, then why didn't he stay there to help everyone remove the poison? He has a young disciple who said that he could do it, so Jiangxi left his disciple there and came up with us first. Mo Ran's frown deepened. His gaze followed Lone Moon's group, circling the crowd, but he couldn't find the person he was looking for. If Jiangxi's disciple didn't know how to deal with the snake's venom, then there were only 2 people left, Jiangxi and Hua Bainan. Where's Hua Bainan? Xuemeng was stunned. Are you suspecting cold-scale divine hands? I'm just asking. There's nothing to suspect. Hua Bainan was bitten himself, and is meditating below. But there's a lot of poison in his body, so he said that he'd be fine after a while. He'll come up and meet us later. Mo Rant's expression became even more gloomy. Cold-scale divine hands was injured and couldn't move, so the only one left who could heal him was Jiangxi. Fortunately, Jiangxi had a disciple who happened to know how to deal with the snake's venom. Without this person, Jiangxi would probably still be down there trying to extract the poison from the injured cultivators. When he came up again, what kind of scene would this ancestral temple Heavenly Palace be like? Would a bottle of dream-breaking frost water be enough to salvage the situation? Xuemeng. Achem. Keep an eye on Hua Bainan. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt the ground shake. Then, the distant cry of a dragon pierced through the sky, coming from outside the palace. Someone was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. What's going on? What was that noise just now? A courageous cultivator said, I'll go take a look. He quickly rushed to the entrance of the palace and looked down, then looked up at the sky. Then, he turned back and said, it's nothing. It's probably just some noise coming from this mountain. After all, it's the manifestation of a flood dragon evil spirit. After he finished speaking, he prepared to head back. But at this moment, his ankle was suddenly grabbed by something. The cultivator lowered his head and saw a deathly pale hand. For a moment, he didn't react and was still in a daze. Xue Zhengyong's eyes were sharp, and he shouted from a distance, be careful, but it was too late. A corpse leaped into the air. The corpse was wrapped in the Wind Scholar sect's crane robe, and its eyes were blindfolded with a silk ribbon. It soared firmly and accurately pierced the cultivator's chest. Aye! The cultivator's eyes widened in confusion. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch the sword that pierced through his chest. Then, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thump, never to move again. After a few moments of deathly silence, the ground started to shake again. Everyone looked at the entrance of the hall and saw thick dragon tendons rising from the ground, piercing through the clouds. Each of the dragon tendons was holding the body of a Confucian Wind sect's first-generation disciple. From a distance, it looked like a dense swarm of bees, ready to rush into the hall at any time and crush everyone into meat paste. Villa Master Ma screamed and covered his eyes, Heavens, heavens, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Xue Zhengyong was so angry that he spat out blood. He slapped the back of the merchant's head to shut him up. Then, he shouted at the crowd, quickly close the palace's entrance. Hurry up and block the entrance of the palace. Don't let them rush in. As he spoke, he took the lead and faced the zombie that was swaying and walking over with a sword dripping with blood. He waved his folding fan and knocked it out of the hall. He kicked it down the long stairs and then grabbed the spirit stone door on the side, roaring as he tried to push it up. But for some reason, the door was easy to push from the outside, but it was as heavy as a rock from the inside. Shui Zhengyong's blue veins bulged, but his strength was like a clay ox entering the sea. Seeing the group of zombies being lifted closer and closer by the dragon tendons, Shui Zhengyong cursed, "What's going on? Didn't the Nangong Zhongying just seal them? These bullshit flood dragons are not obedient. They are going against their master." Mo Ran and Shui Meng immediately rushed to Shui Zhengyong's side to help. Nangong Sai said, "It's useless. These 2 spirit stones were transported by my great-grandfather's 4,000 porters. It's impossible for you to move them." Huang Xiaoye was so angry that smoke was coming out of her mouth. She cursed at the side, "Your great-grandfather is really capable." But Nangong Sai ignored her. Nangong Sai said to the group of people who were trying to block the zombies at the entrance, "We have to go to the end of the hall to pull the trigger to close the door from the inside. You guys block them for a while, I'll go and pull the trigger." Shui Zhengyong's iron fan danced in the air, creating a black shadow. He swung his fan and slapped away 3 or 4 zombies that were already in front of him. Black blood immediately splattered all over the fan, landing on the 4 words "Shui Zhengyong is very beautiful." However, these zombies were really brave. Shui Zhengyong turned his head and said, "Hurry up. There are more and more of them. F***CK. What the hell is going on?" Mo Ran summoned the ghost. He knew that the door was the last line of defense, so he simply rushed out and fought with the zombies on the stairs. However, the stairs were narrow and he couldn't use his full strength. He also had to be careful not to fall from the sky, so it was very tiring to fight. He swept a row of zombies that were trying to climb up with his whip, but there were more zombies around him that were lifted up by the smelly dragon tendons. In the end, he was almost surrounded by enemies and couldn't get out of the sea of zombies. However, Mo Ran didn't plan to get away immediately. These zombies were rushing up because they smelled the scent of humans. He was the closest target standing here. Almost all the zombies were rushing in his direction. Villa Master Ma shivered behind Jiang Shi. At this time, he sighed with emotion, "Oh, Grandmaster Mo is really righteous. Good spirit, good spirit." Jiang Shi was angry. He turned his head and said, "Can't you do something else besides doing business? I only know things that require time to study, such as arrays, skills, weapon assembly, and so on. I'm really not good at close combat." Villa Master Ma looked at Jiang Shi's cold eyes and choked. After hesitating for a while, he said tentatively, "How about I cheer for you?" Jiang Shi was speechless. However, what this fellow said was not wrong. Every sect had their own strengths and weaknesses. In this kind of bloody battle, only a few people would be able to save their lives if they rushed up. The others would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Even Jiang Shi could not get close. The medicinal powder was useless on corpses. Shui Meng stood at the entrance of the hall with the dragon's city in his hand. He stared at the black figure floating under the crane's banner. He saw a blood vine rise from the ground and carry a high-level disciple of the Confucian Wind sect toward Mo Ran. Shui Meng couldn't hold it anymore. He drew his sword and cut off the arm of the zombie. Then, he stood back to back with Mo Ran and cut off the twisting dragon tendon. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Shui Zhengyong shouted, "Meng come back. It's okay. I'll go with him." It was obvious who he was referring to. Mo Ran turned his head and said to Shui Meng, "You go back. I'll be here. You'll be the second line of defense. If I can't hold on, you shut up." Shui Meng's dragon's city buzzed. He said angrily, "Are you the #1 on Spiritual Mountain, or am I? Are you the young master of the Life and Death Summit, or am I the young master of the Life and Death Summit? Are you stronger or am I stronger?" Mo Ran's chest heated up. He stopped talking and focused on fighting back to back with Shui Meng. They faced the rampaging zombies from all directions. At this time, the stone doors on both sides suddenly shook and slowly closed in the middle. Shui Zhengyong was overjoyed and said, "Good, good, good, it's moving. The doors are closing. You two, come back." Come this way. Mo Ran and Xue Meng worked together. The ghostly red light and Dragon City's red light danced left and right. There were clanking sounds as countless corpses fell from the sky and dragon tendons were broken. They slowly moved toward the doors, which were also closing bit by bit. Xue Meng said, "You go in first." Mo Ran said, "Let's go in together." "Go. What are you waiting for?" Xue Jingyong said anxiously, "Quick. Come back." Mo Ran grabbed Xue Meng's collar. Xue Meng said angrily, "Let go. Don't play hero with me. You, who's playing hero with you? Let's go." As Mo Ran said this, he grabbed Xue Meng with one hand and stepped on the stone steps with one foot. He swung his hand and pushed back a group of zombies that were about to charge at them. Then, he and Xue Meng rushed toward the doors. The doors were only half closed, so they were not in a hurry. Mo ran through Xue Meng to Xue Jingyong and leaned against the doors. He held the Starfire Explosion Vine Whip and stood against the wind. His eyes were burning as he slowly retreated. All of a sudden, the two boulders that were in the process of merging together stopped. Xue Meng said in surprise, "Why did they stop moving?" He turned around and saw that Nangong Sai's face was pale. He walked out from behind the stone pillars of the heavenly palace that were so thick that it would take 10 grown men to wrap their arms around them. He said in a gloomy tone, "The central axis of the sphincter was destroyed. When it was half closed, the chain broke and can't be reconnected." After Nangong Sai finished speaking, he raised his hand. In his scarred palm, there was half a bronze lock. He was shaking it. Chapter 221. Xue Meng almost choked on a mouthful of blood, but Mo Ran didn't have the time to be angry. When he heard these words, he turned around and returned to the horde of corpses, blocking the first line of defense. Chu Wanning had been helping Nangong Sai adjust the mechanism that was obviously tampered with. At this time, he saw Mo Ran struggling in front of him, so he immediately flew to the door and shouted, "Mo Ran, come back." Shizun, Chu Wanning released a golden barrier. The barrier shone brightly, pushing the horde of corpses back a few feet. Then, he placed 3 barriers on the stairs, in front of the hall, and in between the stone door. He then pulled Mo Ran back. "Stop first." Mo Ran anxiously said, "Shizun's barrier won't last long in the Jiao mountain range." "Shizun, why do you have to do this?" Chu Wanning's eyes were like blue frost and purple lightning. He gritted his teeth and pushed Mo Ran back into the hall. "You're injured and you still want to die. Go back and meditate." "Shiming Jing." "Shizun, I'm here." Chu Wanning fiercely pointed at Mo Ran, "Heal him." Shamai nodded, "Yes, Shizun." Mo Ran pressed down on Shamai's outstretched hand and said to Chu Wanning, "These are all superficial wounds. Shizun, your barrier can only last for a stick of incense's worth of time. It will also consume a lot of your spiritual power." Chu Wanning didn't turn his head and stood in the light. "Then I'll hold on for a stick of incense's worth of time." Mo Ran still wanted to say something, but Shamai pulled him back. Shamai's slightly cold hand touched his skin, rolled up his sleeves, and began to cast a spell to heal his wounds. Mo Ran looked into his eyes. Mo Ran silently shook his head at him, then lowered his eyes and focused on his own spell. Chu Wanning said, "Xue Meng." "Yes, Shizun. If I can't hold on, you take over. Don't force yourself. If you feel like you can't do it, let the Lord take over." Xue Jingyong hurriedly said, "Okay, it's better to take turns." Chu Wanning continued to channel her spiritual energy into the barrier and said, "There's another thing I'll have to trouble you with, Senior Master." "Speak." Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and said, "Ask that group of useless people hiding in the back. Other than those from the Treading Snow Palace and Lone Moon Knight who aren't good at close combat, get those who can fight to come over." "What if they don't come over?" Chu Wanning said, "Then we'll break through the gates and wait for death. See if they come over." Xue Jingyong hurriedly went over. Nangong Sai was staring at the broken lock in his hand with a gloomy face, not knowing what to do. He also didn't know why the first-generation sect master's ban was suddenly broken. Logically speaking, as long as it was Nangong Zhongying's order, no one could change the evil dragon's spirit. Why did it suddenly become like this? Shui Jingyong asked those who could handle it to go to the front. Yi Wangxi said, "I'll do it." Nangong Sai immediately came back to his senses. He pulled her back and said, "You're a girl, how can you?" Yi Wangxi stared at Jiang Dongtong's group of subservient disciples and said coldly, "Even if there are only 2 people in the Confucian Wind School, they're not greedy for life and afraid of death." The several middle-aged female cultivators who had previously ridiculed Yi Wangxi for wanting to stand up for him even though she was a girl didn't say anything. They all looked elsewhere, not looking at Yi Wangxi's face. Just like that, Shui Jingyong gathered some people. Suddenly, he was stunned. "Han Xue? Why are you also?" No, you're not good at this kind of thing. You go back." My Han Xue also looked cold today. She said, "Uncle, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't play around." Shui Jingyong looked at the treading snow palace's palace master. Seeing that she didn't object, he had no choice but to let my Han Xue join this group of people. Jiang Shi frowned. "Are we going to keep resisting like this? It's better to leave some people who are suitable for close quarters combat and send them to the rear hall to see what's going on." Shui Jingyong said, "Let's deal with it for a while first and see if we can fix the sphincter. The best plan is to go together. If we really can't fix it, then we can only divide into 2 groups. One group will resist, the other group will go to the rear hall to see what's going on." Jiang Shi said, "That's good. But who knows how to fix the sphincter?" At this time, Villa Master Ma Yun, who had just been scolded by Jiang Shi like a coward, raised a trembling hand. She poked her head out and said weakly, This mechanical skill, I think I can still try." Jiang Shi was both angry and amused. "Then why aren't you going?" Ma Yun dragged Nangong Sai and staggered away. Shui Jingyong also led the troops to leave. Jiang Shi turned around and looked around at the hall that was divided into Purgatory and 9 heavens. He fell into deep thought. His gaze swept across the precious chess pieces who were still laughing and chatting in one place, or being tortured on the other side. Finally, his gaze fell on Nangong Liu, who had been squatting beside a basket of oranges. He felt very strange. Why didn't Nangong Liu or the other chess pieces in the hall go berserk like the corpses outside and kill people? If Xu Shuanglin controlled the precious chess pieces in the hall and began to attack at this moment, they were bound to be caught in a dilemma. Why didn't he do it? Didn't he want to do it? Or, he couldn't do it? Jiang Shi was surprised, but Mo Ran was not surprised at all. He could clearly feel that the precious chess pieces in the hall all retained the temperament, obsession, and even some memories of these puppets when they were alive. They were completely different from the zombies controlled by the Unity Array outside. To make an inappropriate analogy, the zombies outside were marionettes, while the puppets inside were all living dead with independent temperaments. There was only one reason why Xu Shuanglin didn't control these living dead: his Wakan had reached the limit. "Grandmaster Chu, give me a hand." Suddenly, a weak call came from the bottom of the stone steps. Chu Waning looked up and saw Hua Bai Nan leading a dozen cultivators to break out of the encirclement on the stone steps with great difficulty. They were previously bitten by the poisonous snake, so they rested on the spot. They didn't expect to encounter the second berserk zombie horde. Half of the 20 cultivators were killed in an instant. At this moment, those who struggled to fight until here were all seriously injured. Chu Waning immediately raised his hand and cast another layer of enchantment around them to protect them. Then, he threw out the Hutian Wen array to repel the zombies surrounding them. "Come here." Chu Waning stretched out his hand to Hua Bai Nan. The exchange between the two of them was completed very smoothly. Not a single zombie was able to squeeze in during the exchange. As soon as Chu Waning removed the barrier, he couldn't help but take a step back. Mo Ran saw his pale face and felt very distressed. However, he couldn't do anything in front of everyone. He couldn't even hold Chu Waning's hand. He could only suppress himself and ask, "Wan. Master, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Chu Waning lightly coughed. "I just used a bit more spiritual power." However, Mo Ran knew that Chu Waning's spirit core was originally very weak. Using more spiritual power might not be a big deal for others, But for Chu Wanning, Mo Ran closed his eyes. In her past life, the master and disciple were at odds with each other. Chu Wanning had used up all of her spiritual energy in that battle, and her spiritual core had instantly shattered. From then on, she was no different from a mortal. In fact, her body was even weaker than a mortal's. How could he be fine? Mo Ran's heart was very uncomfortable. His eyes were slightly red. He silently put the clothes that Chu Wanning had just given him back on the other's shoulders. Only at this time could he gently pinch Chu Wanning's shoulders through the clothes. All of his heavy love for him could only be hidden in this moment of light touch. He supported Chu Wanning to the side. He specially found a place with fewer people, a quiet place, and then sat down with Chu Wanning. While no one was looking, Mo Ran quietly held Chu Wanning's hand. It was very cold. It was the same cold feeling as that year when Chu Wanning was defeated by his blade. He leaned over and stepped on his chest. He reached out and pinched his chin. Mo Ran lowered his eyes. The tips of his fingers were slightly trembling. Chu Wanning originally wanted to pull his hand away. After all, there were too many eyes here. However, he felt that weak tremble. So the hand that was about to pull away turned and interlocked their fingers. "Let me see." Chu Wanning raised his other hand and had Mo Ran lift his face. There were wounds on his cheeks and the bridge of his nose. "Does it hurt?" Mo Ran shook his head. He stared at Chu Wanning's face. He looked at the person who clearly cared about him even though his lips were pale. He felt that it was very painful. It wasn't the wound. It was the heart. He finally learned to lie like Chu Wanning. Mo Ran said, "It doesn't hurt." "If it doesn't hurt, then why are you trembling?" He didn't make a sound. He couldn't make a sound. So Chu Wanning misunderstood that he was still trembling because of the pain. A faint green light surrounded his fingertips. Mo Ran's pupils suddenly shrank. He grabbed Chu Wanning's hand that was about to touch his cheek. "Are you crazy? You're even using spiritual power? This little bit is nothing." Chu Wanning said, "It's just the tiniest healing spell. It's to stop the pain." His fingertips touched his scar. It was to stop the pain. But his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Death by 1,000 cuts was probably nothing more than this. Mo Ran naturally knew that this was just a little bit of spiritual power. It was like a drop in the ocean, a cup of water. Chu Wanning gave almost all of his spiritual power to everyone. He only gave a little bit to him. In his previous life, because Chu Wanning always gave the world too much and gave him too little, he resented Chu Wanning. But at that time, he didn't know. In fact, Chu Wanning gave him a little bit. Although it was pitifully little, it was all he had left. The only thing he had left. "All right. It's fix. It's fix." Suddenly, a cultivator under Mana Master Ma's command hurriedly ran to the door. His cheeks were red as he shouted, "Quickly prepare to retreat. We're closing the door. We're about to close the door." At this time, the person resisting the zombie horde had already been replaced by my Hanshue. After Xue Meng retreated, he was also injured. But his injuries weren't serious. He wrapped himself in gauze and didn't check much. He bit on the gauze and tied a knot while watching my Hanshue retreat. It was strange. He remembered that my Hanshue clearly had a water and wood type spirit core, but he didn't know why she was able to use a fire type technique. He was alone. He cut off the water and lay on the Konghu. His fingers were clanging and his face was ice cold. What he used was a fiery red barrier of flames, forcing back the zombies that tried to approach. "Close the door. Young master my Hanshue let the Konghu hang in the air. Step by step, she retreated. When she retreated to the door, Xue Meng suddenly discovered that something was wrong. He turned his head and said, "Can you open the door a bit more? This zither is too wide. I can't get in." "No need." My Hanshue coldly and concisely interrupted Xue Meng. She suddenly put the Konghu back into the music box. Losing the zither's spiritual fire suppression, in an instant, a group of zombies surged forward. Xue Meng knew that she wasn't good at close combat. His expression suddenly changed. He pulled out Long Cheng and was about to rush out to help. Unexpectedly, before he even arrived, he saw a flash of silver light. At some unknown time, a silver sword appeared in my Hanshua's hand. The sword's chi was awe-inspiring. He only saw his sword dance into a shadow. Then, he swept the ground and retreated. He suddenly threw the sword. Before the door was about to close, my Hanshua raised her hand and sternly said, "North Wind, come back." The sword turned into a snow-white light and entered through the gap. My Hanshua suddenly caught it. Her arm pulled the sword flower and returned to her side. The heavenly palace's door closed with a bang. A muffled sound came from outside. It was the sound of the corpses and dragon tendons smashing into the door. However, it seemed to come from very, very far away. The Nangong clan's construction of the palace gate was not that easy to break through. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. There were quite a few disciples of the upper cultivation world who had never seen the world. Their legs went soft and they knelt on the ground. There were even some who didn't have a future. They even cried out, "Mom, what is this all about?" My Hanshua, who was at the back, also let out a slight sigh of relief. However, his appearance of relief was not clearly different from usual. If it weren't for Xue Meng staring at him from the side, he probably wouldn't have noticed that he slightly opened his lips and lightly exhaled. Suddenly, she discovered two terrifying gazes beside her. My Hanshua turned her head. "What? Why are you looking at me?" Xue Meng's throat was somewhat dry. "Your sword." My Hanshua glanced sideways at the long sword flowing with silver light. "North Wind." Xue Meng's face was cloudy and uncertain for a good while. He opened his mouth and said, "When did you learn how to use a sword?" No, it should be, "When did you have a divine martial skill?" "I've always had one." Xue Meng was stunned. "Then why didn't you use it during the spiritual mountain conference?" My Hanshua was silent for a moment. "I don't want to use it." Xue Meng seemed very puzzled. He was even a little angry. "Are you looking down on us? If you take out the divine martial skill, you might be number 1, number 2? My Hanshua rolled her eyes. Her usually cold eyes seemed to be somewhat mocking. She looked at Xue Meng, whose cheeks were slightly red because of anger. After a while, she said, "Third place is very good. First place." She pursed her lips and brushed past Xue Meng as she walked over. A few words casually fell into Xue Meng's ears. "First place is too stupid." Chapter 222. Xue Meng stood there in a daze for a long time before he suddenly regained his senses. He shouted angrily at my Hanshua, "You dog, who are you calling stupid?" Xue Jingyong pulled him back. "Meng, this person said I'm stupid." Okay, you heard wrong." Hanshua clearly didn't say anything. That's because he lowered his voice next to my ear. While they were making a ruckus, Jiangxi was checking the wounded and checking the situation. After checking the situation, Jiangxi ordered everyone to rest in place for a while. Those who needed to treat their wounds should treat their wounds, and those who needed to meditate should meditate. There was no other way. Their fiercest fighting force had been greatly depleted. It was like a bow that hadn't been fully drawn yet, and the arrowhead was already blunted. If they rashly continued to move forward like this, they might not be able to deal with any unexpected changes. After giving these orders, Jiangxi walked to Nangong Sai. "Nangong, I have something to ask you." "Please go ahead, Sect Master Jiang." Jiangxi didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at Yi Wangxi first. Nangong Sai said, "She doesn't need to leave." "It's better to leave for a while," Jiangxi said. His gaze fell on Nangong Sai's chest, where Nangong Sai's spiritual nucleus was located. After Yi Wangxi left, Jiangxi sat down next to Nangong Sai. "What about your spiritual nucleus? Are you planning to hide it from her?" Nangong Sai's eyes dimmed. "I don't know how to tell her." "You're afraid she'll dislike you because of this?" "Actually, you're overthinking it." "Miss Yi isn't." "No." Nangong Sai interrupted Jiangxi. "I'm not afraid she'll dislike me. I'm just afraid she'll be sad." Jiangxi was silent for a while. He seemed to be stung by Nangong Sai's inexplicable arrogance. He sneered. You're really confident. Sect Master Jiang is wrong. I'm not confident, I'm trusting her. Jiang could hear the stubbornness in his tone, so she said indifferently, You're like a tiger in the plains, yet you still speak to me in such a tone. Aren't you afraid that I'll make trouble for you in the future? You won't. Jiang paused. Does that mean you trust me? Along the way, I also know what kind of person Sect Master Jiang is. Nangong Sai said, That's why I said those words to you when I thought I was going to die. Jiang had been staring at Nangong Sai the whole time. He only looked away when Nangong Sai mentioned this. Now that you're still alive, do those words still count? Yes, Nangong Sai said, once we defeat Xu Shuanglin, I will tell everyone clearly. Jiang didn't say anything. After a long time, he said, Nangong Sai, it's a pity that I can't see the Confucian Wind sect flourish in your hands. Otherwise, you could have been considered an opponent to compete with. Nangong Sai answered very calmly, but there was also a hint of pride in his voice. Sect Master, you're wrong. I've been fortunate enough to learn the best of the Confucian Wind sect. Jiang rarely didn't refute others, and rarely didn't ridicule others. It was even rarer for him to admire or agree with others. But this time, he remained silent for a long time and didn't try to deny Nangong Sai's words. Finally, he said, Let's not talk about this anymore. I have something more important to ask you. I know what Sect Master wants to ask. Nangong Sai stroked Neo Beijing, who was lying in his quiver. The monster wolf was injured, and there was a cut on its forehead that was still bleeding. But I don't know why Jiao Shan suddenly lost control and went against Grand Sect Master's wishes. I also don't think it's possible. Jiang said, No clues at all? Think about it again. Does the Confucian Wind sect have any secrets related to this mountain? Nangong Sai shook his head and said, No. 4 generations, the Nangong clan has known that Jiao Shan obeys the orders of the clan's heirs, but the first in line must be ancestor Changjing. Absolutely no one else? Absolutely not. The first master that the Jiao Dragon's soul recognizes is Grand Sect Master, and that will never change. Jiangxi's eyes were uncertain, and his face became more and more hostile because of the deadlock. How did Xu Shuanglin do it? I don't understand either. Nangong Sai suddenly paused. Jiangxi thought that he had thought of something, so he turned to look at him, only to find that he was staring at a person in the distance. Jiangxi followed his gaze and saw Nangong Liu eating an orange. Nangong Sai had been trying not to look at his father who was being used as a chess piece, but when he saw him, his expression immediately became extremely painful. Jiangxi was actually around the same age as Xu Shuanglin and Xue Zhengyong. It was only because the mental cultivation method he cultivated was different that he still looked young and handsome. But this had nothing to do with his state of mind. In fact, his state of mind was no longer in its prime. He looked at Nangong Sai and couldn't bear to look at him. He said, Don't look anymore. Don't look anymore. Nangong Sai seemed to have used up all his remaining strength to tear his gaze away from his father. When he lowered his eyes, his shoulders seemed to tremble slightly. In the end, he buried his face in his palms, but he couldn't hide the sobbing in his voice. He murmured hoarsely, trying to change the topic, I also don't understand how Xu Shuanglin did it. That is the devil dragon that was tamed by Grand Sect Master, but his shoulders trembled more and more. Jiangxi was stiff, and his expression was indifferent. But in the end, he reached out and patted Nangong Sai's shoulder. He seemed to want to comfort Nangong Sai, but he had never comforted anyone before. In the end, he said dryly, It doesn't matter. Everyone has their own fate. Although you and your father are in this situation now, you were once father and son. Look at me. I'm in my prime, but I don't have any children. Think on the bright side. Of course, Nangong Sai didn't pay attention to him after he finished speaking. He also felt that his words were worse than not saying anything. Jiangxi got up and said awkwardly, I'm going to take a look at other places. You rest for a while. We'll continue later. By the way, what's in front of us? Nangong Sai said in a muffled voice, the Dragon Soul Pool. What's it for? That's the blood pool used to worship the evil dragon's spirit. Nangong Sai said, The evil dragon's primordial spirit is sleeping in the pool. Every year, the people of the Confucian Wind sect worship it. Jiangxi frowned when he heard this. In the end, he said, I hope nothing else happens over there. Everyone rested in the front hall for less than an hour. The injured and those who had used up too much spiritual power gradually recovered with the help of the healing cultivators. Jiangxi looked at the good and evil made by Xu Shuanglin on both sides. The two extremes made him frown even more. What was Xu Shuanglin going to do with such a useless thing? Was it for show? Hearing Nangong Sai, who was made into a chess piece, call him Your Majesty, it seemed that Xu Shuanglin thought of himself as the emperor and treated these precious puppets, who were divided into black and white, good and evil, as his subjects. He looked around and finally came to Nangong Liu. Nangong Liu was sitting on his bamboo basket and slowly peeling oranges. Jiangxi paused for a moment. Then, he suddenly leaned over and asked the question he had asked him before, Can you take us to Her Majesty? Nangong Liu still gave the same answer as before, Her Majesty has her own matters to attend to. How can she see you just because she wants to? Jiangxi flicked his sleeve and said unhappily, You're useless. A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. Whether you're alive or made into a chess piece, you're still a good-for-nothing. After being scolded, Nangong Liu shrunk his neck and hugged his orange basket with a cowardly look. After a while, he actually burst into tears. Why are you so fierce? I'm useless. I'm a good-for-nothing. What can you do even if you're fierce to me? His crying was so loud that it attracted the attention of the people around him. At this time, Chu Wanning was almost done adjusting his breath and meditating. He frowned and said, This Nangong Liu is so strange. Mo Ran asked, What's wrong? I don't know. Chu Wanning said, I feel that this person is Nangong Liu, but there's something wrong with him. He doesn't seem to be the Nangong Liu I know. Mo Ran stared at them. Jiangxi was glaring at Nangong Liu with a livid expression. Nangong Liu was sobbing and occasionally rubbing his eyes with his two hands. Mo Ran looked at his actions and indeed felt that something was wrong. It was indescribably out of place. It was as if he was looking at a child with a middle-aged man's head. It gave him goosebumps. Suddenly, Mo Ran was stunned and muttered, A child? What? Mo Ran suddenly turned his head and asked, Shizun, don't you think that he looks like a child? As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Nangong Liu for a while. Seeing that Nangong Liu was actually blowing his nose with his sleeve, he said, And he's only a 5 or 6-year-old child. When he said this, Chu Wanning looked again. Sure enough, it was true. Although Nangong Liu still looked like he was in his 40s, his every move revealed a kind of naivety and childishness. Chu Wanning muttered, Could it be that Xu Shuanglin did something to him, so that his memory was only retained until he was 5 or 6 years old? Mo Ran said, Shizun, wait for me. I'll try. How are you going to try? Mo Ran didn't answer. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to Nangong Liu's side, picked up an orange and handed it to him. He said tentatively, Don't cry, eat an orange. I'm not eating. I've already eaten. This is for Her Majesty. Mo Ran put the orange back into the basket and asked, Who is Her Majesty? Jiangxi said, What's the use? Didn't I ask him this question a long time ago? Sure enough, Nangong Liu said, Her Majesty. Her Majesty is Her Majesty. Who else could it be? Mo Ran wasn't discouraged. Instead, he asked a second question. Well, Her Majesty is Her Majesty. You're so loyal and sensible. Her Majesty will be very happy when she knows. Oh right, I've been asking you about Her Majesty, but I haven't asked you yet. Little brother, what's your name? Huang Xiaoye was impatient. He sneered and was about to speak when Jiangxi stopped him and shook his head. He also faintly felt that something was wrong. Nangong Liu, who was holding a basket of oranges, looked at Mo Ran for a while before saying timidly, My name is Nangong Liu. Mo Ran smiled and touched Nangong Liu's head. He asked calmly, Let's get to know each other. My name is Mo Ran. I'm 22 years old this year. What about you? I'm 5 years old. For a moment, there was complete silence. Although Nangong Liu's answer wasn't loud, The people around them were quietly looking in their direction. Therefore, his trembling "I'm 5 years old" was like a clap of thunder breaking through the sky, exploding in the hall. Almost everyone was stunned. If it weren't for the tense situation, many people present would have laughed out loud until tears flowed down their cheeks. 5 years old. 5 years old. 3 years ago, if they were asked to believe that the leader of the world's #1 sect would actually cower beside a basket of oranges and mutter, "I'm 5 years old," these people would probably rather believe that pigs could climb trees. However, at this moment, Nangong Liu clearly said this sentence. The group of people was dumbfounded. They froze in place and looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Jiangxi stepped forward and asked sternly, "What do you do in the palace every day?" Nangong Liu quickly shrank behind Mo Ran. He tugged at Mo Ran's sleeve and said, "Big brother, I don't want to talk to him. This uncle is so fierce." Jiangxi was speechless. Nangong Liu was older than him. Even in his dreams, he never thought that there would be a day when Nangong Liu would call him uncle. Mo Ran also couldn't stand it. If it was really a 5-year-old child, it would be fine. However, at this time, the person who pulled him was a man with wrinkled eyes. Mo Ran's mouth twitched. He coughed twice and comforted him. Okay, you don't have to pay attention to him. Then let me ask you, what do you do in the palace every day?" Jiangxi widened his eyes. At this time, he somewhat admired Mo Ran. This guy was really good. How could he tolerate this? "I pick oranges every day. After picking them, I wash them and carry them to His Majesty. I wait for him to come out and eat them." Nangong Liu said, "His Majesty likes to eat oranges the most. He can eat a whole basket of them every day. At the foot of the mountain, there used to be a kind of tree that only blossoms but doesn't bear fruit. His Majesty said it was boring, so they all changed to orange trees. I also think orange trees are good. The fruit is sweet." He talked endlessly. Suddenly, his eyes dimmed. It's a pity that His Majesty hasn't been in good health these days. After picking a basket of oranges, he can only eat half of them. Jiangxi caught the key. His Majesty hasn't been in good health recently. Nangong Liu was very vengeful. He pouted and puffed up his cheeks. "You're so annoying. I won't talk to you." Jiangxi held back for a moment, but he couldn't. He quickly turned his head and covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Huang Xiaoye asked with concern, "Master Jiang, what's wrong?" "Don't talk to me." Jiangxi frowned in disgust. He refused to look at the giant Nangong Liu squatting there. "I'm a little F***king disgusted." Mo Ran asked, "What's wrong with His Majesty?" It's just that he always coughs, and all he coughs out is blood. He's so skinny, yet he refuses to eat. Many parts of his body are rotten." As Nangong Liu spoke, her tears dripped down like a pillar with a broken string. She cried sorrowfully, "I'm so worried about him. If he's gone, what should I do? In the future, no one will play with me, talk to me, or feed me oranges." He still feeds you oranges? However, from what he saw last time at the Confucian Wind Sect, Nangong Liu and Xu Shuanglin had a blood feud between them. It was already a miracle that Xu Shuanglin didn't continue to feed his brother the slicing death fruit. Feeding it to Tangerine? He couldn't imagine it. Jiangxi fell into deep thought. "Many parts of his body are rotten," Xue Jingyong said. "It sounds like the backlash of the exquisite chess game." Mo Ran was also very clear about this. The exquisite chess game was one of the 3 forbidden techniques. If the caster didn't have enough spiritual power and forcibly controlled the chess pieces too many times, his body would slowly begin to fester. When he first started to cultivate in his previous life, his body had also festered, starting from his toes. At that time, Mo Ran was afraid of being discovered by Chu Waning, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Later, he invented the formation of unity, so he could continue to cultivate. Later, when he became the Emperor Ta, his spiritual power was abundant and vigorous. He didn't need the formation of unity to control thousands of troops and horses. However, the necrotic little toe on his left foot could never be restored. Mo Ran couldn't help but feel strange. The zombies outside were all controlled by the symbiosis formation. Only the zombies that could move freely in the hall were completely controlled by Shu Shuanglin's spiritual power. Since Shu Shuanglin couldn't control so many chess pieces, why did he do something that didn't make up for the losses? Trapped here, it was useless to think too much. Jiang Shi said, let's go forward. The door to the Dragon Soul Pool also needed a mechanism to open, but this mechanism wasn't destroyed. After it was activated, the front and back doors inlaid with the 7 stars array immediately rumbled. The stone door retracted into the wall, and the middle hall of the Confucian Wind sect's ancestral temple slowly revealed its appearance in front of everyone. It was a hexagonal sealed chamber. The walls were cold and damp, and there was a sculpture of a dragon at the ceiling. Its muscles and bones were distinct, and its eyes were wide open. The dragon held an oil lamp in its mouth. It was unknown what kind of oil was lit inside, but the light it emitted was actually a deep blue. In the center of the hall, there was a pool with blood-red foam bubbling and steaming hot steam coming out of it. Nangong Sai said, "This is the Dragon Soul Pool. The primordial spirit of the demon dragon is sealed in this blood pool." Some people wanted to get closer to take a closer look, but Nangong Sai said, "Don't look too much. This pool is full of evil qi. If you stare at it for too long, your mind will be scattered. Let's go." The group walked past the blood pool one by one under the leadership of Nangong Sai. They walked into the corridor behind the middle hall. Although it was dark and there was no light, Mo Ran could feel that they were walking uphill. After walking for about an incense stick's worth of time, Nangong Liu stopped. In front of him was a door that was narrower than the previous one, but it was decorated with jewelry. After this door is opened, we'll reach the exit of the tunnel after walking for a while. Nangong Sai said, after we go out, we will reach the last place in the Celestial Palace, called the Soul Summoning Platform. Shu Shuanglin should be on the Soul Summoning Platform. Huang Xiaoye suddenly asked, are there only these few places in the Confucian Wind sect's Celestial Palace? The front hall, the Dragon Blood Pool, and the Soul Summoning Platform? Yes. Is there no secret room? In a moment of impatience, he almost said that it was a treasure room. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Shu Shuanglin could also be in the secret room. Nangong Sai looked at him meaningfully. That kind of gaze made Huang Xiaoye somewhat anxious. Finally, Nangong Sai said, let's go to the Soul Summoning Platform first. To open this last door, they needed the blood of the Nangong clan. Nangong Sai smeared his blood on the eyes of the dragon engravings on the stone door. The mechanism on the door moved with a click, and then they heard a faint sigh. Huang Xiaoye was frightened. Who said that? Then he pointed at Nangong Sai and said, Brat, you're not playing tricks, right? Are you trying to trick us? Nangong Sai said indifferently, if Daoist Huang doesn't believe me, it's not too late to leave now. Sit in the main hall and wait. Of course, Huang Xiaoye didn't want to, but before he went in, he was careful. Along the way, he found that all the important doors required the blood of the Nangong clan to open. The legendary treasure room was probably the same. Therefore, before Huang Xiaoye entered the door, she unintentionally wiped her hand on the longan and secretly stained it with Nangong Sai's blood. All of a sudden, an empty voice rang out in this pitch-black passageway. Who is it? Huang Xiaoye had a guilty conscience. He was so startled that he almost jumped up. The others also looked around. Nangong Sai said, I am the 7th generation of the Confucian Wind sect, Nangong Sai. Wang Li respectfully welcomes. Master. After the voice slowly uttered these words, it returned to silence. Wang Li is the name of the devil dragon. Nangong Sai said to Jiang Shi, sect leader Jiang, please. Jiang Shi looked at the passageway in front of him. About 100 feet away, there was a white light. Presumably, that was the soul summoning platform. Jiang Shi took a few steps forward. Suddenly, the ground shook violently again. The empty voice sounded again. Wang Li respectfully welcomes. Master, what's wrong with this dragon? Jiang Shi frowned. It's saying the same thing twice. However, Nangong Sai's expression had already changed. He immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the soul-summoning platform. There was suddenly a faint flicker of light. Before he could see it clearly, he heard the hissing sound of spitting. Immediately after, a flood surged into the sky. Nangong Sai's pupils suddenly shrank. He shouted, "Run!" Chapter 223. What was rushing towards them was not a flood at all. They were clearly poisonous snakes converging into a stream. In an instant, the narrow passageway was in chaos. Everyone was pushing and shoving each other. In an instant, many were trampled to death. Jiangshi pushed Nangong Sai forward. "You go first. I'll deal with this." As he spoke, he released some sparkling powder from his sleeves. When the snakes smelled the powder, they all froze and curled up in place, not daring to move forward. Jiangshi angrily shouted to the front, "Calm down. Quickly retreat to the middle hall. Don't push." He suppressed the snake tide and quickly caught up with the main group. When he retreated to the stone door, he found Nangong Sai looking at the dragon relief sculpture. He asked Nangong Sai, "What's going on?" "The mystic dragon must be controlled." Nangong Sai said, "I want to go back and check the situation of the dragon soul pool." He was about to leave when Jiangshi grabbed him. "What about the snakes behind us? I didn't bring too much dispersing powder. After the effect of the medicine wears off, they will definitely come back." Yi Wangshi, who was standing at the side, said, "I'll do it." She had been taught in Confucian Wind Sect Dark City since she was a child, so she was better than anyone else at fighting in dark and narrow places. Although Nangong Sai didn't want her to stay, Yi Wangshi's expression was firm, and there really wasn't a more suitable choice other than her, so in the end, Nangong Sai could only pat her shoulder. "It's too dark here. I know you don't like it. Stay here for a while. I'll be back soon." Jiangshi and Nangong Sai were the last to leave the passageway. As soon as they came out, Huang Xiaoye rushed forward with a fierce posture. It really didn't look like an old man with white hair. "Nangong Sai, you still dare to say it wasn't you?" Nangong Sai had endured for a long time. At this moment, he finally reached his limit. He shouted angrily, "If it was me, can you still stand here? Go away, don't block the way." Huang Xiaoye was shocked at first, and then she pointed at his nose. Look, the mask is torn off, right? The fox's tail has been revealed, right? You've been pretending to be a grandson all this time, but now that you're in your territory, you're even speaking up. Do you think that you're still that all-powerful direct descendant of the Confucian Wind Sect? How dare you be so arrogant?" Huang Xiaoye. Other than Nangong Sai, there was another person who had reached his limit. Jiangshi really couldn't tolerate this. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Don't think that I don't know what you're trying to do by being so aggressive." Huang Xiaoye suddenly withdrew his hand. His expression changed, but he still forced himself to remain calm. "Sect Master Jiang, perhaps you can't understand this old man's feelings. I have a grudge against the Confucian Wind Sect for killing my brother. I really can't understand Daoist Huang's feelings." Jiangshi rolled his eyes and looked at him coldly. "I really don't have the slightest interest in the Confucian Wind Sect's hidden treasure room." His gaze was like two unsheathed blades. Huang Xiaoye suddenly took 2 steps back and stared blankly at Jiangshi. His lips opened and closed, but like a withered rat, not a single word came out of his mouth. Jiangshi said, "Nangong, you go and investigate." However, the Dragon Soul Pool was just a small pool with empty walls. They could see everything at a glance. After carefully looking around several times, they didn't find anything strange. Nangong Sai shook his head and said, "I'll go to the front hall and take a look." The front hall's furnishings were much more complicated, not to mention there were so many exquisite chess pieces. Nangong Liu had been left in the hall earlier. When Nangong Sai went in, he was hugging the basket of oranges and sleeping. He stood in front of his father for a while. His eyes were blank and empty, but they couldn't help but redden. He didn't dare to stand there for too long. He also didn't wake up his father, who was made into a chess piece. Instead, he looked at the chess pieces one by one, hoping to find some clues. Just now, when everyone was in the front hall, he didn't have the leisure to look carefully. He only knew that this place was divided into two parts, paradise and purgatory. At this moment, he looked around one by one and found many old friends. He saw his fourth uncle, who had always been at odds with Shu Shuanglin, deep in the purgatory and being roasted on a stove. He saw the maids in the Three Lives courtyard catching butterflies in the paradise area. He even saw his own grandfather. But Nangong Sai didn't have much time to feel sad because he suddenly felt that he was about to see a person, then he heard it. He heard it amidst the tide of murmurs. A trembling voice, as soft as a mosquito's cry, "Sire." Nangong Sai felt as if he was struck by lightning. Before he could turn around, tears welled up in his eyes. He turned around. In the hazy mist, he could only see a blurry sky-blue figure. He ran towards that figure in panic and shouted hoarsely, "Mother, mother!" Tears trickled down and fell. He could see clearly. In the paradise area, there was a person standing gracefully. It was Nangong Sai's mother, Rong Yang. Like Nangong Zhongying, this woman also had extremely strong willpower. In addition, Shu Shuanglin had retained the mentality of a chess piece in the main hall, so even if Nangong Sai was very different from when he was young, she could still recognize Nangong Sai when he entered her sight. She trembled and stretched out a stiff finger towards Nangong Sai with great difficulty. "Sai, The clothes that Rong Yang was wearing were the same clothes that Nangong Sai had worn when she last saw her. As he knelt in front of her, it was as if he had returned to the past, to that ordinary night at the Confucian Wind sect. The mother went to the child's study to find him. Outside the window, the moon was full. Nangong Sai knelt in front of her and raised his head to look at her. He had a lot of things he wanted to say, but in the end, the only thing that came out was a trembling sentence, "Anyang. The world praises but does not advise, the world criticizes but does not discourage." Time was reversed. His mother, who used to be strict, stood by the window. She frowned and asked, "What's the previous sentence?" She stammered, but she couldn't answer. Later, she died too suddenly. When he knelt in front of her dark coffin, he was still unable to recite the last scripture that his mother had asked him to recite. After more than 10 years, the dust had finally settled on this sentence: praise throughout the world but don't advise, criticize throughout the world but don't be disheartened. He knelt in front of her, still in the same posture as when she left that night. Their figures finally overlapped with those of that year. It was just that at that time, they were full of resentment, but now, they were heartbroken. And at that time, they were beautiful, but now, they had become someone else's chess piece. Rong Yang stroked Nangong Sai's hair and cheeks. Finally, she grasped his blood-stained hand and closed her eyes. "Sire, mother's body is now under someone's control. I'm like a piece of meat on the chopping block. I can lose consciousness at any time. But sire, you have to believe. Mother's words are sincere. They are all what mother was thinking before she left. Although mother hates your uncle's actions, mother is also grateful to him. Mother, if he didn't turn me into a chess piece, how would I be able to see you again, tell you?" Rong Yang slowly and stiffly bowed. She trembled, reached out her hand, and then tightly hugged Nangong Sai. Before mother left, the thing that mother regretted the most was. She choked, but it wasn't because she was going to be controlled by Shu Shuanglin again. She hugged her child so tightly. She said with a trembling voice, "The thing that I regretted the most was that I had never hugged you properly like this. I have never hugged you like this. Sire, mother also loves you." Nangong Sai was already sobbing. I know, mother, I already knew." Suddenly, the earth began to shake again. Rong Yang suddenly shivered, opened her eyes, and muttered, "Wang Li's blood contract is about to be torn." "What?" "Wang Li's blood contract is about to be torn. I'm here, I can see it every day." Rong Yang suddenly became nervous. "Sire, nothing can happen to you. I have to stop him. I have to stop Nangongshu." Nangong Sai wiped her tears and pulled her mother. "Mother, what did you see here? What blood contract is about to be torn? Listen." Rong Yang paused, and her pupils contracted. For a moment, it seemed that she was about to be controlled again, but she gritted her teeth and used her body to resist the control of Zhenlong Heizi, listen, Nan Gongshu collected 5 divine weapons. These 5 divine weapons have drunk the blood of 10,000 people. Together, they can sever the bond between Mo Long and the Nangong family. Sever the bond? That's right, the dragon tendon was the first to be severed. Nangong Sai was terrified, so those zombies that suddenly appeared outside were actually freed because the dragon tendon was severed? That's right. Rong Yang said in a hoarse voice, the second one is the dragon scale. Nangong Sai suddenly thought of those poisonous snakes that they encountered just now. They should have been transformed from the dragon scale. The third one is the dragon tail. Nangong Sai turned pale. That vibration just now, was it because the dragon tail was severed? That's right, then the dragon head, and finally the dragon body. Rong Yang said, once Nan Gongshu successfully uses the 5th divine weapon, the entire Jiao Mountain will lose control. No longer recognize the Grand Chief as its master. Her expression became painful again, and she couldn't say anything else. Xu Shuanglin seemed to have sensed her actions and was trying his best to invade her body. Rong Yang wailed in a low voice, her slender pale fingers tightly buried in her hair bun. No, mother. Sire. His voice made her suddenly wake up. She was like a person who was dying of thirst who found a sweet spring. She tightly held him, her expression was somewhat panicked and helpless. It was a helplessness that he had never seen on her face before. Nangong Sai's heart ached as he held her in his arms. When he was still a child, his mother was always very cold and very serious, she rarely hugged him. Now, he could finally protect his mother. Although it was just a mirage, it was just a body that hid some of the consciousness from when she was alive. Even the soul was no longer there. It was enough. Rong Yang's body was bent, she slightly trembled in Nangong Sai's arms. After a long time, she raised her head again, her face was full of tears of blood that flowed out of her precious chess piece. Nangong Sai's throat was bitter, he raised his hand to help her wipe, but no matter how he wiped, it was still dirty. No matter how he wiped, the bloodstains could not be wiped away. He painfully closed his eyes. Rong Yang said, I can feel him, he has already noticed me. I don't have much time left. Listen, he cut off the blood contract, in order to re-establish the contract with Mo Long. At that time, her consciousness was blurred, it was difficult for her to continue. But Nangong Sai suddenly understood, the last bit of blood on his face disappeared. At that time, Wang Li will only listen to his orders. We in Jiao Mountain, none of us can escape? It can't be like that, it can't be like that. The mother and son unexpectedly spoke in unison. Nangong Sai lowered his head to look at his mother. Mother, do you know what to do? Nan Gongshu's cultivation is not good enough. Rong Yang's face flashed a trace of coldness. He can't control the precious chess piece at all, so there was a backlash. Because of this, I can understand some of his inner thoughts. I know what to do, listen to me. Rong Yang held Nangong Sai's arm, her eyes swept over every inch, and finally fell on her husband. Because of the earthquake just now, Nangong Liu was awakened, he was holding his basket of oranges, looking around in a daze, as if he did not know what to do. She stared at him, like an eagle staring at a snake in its cave. Someone needs to die. Rong Yang's red lips opened and closed. Sire, go and kill him. Chapter 224. Exclamation point. Nangong Sai was shocked. Mother! The demon dragon contract can only be strengthened by the Nangong family's blood sacrifice. Rong Yang said, only you or him. So of course it's him. He's already a chess piece, a walking corpse. Besides, why should he live? He's not loyal to his husband, not strict to his father, and not respectful to his emperor. He's not fit to be a human. Who knows why Nan Gongshu released him from the curse of the 1,000 cuts fruit and only let him become a fool? Nangong Sai froze in place, as if he had also become a chess piece. He was so stiff that he couldn't move. Sire, I can't do it myself. Now only you can throw him into the Dragon Soul pool and let his blood flow into the pool. His one lowly life can be exchanged for everyone's safety. It's also his good karma after death. Before he could react, he suddenly heard someone shouting from the dragon soul pool, "What's going on? Where did these beetles come from?" Beetles. Then, screams came from the hall, one after another, along with the shouts of Shuizhengyong, Jiangxi, and the others. Rong Yang said anxiously, "Hurry up. The dragon tail blood contract has been broken. There are 2 more contracts left. Once they're completely broken, even if we throw him into the blood pool, it'll be useless." Nangong Sai was awakened by her shout. "What's there to hesitate about?" Rong Yang said, "He's the one who did evil everywhere and caused the Confucian Wind sect to be in this state today. Sire, wake up quickly. There's no other choice. She suddenly became speechless. Then, her eyes rolled up slightly, and her pupils contracted rapidly. Xu Shuanglin seemed to be unable to bear it and controlled her with his most ruthless spiritual power. Rong Yang no longer had her own consciousness. A dreamy expression reappeared on her face. She slowly got up and walked towards the side of bliss. She returned to the inconspicuous spot where she had been at the beginning. Her eyes were empty as she murmured softly, "Sire, tell me, what's the sentence before that? What's the sentence before that?" Nangong Sai was trembling. He knelt on the ground and trembled. He wasn't controlled by anything, but he felt that there was no way out. The world praises but does not advise, the world destroys but does not dishearten. This was what his mother wanted him to do. It was so difficult. It was really difficult. When he was young, it was difficult to memorize the difficult Xiao Yaroyu, or to make him hit the red heart 9 times out of 10 arrows. Now, she was telling him that she wanted to use his father's blood to strengthen the blood pact with Jiao Mountain. He listened to the mournful cries outside. Just from the sound, he knew how terrifying the awakened dragon tail would be. He thought of Yi Wangxi again, the Yi Wangxi who was still facing the snake tied alone in the darkness, waiting for him to investigate everything and return as soon as possible. "Sire!" his mother murmured behind him. He slowly pulled out his sword and walked toward Nangong Liu. Hate. How could he not hate? He looked at this man. How could he not hate him? He dug out his mother's heart while she was still alive. He had an affair with the sect leader of Jiang Dongtang. He harmed Villa Master Li of Baitan village. He destroyed Confucian Wind sect and left behind a pile of mess and a bad reputation. He and Yi Wangxi were frightened and had nowhere to go all day long. They were like stray dogs. How could he not hate him? He raised his sword, and the snowy light illuminated Nangong Liu's face. His face, which was no longer young, had a bit of serenity and calmness that only a child would have. Nangong Liu looked at Nangong Sai. Nangong Sai's hand trembled. He turned his head and said, "Get up." "Who are you? Why do you want me to get up?" "I want to sit here. I want to wait for His Majesty." "What His Majesty?" Nangong Sai angrily shouted at him. His heart was thumping, and blood was rushing through his veins. "That's your younger brother. Where are your prospects, Nangong Liu? That's your younger brother. Even if he's my younger brother, he's still His Majesty." Nangong Liu was shocked and shrunk into a ball. "Don't be so fierce. Why are you crying?" "Am I crying?" Nangong Sai thought in a daze. Am I crying?" Bitter and salty tears rolled down and fell to the ground together with the sword. Nangong Sai suddenly knelt on the ground and wailed. Why was it like this? He hated him. He thought he could really hate him to the point of forcing his father to go to the Dragon Soul Pool with him and reforge the blood contract between Jiao Mountain and Wangli. Why couldn't he hate him? It was this person in front of him who made him homeless and his family destroyed. Why couldn't he hate him? But he really couldn't do it. When the sword light illuminated this person's face, when he saw the wrinkles at the corner of this person's eyes, what he thought of was actually when he was still very, very young, stumbling as he chased after Neo Beijing in the Howling Moon grassland. His legs were unsteady, and in the end, he fell. Rong Yang stood in front of him and said to him who was crying loudly, "Stand up by yourself." It hurt. But it really hurt. He struggled and tried hard, but he couldn't stand up. He stretched out his hand and begged his mother to hold him and pull him up. But Rong Yang didn't stretch out his hand. He never stretched out his hand. In the end, another big warm hand picked him up from the ground and hugged him. The sun shone down and he saw a face. A young, kind, gentlemanlike face that was always kind and kind. Aya, our sire also needs someone to help him up sometimes. This person stroked his soft hair, his eyes very gentle. If you can stand up by yourself, what do you need a father and a mother for? That was Nangong Sai's earliest impression of his own father in his memories. In this spacious hall full of living dead, the only living person staggered, stumbled, and climbed up by himself. He got up, but soon knelt down again. He kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Rong Yang, then got up again and turned to leave. Suddenly, his sleeve was pulled. The person who pulled him was actually Nangong Liu. Nangong Liu fished out a tangerine from the basket and handed it to him. After thinking for a while, he peeled a piece and handed it directly to his lips. Don't cry, although I don't know what you're going to do. But tangerines are sweet and very delicious. I picked them. Have a taste. Nangong Sai didn't want to eat it, but the piece of tangerine was right next to his lips. Nangong Liu handed it to him, just like how he fed him countless times when he was young. The sweet and sour juice spread between his lips and teeth. Nangong Sai fiercely wiped his tears, finally made up his mind to throw down the long sword, turned around, and strode out of the front hall. He came to the side of the Dragon Soul Pool where the chaotic battle was. The beetles transformed from the dragon's tail were too fierce. Many cultivators had already died in battle, and the ground was covered in blood. Because the beetles were too small, Chu Waning, Jiang Shi, and the other great grandmasters could only protect a few people behind them. The scene was a mess, like boiling soup in a cauldron. No one noticed Nangong Sai coming in. He walked into the hall. A few hours ago, he lost his spirit core and thought that he would be reduced to a mortal for the rest of his life. At this moment, he suddenly felt that fate knew that he was ambitious. Although it was not kind to him, it was not kind to him in the end. The only thing he owed was, his gaze fell on the tunnel leading to the soul-summoning platform. Yi Wangxi. Nangong Sai suddenly broke into a smile. Fortunately, in the end, he didn't have time to thank her for not leaving and for her unswerving determination. Fortunately, he didn't have time to tell her that he finally understood her good intentions, her feelings, and that he was willing to be with her forever. Otherwise, for no reason, he would implicate her, then, plop. Then what? He didn't finish thinking. If he did, he probably wouldn't have the courage to do it again. He didn't finish thinking, so the boiling blood pool swallowed him up. He didn't finish thinking, but turned into bones and melted into ashes. The last thing he had time to do before he died was to untie the quiver at his waist and throw the quiver embroidered by his mother, as well as the howling demon wolf, Neo Beijing, to the side of the pool. Nangong Sai felt that the moment he melted into ashes, he seemed to still be conscious, but it didn't hurt. He seemed to clearly hear the sound of the quiver landing safely on the ground, Neo Beijing's whining, and Chu Waning calling his name. He lost his rare composure. He wanted to respond. Master, I recognize you. How can I not recognize you? Actually, I remember. That year, under the flowering tree, we kowtowed to each other. But you didn't want me. I also had my pride. I was afraid that you didn't like my foundation, so I pretended that I was too young at that time and had forgotten. Later, you were willing to recognize me, but I was also afraid of implicating you. It's fine now. I have a master. I carried the carefree travel for my mother. Yi Wangxi and Neo Beijing are fine. Right, I didn't expect to be able to eat a piece of orange before I died. That person, personally peeled it. It was the same taste as when I tasted the orange that she fed me when I was young. So sweet. Nangong Sai's soul suddenly scattered. Everything faded away. Everything became illusions of the past. The past and the old dreams were all in the past. They belonged to the blood contract. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the Dragon Soul Pool. Wherever the light touched, the dragon roared and the sword roared. It destroyed all the dragon-tailed beetles, dragon-scaled snakes, and the dragon tendons that were holding up the corpse tied outside. They were all crushed into ashes and powder. When Yi Wangxi rushed out of the passageway covered in blood, she saw Nangong Sai's figure at the moment when she fell into the pool. She saw the blood pool that was illuminated by the dragon light. She saw all the cultivators looking at the blood pool, the sobbing and helpless Neo Beijing by the pool, and Chu Wanning who was hugging Neo Beijing. Her sword fell to the ground with a clang. Sai. Her voice was hoarse, and it almost cracked the sky. At this moment, Yi Wangxi's entire body was covered in wounds. The light of the Dragon Soul pool gradually dissipated. Mo Ran walked to Chu Wanning's side. Chu Wanning lowered his head and closed his eyes. The hand that was holding Neo Beijing was pale and cold. Because of his forbearance, light blue veins were slightly protruding under his skin. Master, Chu Wanning didn't say anything. In the end, he just put Neo Beijing beside Yi Wangxi, together with Nangong Sai's quiver. He stood up. There was moisture in his eyes, but when he looked at the passageway leading to the soul-summoning altar, the moisture condensed into frost. He didn't say a word. Heaven's ask flowed with golden light in his hand. He walked towards the dark passageway. Mo Ran followed him, and the disciples of the Peak of Life and Death followed silently. No one asked, and no one said anything. They all understood what it meant to be the vanguard, but they all followed. No one backed down. Then it was the treading in Snow Palace, Lonesome Moon Night. Before entering the passageway, Jiangxi pointed at a few healers and disciples who were guarding the passageway and said, "You all stay here and take care of the injured, especially Miss Yi. If these people who didn't die lose their lives, a whole year's worth of salary and spirit stones will be deducted." Yes, Sect Master. The door leading to the soul-summoning altar had already been opened. After suffering losses along the way, they came to the last place in the Confucian Wind Sect's ancestral temple Heavenly Palace. Finally, they arrived at the soul-summoning altar. The soul-summoning altar. Chapter 225. Chu Wanning was the first to walk out of the tunnel. Unlike the narrow tunnel, when he stepped out of the last stone step, what entered his eyes was a large and empty platform. It was difficult to see the end of it, as if it was a pure land floating above the 9 heavens. At this time, a bright moon was hanging in the sky. The high platform was lonely and barren. When he looked up, he could only see gusts of cold wind and hazy clouds. At the center of the high platform, there was a person sitting there. Xu Shuanglin. The people behind him came out one after another, but when they saw Xu Shuanglin, they all fell into a daze. Xue Jingyong was even more shocked. What is going on? Another person gasped and whispered, "Heavens, how could this be? Is he dead or alive?" Mo Ran walked towards him. The closer he got, the more goosebumps he saw. Xu Shuanglin was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. The right half of his body was completely rotten. It was impossible to see the shape of a human. Pus and black water constantly gushed out from his body. The stench was overwhelming. In front of him, to the left, and to the right, there were 5 extremely fierce divine weapons. Mo Ran's fingertips couldn't help but curl. He saw the no return. The no return stabbed deeply into the ground. A faint green glow climbed up from the ground and finally merged with the radiance of the other 4 weapons into a stream. It surged into Xu Shuanglin's heart cavity, illuminating Xu Shuanglin's bony face, making it flicker between light and dark. Behind Xu Shuanglin, there was a mass of black smoke spiraling and twisting. It seemed to be some kind of enchantment that was about to take shape. The others followed one after another. Huang Xiaoye muttered in disbelief, This is the martial spirit technique." Xuemeng didn't know what the martial spirit technique was. Just as he was about to ask his father, he turned his head and saw Xue Zhengyong's pale face. Obviously, he didn't believe that someone would use this kind of technique. "What the hell is this?" It was clear that Shuemeng wasn't the only one who didn't know about the martial spirit technique. Another junior asked softly. Chu Wanning stared at Shu Shuanglin's face and said, "The martial spirit technique is to offer one's soul to the bloodstained divine marshal and make a contract with it. After death, one's soul will be devoured by the weapon spirit of the divine marshal and become a sacrifice to refine the divine marshal." Sacrificial weapons? Shuemeng was stunned. Why would you do that? Because he doesn't have enough spiritual energy, Chu Wanning said. This is a method that can rapidly and greatly increase one's strength. He offered his soul to Shenwu, and Shenwu lent his power to him. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a faint sigh. Almost everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Shuemeng unsheathed Dragon's sword and stared at Shu Shuanglin's face. Shu Shuanglin slowly opened his eyes. Under the moonlight, he raised his head. Half of his face was normal, but the other half was a puddle of smelly mud. "Grandmaster Chu. Everyone, you still found me." He supported himself with one hand on the ground and stood up shakily. His eyes swept across the faces that were either vigilant, disgusted, or fearful. He didn't care. His normal eye moved, and there was even a kind of malicious teasing and evil aura in it. However, he scanned the area again and again, but did not find the existence of that person. The malicious smile on his face froze and disappeared. Shu Shuanglin fiercely shouted, "Where's Yi Wangxi?" Shuemeng angrily said, "You think you're worthy of mentioning her name? What did you do to her?" Shuemeng was even angrier. "Why do you care? You're such a heartless person without blood and flesh." What right do you have to worry about Yi Wangxi? Worry about her? This word seemed to provoke Shu Shuanglin. He was stunned at first, then narrowed his eyes and seemed to slowly calm down. "No, why would I worry about her? How ridiculous." "Jiang," she said coldly, "why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Kill him." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and the Snow Phoenix sword appeared in his palm. He was about to slash at Shu Shuanglin when a black shadow as fast as lightning blocked his attack. Jiang Shi raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. "Grandmaster Mo, why are you stopping me? I have something to ask him," Mo Ran said as he turned around. His eyes flashed with a complicated light. He pursed his lips. He seemed to want to say more, but in the end, he only spat out 4 words. "Where's your partner?" Shu Shuanglin slowly, he was like this, but he could still slowly, and rubbed his toes. Mo Ran noticed that he didn't wear shoes today. "I already said that he's my partner." Shu Shuanglin revealed his eerie white teeth and smiled. The smile on one side of his face looked very bright and carried a trace of ridicule. "Then you should know that I definitely won't tell you. I, Shu Shuanglin, still understand the code of brotherhood in Jianghu. You heroes, gentlemen, don't waste your time." He deliberately glanced at the ghost in Mo Ran's hand and said, "There's no need to use other interrogation methods. At worst, I'll just cut off my own tongue. I always have a way to not tell the truth." Shuemeng seemed very astonished. Someone like you actually has the nerve to talk about the code of brotherhood in Jianghu. That's strange. Why can't I talk about the code of brotherhood in Jianghu? Shu Shuanglin said, "Friends help each other, brothers respect each other, teachers are kind and disciples are filial. The good enjoy peace and the evil receive punishment. This is how the world should be. Do you think that only people like you can understand this principle?" Shuemeng was dumbfounded by his thick skin. She pointed at him and said, "Brother, brother, brother and brother. Teachers are kind and disciples are filial." "You?" Shu Shuanglin said slowly, "Yes, so what? Do you still have any sense of shame? You're the one who fought with your brothers. You're also the one who instigated Nangong Liu to eat Luo Fenghua's spiritual core. You've done all kinds of bad things, and you actually have the nerve to say that this is how the world should be." Faced with Shuemeng's series of questions, Shu Shuanglin grinned and didn't deny. Instead, he suddenly said, "Little brother, how old are you this year? Why are you asking this? It's fine if you don't tell me." Shu Shuanglin looked him up and down and said, "I think you're around 20 years old. 20 years old people are always hot-blooded, innocent, and arrogant. thinking that there's nothing in the world that they can't do. He paused and said with a smile, "It's really the best age." The radiance of the divine martial spirit on the ground continued to flow, continuing to give him strong spiritual power. He used this spiritual power to maintain his control over the thousands of precious chess pieces and resist the counterattack of the chess pieces. But even so, his skin was festering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xu Shuanglin didn't care. He seemed to not see his body being swallowed by the evil spirit. He paced back and forth in front of the coiling barrier behind him. 20 years old. Do you know what I was doing when I was around your age? What else could you have been doing? Shuemeng said with righteous indignation, who doesn't know what you did? You stole the sect leader's ring and replaced your brother as the sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect. In just 2 months, you killed 2 high lords from the upper cultivation world. Later, someone came to you to ask for an explanation, but you dug out all their eyes. You damn pervert. You're unjust, heartless, and deaf. You're everything. If I were like you and did these things when I was 20 years old, I'd rather die at the age of 12. Xue Jingyong saw that he was agitated and was afraid that he would attract Xu Shuanglin's attention. He whispered, "Meng don't talk too much. Don't." Little did he know that this sentence was heard by Xu Shuanglin. He smiled and waved his hand. Go on. Why don't you talk too much? Shuemeng saw that he was still smiling. His expression was like watching a parrot flapping its wings and singing on a shelf. He was full of amusement. He couldn't help but feel hot blood rushing to his head. He said angrily, You're really shameless. You're incurable. What's there to be shameless about? What you said is nothing, Xu Shuanglin said. You said that I stole the sect leader's ring. Since ancient times, high positions have been occupied by the capable. My brother is a good-for-nothing. He doesn't know anything, but he can still make a name for himself by relying on his smooth tongue. People who haven't actually competed with him think that he's one of the best and call us the Confucian Wind Duo Gongzi. We're on par with each other in terms of spiritual power and magic arts. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Me and him? Xu Shuanglin slapped his forehead and sneered, Don't be ridiculous. Since I was young, I could beat him with one hand and use 4 legs. You want me to be on par with him? When I was cultivating all day long, he only knew how to act spoiled in his mother's arms and peel oranges to eat. When I practiced in winter and summer, he didn't study in spring, and the hot summer was perfect for sleeping. Later, in order to get a proper reputation at the Seoul Mountain Conference, he played tricks behind my back and enjoyed the fruits of my labor. What happened after that? You put the name of plagiarism on the hardworking people, but you gave him the good name of the world's most outstanding person. Is this fair? Shuemeng hesitated, but still insisted, but you didn't have to go to this extent. Nonsense. It's easy to just stand there and talk. It's easy to criticize others with empty words, but when it comes to yourself, it's a completely different face. If it were you, would you be able to tolerate something like the Seoul Mountain Conference? Shuemeng was caught off guard by his counterattack. She was stunned. If it were him, would he be able to tolerate it? Hundreds of people in the venue are pointing at you and saying that you are shameless. The ranking and applause are all his, and all that's left for you is an injustice that you can't wash away for the rest of your life. Your hard work are utterly defeated in front of his brilliant tongue. Is this fairness? Seeing that Shuemeng was stunned and speechless, Xu Shuanglin sneered, Let's talk about the matter of me killing the 2 leaders. Of the 2 of them, one knocked on the wooden fish all day long, reciting Namo Amitabha better than anyone else. The other was awe-inspiring, an upright and plain-spoken gentleman whose reputation was known throughout the world. But for their own selfish interests, they expressionlessly pushed me into the bottomless abyss. Let me ask you all, why should I spare their worthless lives? When the people of the 2 sects heard him talk about the former leaders like this, their faces turned green and purple. They wanted to refute, but they couldn't say anything. In the end, Master Shenjing of Wubei Temple sighed softly, closed his eyes and put his palms together. Revenge breeds revenge. When will there be an end to it? Yes, when will there be an end to it? Everyone wants to end their hatred, but why me? Xu Shuanglin said each word angrily, but his face was still smiling. His smile was light and even a little sarcastic. If I slap you and then say that revenge breeds revenge, when will there be an end to it? If I don't let you slap me back, would you be willing, bald donkey? Someone said angrily, Nan Gongshu, clean your mouth. How can you talk to your senior like that? I'm also your King senior. Xu Shuanglin smiled and said, little darling, you better watch your mouth. Huang Xiaoye twisted his beard and said, Nan Gongshu. Before he could finish, the other party gestured for him to stop. He pulled the corner of his mouth, which was half intact and half rotten, and said, let's discuss. Can you call me Xu Shuanglin? I don't like the name Nan Gongshu. Huang Xiaoye flicked his sleeves and said, even if you want to seek justice, you should have done it long ago by killing the two leaders. What's the reason for gouging out so many people's eyeballs? Xu Shuanglin said cheerfully, in the past, I tried to reason with you. But no one listened to me. He paused for a moment, then chuckled. What happened after that? I became a lunatic, but you guys wanted to drag a lunatic into a debate about black and white. You gentlemen. Interesting. He clapped his hands. This is so interesting. Mo Ran, who had been standing at the side and hadn't said anything, suddenly asked, so, you want to be fair, right? Xu Shuanglin's gaze moved up inch by inch, moving to Mo Ran's face. The two of them looked at each other on the cold stone platform. In Mo Ran's eyes, Xu Shuanglin's figure gradually blurred. It was as if he didn't see the man in front of him with rotting limbs. He saw another figure through Xu Shuanglin, wearing a pearl crown and a black and gold robe. He saw the Emperor Ta, he saw himself in his previous life. On the way here, we met Nangong Liu. He called you Your Majesty, and you gave yourself the title of God, Mo Ran said. You became the emperor of this heavenly palace, holding the power of judgment. Whatever you say is right, whatever you say is right, whatever you say is wrong, whatever you say is wrong, whatever you say is wrong. Life and death are all up to you. Is this what you call fairness? Xu Shuanglin was silent for a moment, then laughed coldly. Mo Ran saw the Emperor Ta laughing coldly, his pale and handsome face full of ridicule. So what if it is? You saw it too. I used to believe in you gentlemen, believed in the so-called fairness of the world, but what happened in the end? He paused, pacing back and forth in front of the divine battle array, his eyes flashing with excitement. It was you who worshipped cowards as heroes, and trampled heroes under your feet. It was you who treated hard work as dirt, and turned the latrine into an altar. It was you who saw flattery as friendliness, and pride as arrogance. You did all kinds of evil things, and trampled me into the mud. Then you tell me that no matter how many sins I have suffered, even if I am framed by my brothers, even if I am not fully clothed and humiliated, that is my own business. No matter what, I should not vent my resentment on innocent people. Ha, what a joke. Mo Ran saw the Emperor Ta's cold laugh become more and more exaggerated, and gradually turned into a hideous grin. You weren't the one who was condemned, and you weren't the one who bore the groundless accusation. Of course you can say all kinds of beautiful words. And I'm just using my own way to seek justice in the world, that's all. Justice in the world? Mo Ran stood opposite the Emperor Ta, and he asked, how many people have you killed for your own justice in the world? You self-proclaimed yourself as the emperor, and there are piles of bones and blood under your feet. Don't you have the slightest bit of repentance? What is there to repent for? I killed them, but I will give them a chance to be reborn. They will all become my chess pieces, and from then on, everything they do will be under my control. From then on, black and white will be clear, and good and evil will be clear. This is justice in the world. Mo Ran was silent for a while, and said, it seems that you really think of yourself as the ruler to measure the world. I am this ruler. Xu Shuanglin stood in the wind. He was Nan Gongshu in everyone's eyes. He was the Emperor Ta in Mo Ran's eyes. He said, look at the front hall, don't you think it's beautiful? The good people all live and work in peace and contentment, while the ugly people are burned by fire, cooked in a cauldron. Whoever stabbed others with a knife, Let them stretch out their neck to be killed. Every debt will be settled clearly. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Is there anything wrong with that? Moran said, you really think highly of yourself. Then he heard the Emperor Ta reply, why should I look down on myself? In my opinion, this is the best karma. For a while, no one said anything. Most of the people were shocked by Xu Shuanglin's crazy words. Before they came, many people thought that Xu Shuanglin did all this for power, for personal revenge, and so on. None of them thought that Xu Shuanglin would think that everything he did was right, for the sake of justice. But in this world, who could be the fairest ruler? Even the Temple of Heavenly Music might not be able to do it. Moran stood in the same place. After a while, his heart finally calmed down a bit. He looked at the Emperor Ta who was standing opposite him. The crown disappeared, and his handsome face sunk in and became charred black. He blinked. The person in front of him was Xu Shuanglin, not the Emperor Ta. Because Xu Shuanglin's actions were too similar to his actions in his previous life, he actually had the illusion that he was talking to himself through time and space. Okay, then can I understand that as the chess pieces in the hall, even if you don't supply enough spiritual power, you still want them to keep their minds when they were alive. You have built your own state in this heavenly palace. From now on, you are the God, the Buddha, the Emperor. You have divided the world into two. Good is good, evil is evil. This is the fairness you want. He said this passage. At the same time, his mind was like a blizzard, quickly flashing through many fragments of memories related to Xu Shuanglin. In his previous life, in order to save Yi Wangxi, Xu Shuanglin died under his sword. Standing barefoot in the Sansheng courtyard, Xu Shuanglin laughed and teased the parrot. Beside the Jincheng pond, Xu Shuanglin asked his elder brother for a piece of tangerine as a reward. The tangerine tree on Jiao Mountain, Nangong Liu, whose mind returned to its childhood, Luo Fenghua, which was snatched back from the Avici hell. One by one, they all came together and rushed into his mind like a tsunami. Moran raised his dark eyes. There was neither ridicule nor disdain in those eyes. He just looked at him calmly. Am I right, Nangongshu? Call me Xu Shuang. No, you are called Nangongshu. Moran stepped forward step by step. He looked at the man whose flesh and bones were festering. He knew that there was no one present who knew better than him what Nangongshu was thinking at this moment. They were both people who had been forced into a dead end. The Emperor Ta in his previous life, and Xu Shuanglin in this life, were the same. He saw everything clearly. He stared at Xu Shuanglin's face and did not miss the slightest change. He stopped and suddenly looked down. The sky is so cold, and the ground is so cold, Moran said softly. Nangongshu, why don't you wear shoes? The smile on Xu Shuanglin's face suddenly froze. However, he quickly froze his sparkling eyes and said, I don't want to wear shoes. I want to. Do you like Yi Wangxi asking you this question? That day when I went to Sansheng Villa and saw you for the first time, you didn't wear shoes. Moran said, she was the one who told you to wear them. I'm afraid you didn't notice the satisfaction on your face. Moran stared at Xu Shuanglin's face. That was the answer he had guessed in his heart when he was on Feihua Island and looked at the blazing hellfire on the opposite shore of Lini. Nangongshu, you've been hoping that someone would notice your bare feet. You've been hoping that someone would tell you. Xu Shuanglin, who had been smiling all this time, suddenly had a trace of fear on his face. He took a step back, wrinkled his nose, and said with a ferocious expression, shut up. Moran naturally would not shut up. He looked at Xu Shuanglin. What was originally just a guess turned into reality when Xu Shuanglin suddenly reacted violently. Moran looked at him. He felt that he was not looking at Xu Shuanglin, but the him from his previous life who was trapped in the darkness and could not escape. Put on your shoes. The ground is cold. Suddenly, Xu Shuanglin leaped up like a cheetah. Light and shadow flashed, and Xu Shuanglin suddenly pounced on Moran and grabbed him by the collar. The normal human hand and the smelly ghost claw grabbed him at the same time. Xu Shuanglin's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and said, Shut up. You shut up. Okay, before I shut up, I'll say one more sentence. Don't say. Shu Shuanglin was almost desperate. He was like a dragon who had its reverse scale pulled out. Blood flowed out like a stream. Don't say, Yi Wangxi, you really look like Luo Fenghua. Shu Shuanglin's voice was casual, but it drained all of his strength in an instant. He was speechless and stood on the ground blankly. Some of the people around them who had seen Luo Fenghua and Yi Wangxi were stunned. In their minds, they recalled these two completely different people. They were not related, and even in the turbulent world of mortals, one had already died, while the other had just been born. But with this reminder, they suddenly realized. It was really like that. Yi Wangxi's every move, even his temperament, voice, and expression were exactly the same as Shu Shuanglin's teacher, Luo Fenghua. Shu Shuanglin suddenly withdrew his hands from Mo Ran. His fingers twisted ferociously. He buried his face in his palms, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Xue Meng muttered, Is he crying? Crying? That's impossible. Shu Shuanglin buried his head in his palms. After a long time, the trembling of his shoulders became more and more obvious. A twisted and strange smile leaked out from between his fingers. Ha! That smile spread like ripples. He suddenly put down his hands and laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha, similar? That's nonsense. Grandmaster Mo, have you seen Luo Fenghua? You only caught a glimpse of his corpse when the Avici Hell opened. How can you say they look alike just based on that one glance? Aren't you a bit too confident? Since you yourself mentioned the Avici Hell and Luo Fenghua's corpse, Mo Ran said, then let me ask you, where is he? Shu Shuanglin's eyes were ruthless. His smile suddenly tightened. What do you mean, where is he? In your territory, good and evil punishment, whether it's good or bad, it's all under your control. But you didn't even kill Nangong Liu in the end. You even removed the curse of his Linkai fruit. I don't know why you did that, but since he's here, there's no reason for you to abandon Luo Fenghua. Your spiritual power is insufficient, and you want to offer your soul to Shunwu. But Jin Chengkai and Peach Blossom Spring fought against you several times. I know that your strength isn't so weak. Shu Shuanglin, the reason why you can't hold on is that, besides using the exquisite chess game too much, there's another reason. That's the second forbidden technique you've been painstakingly cultivating all these years. Mo Ran paused for a moment. His knife finally pierced down. Did your rebirth technique finally save Luo Fenghua from the 18 levels of purgatory? Before he finished speaking, Shu Shuanglin's face had turned ashen. He was about to say something, but suddenly, the black formation behind him that had been circulating all this time emitted a white smoke. Xue Jingyong, who was experienced on the battlefield, reacted the fastest. Oh no, there's something behind that formation. Chapter 226. Everyone's weapons were drawn. Xue Jingyong shielded Xue Meng behind him with a pale expression. Meng, don't go over there. Stand behind me. Just now, when everyone saw the martial spirit array, they naturally didn't want to break it. This was because once the martial spirit array was broken by someone else, Shu Shuanglin's spirit energy would quickly deplete, and it was very likely that he would immediately die. No one expected that Shu Shuanglin would hide another array under the martial soul array. What kind of array was it? Was it a space crack for escape? Furthermore, it was a ferocious blood curse in a life and death struggle. Chu Wanning raised his hand and placed a barrier between them and the array. Nangong Sai had died in front of him. He didn't want to see more young cultivators die in front of him. Chu Wanning said, "Be careful. Don't be rash." The sky suddenly darkened and the clouds gathered. The bright moon hanging high in the sky was covered by thick, ink-like clouds. In an instant, sand and pebbles flew everywhere, confusing everyone. Shu Shuanglin was dressed in a pure white unlined garment. He stood in the middle of the sudden gale and suddenly grinned at them. Many thanks for listening to my idle chatter for so long. Thank you, everyone. The formation is open. As he spoke, the withered ghost claw pointed backward, and the black array formation surged into his palm like a flying dragon. After this layer of array formation was withdrawn, it revealed the spell formation flowing with multicolored light below. Xuemeng was shocked. What array is this? Is it the array of rebirth? Xue Jingyong turned to ask Master Shenjing of Wubei Temple, but the master shook his head. Although Huizue is proficient in the Tao of rebirth, he has never shown it in front of others. Therefore, I don't know about it. Everyone was staring at the array. Each and every one of them was like a bowstring pulled to its limit. They were waiting for Xu Shuanglin's slightest move. The air was quiet to the extreme. Only the whistling of the strong wind could be heard. They were like a pot of oil that seemed calm but was actually burning hot. Only one drop of water was needed. It's the corpse soul array. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Hua Bainan recognized the formation at first glance. He yelled, "Corpse soul formation. Xu Shuanglin wants to summon Luo Fenghua's corpse demon to take us down with him. Quick! We can't let the formation take shape." Hearing the 3 words corpse soul array, almost everyone panicked. They all knew that this was an evil secret technique that was second only to the 3 great forbidden techniques. It was an evil technique of the alchemy sect. As the #1 alchemy grandmaster in the world, Han Lin's sacred hand's words could not be wrong. Jiang Shi was also a person who was proficient in using medicine. Since he was young, he had heard of the corpse soul formation like thunder. Thus, his reaction was much faster than normal people. He rushed in front of the barrier and pulled out his silver phoenix. His spirit energy exploded as he fiercely attacked the center of the barrier. Zheng. The sword and saber collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Xu Shuanglin quickly appeared in front of the corpse soul array and blocked Jiang Shi's attack with his saber. His eyes were cold and sharp. "This is what I want for the rest of my life. Don't even think about taking half a step closer." Jiang Shi was furious. "Is this what you want for the rest of your life?" Xu Shuanglin gritted his teeth. Nonsense. His hand that was holding the sword couldn't stop trembling. His veins were bulging, and his cheeks were flushed. Jiang Shi said, "You're already covered in wounds." Even if you turn into a corpse demon, what can you do? Drag a few more people down with you? What corpse demon? What do you mean by that? Open your eyes and take a good look. Where is this? Swoosh. Just as Jiang Shi was restraining Xu Shuanglin, an arrow infused with spiritual power shot out from somewhere and stabbed towards the barrier behind the 2 of them at an extremely fast speed. "Don't!" Xu Shuanglin, who had always been calm, let out a horrifying scream for the first time tonight. "Stop!" Almost in the instant he was distracted, Xu Shuanglin was struck by Jiang Shi's falling sword. In an instant, blood spurted out wildly. He was in so much pain that he suddenly knelt on the ground. However, his eyes were filled with madness and despair. He was not looking at his own flesh that had been cut off and his white bone exposed. His eyes were about to split open, but he was looking in the direction of the barrier. His face was still spattered with blood. His eyes were bulging, and his lips couldn't stop trembling. That type of terrified expression, regardless of whether it was the past Nan Gongshu's face or the later Xu Shuanglin's face, had never appeared before. He was trembling, but his palm was still in the position of releasing spiritual power. He had used almost all of his strength in this attack just to stop that cold arrow in front of the formation. He succeeded. Xu Shuanglin gasped for breath. Blood kept flowing out of the arm cut by Jiang Shi, and blood foam kept seeping out of the corner of his mouth. But when he saw that the arrow was successfully blocked and shattered under his spiritual power, his pale lips trembled and he squeezed out a smile. At this time, Mo Ran heard Shamai murmur beside him, This isn't the corpse demon array." Huang Xiaoye heard his words. Huang Xiaoye twisted her beard and snorted, "You're so young. Aren't you ashamed? How can Han Lin be wrong when he says it's the corpse demon array?" Shamai shook his head firmly. "The corpse demon array isn't like that. I say, are you the one with the poisonous eyes of the medicine sect's holy hand or are you?" Shamai was about to say something, But Mo Ran stopped him. "Shamai, don't talk nonsense with this old man." Mo Ran said, "Are you sure this isn't the corpse demon array? It just looks like it, but it definitely isn't. The corpse demon array has a fish scale luster. Although this array has light, it's coherent, not in a sheet shape." At this time, Jiang Shi, who was in front of the array, said angrily, "Nan Gongshu, what are you selling?" Xu Shuanglin completely ignored him. The formation emitted a dazzling brilliance. He dragged his battered body all the way to the front of the formation. Blood dripped all over the ground. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. The brilliance of the array illuminated his face, giving him a high-spirited look. For a moment, he looked like a young man. He murmured, "It's almost time." He raised his hand and lightly touched the surface of the array. As his fingers fell, ripples appeared. He felt like he was about to see an old friend he had been separated from for many years, a relative he had been separated from for a long time. His hideous wounds and rotting body couldn't stop his joy. His eyes brightened, and he kept murmuring, "It's almost time. It's almost time, just a little bit more." The surging wind suddenly stopped, and the thick clouds dispersed, revealing the full moon in the sky. Xu Shuanglin opened his eyes full of hope. He was trembling again, but this time, it wasn't because of fear, but because of excitement, uncontrollable excitement. "Master," everyone noticed that a golden light suddenly appeared in the array, and then a sparkling and translucent spiritual nucleus appeared. The array kept sending light to the center of the spiritual nucleus, and it gradually condensed into a human shape. "It's Luo Fenghua? It's Luo Fenghua." Luo Fenghua, who had been dead for many years, appeared on the soul-summoning altar of the Confucian wind sect. An orange tree with blooming flowers appeared in the array flowing with golden light. White petals fluttered down. Luo Fenghua was sitting under the tree, wearing the sky-blue crane robe of the Confucian wind sect. He was playing the konghu with his eyes closed. He was still an illusory figure, a blurred image, like a mirror image of the moon in the water. Only the spiritual nucleus of the reborn ghost fetus obtained from the netherworld was real. It was emitting light under the illusory body. 3 or 4 petals fall in the pond, 1 or 2 strings on the shore. A faint male voice came from the center of the spirit core, unperturbed. Luo Fenghua under the flowering tree was singing a tune from the middle of Sichuan. "It's best to be in the prime of your life. Light hooves and fast horses, see all the flowers in the world." Suddenly, a hoarse voice blended together with Luo Fenghua's illusory voice. It was actually Xu Shuanglin singing along. That voice was choked with sobs and was too unpleasant to listen to. It was like a broken gong, like rotten iron, but it was still so stubborn, as if there was no one else present. This is the corpse demon." Xue Jingyong was stunned. What's going on? Obviously, more than one person had the same doubts as him. Even Jiang Shi frowned slightly. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. There seemed to be doubts in her eyes. As the golden light floated, Luo Fenghua slowly took shape. His eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips became clearer and clearer. In the midst of Center Yuan's serene singing, Hua Bainan suddenly shouted, "Quick! The corpse demon is about to take shape." Shamai had been very low-key along the way. He probably knew that his body was weak, so he didn't talk much. But now, he suddenly turned to Hua Bainan and said loudly, "Senior Sacred Hands is wrong. This is not the corpse demon. It's the array of rebirth." Mo Ran already understood. Yes, Shamai was right. This was not the corpse demon array, but the array of rebirth. But in a group of people gathered together, would they believe a nameless cultivator or a famous sacred hands of the medicine sect? As soon as Hua Bainan said that the corpse demon was about to take shape, no matter how much Shamai refuted, for most people, saving their own lives was more important. Immediately, a dark green shadow flew past them. Before Xu Shuanglin could react, the shadow stabbed a dagger full of spiritual energy into the barrier. No. The dagger smashed Luo Fenghua's spiritual core. The golden light of the barrier flickered for a moment, then dissipated and fell apart. No. No. Master. Master. Xu Shuanglin suddenly crawled to his feet. With a furious roar, he struck that person high up in the air and sent him flying about a foot away. That was a cultivator who had listened to Hua Binen's instructions at the critical moment. He suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Xu Shuanglin had used all of his strength in this strike. Even though he was now an arrow at the end of its flight, that person was still beaten to the ground and could not get up. He curled up on the ground and kept moaning. Soon, he stopped breathing. But it was too late. This cultivator's death couldn't change anything. The spiritual core of Luo Fenghua's spiritual core, which Xu Shuanglin had tried so hard to take back from the 18 levels of purgatory, had already cracked open. He crawled all the way to Luo Fenghua and tried to hold on to the hem of Luo Fenghua's clothes, but the human figure had already begun to dissipate. In his hands, the hem of Luo Fenghua's clothes was like sand between his fingers, water in a basket. He couldn't hold on to it no matter how hard he tried. "Master! Master!" he shouted like this at first. Then, he went crazy. His eyes flashed with a ferocious and trembling light. Luo Fenghua! Luo Fenghua! It was useless. No matter how he shouted, no matter how he called. Luo Fenghua's after-images were rapidly dissipating. In the end, they turned into thousands of fluorescent lights in an instant and were blown into the wind. Nothing was left. Xu Shuanglin knelt in the same place in a daze. His entire body seemed very stiff. He didn't move. He didn't cry. He didn't shout anymore. On the soul-summoning platform, in the chilly wind, a cracked spiritual core lost its light and fell to the ground, dim and colorless. The spiritual flow of the array, which was originally going to converge into Luo Fenghua's regenerating limbs, was now like thousands of catkins, constantly floating and spinning. Specks of stars, floating and sinking. Xu Shuanglin knelt in this disintegrated illusion. After a long time, he seemed to be muttering to himself, but also seemed to be laughing at himself. He said, "It's best to be in the prime of one's youth. Light hooves and fast horses, seeing the ends of the world. What a good song." When he was young, he often heard Luo Fenghua sing this song. The spiritual catkins in his eyes became the past years. In the fluttering golden catkins, he saw the scene when he first saw his master when he was young. At that time, he and his brother were still young. His father brought them to the front of the Confucian Academy. It was autumn, and there was an old orange tree in the academy. On the tree, there were heavy fruits. Under the tree, two men were talking. One of them was not handsome, and his expression was light. He looked like he would be drowned out in a crowd. The other was valiant and dignified. His father brought them over and said, "Quickly, greet your master." His brother immediately rushed to kneel down and said to the man with the extraordinary temperament, "Little disciple Nangong Liu greets master." The man waved his hand and said, "I'm just here to ask Mr. Luo for some knowledge." "I'm not your master." "Young masters, you've got the wrong person." His father also smiled and led them to the man who didn't look very outstanding. He said, "This is your master, immortal Luo Fenghua." He raised his head and met Luo Fenghua's somewhat bashful smile. At that time, Luo Fenghua was already young, and when she was nervous, she appeared even more immature. Her pair of round eyes reflected the reflections of the two little disciples, and her cheeks were slightly red. The old school leader took his hand and said, "Immortal elder, these two children of mine have very different temperaments. The suitable cultivation path for them may not be the same. In the future, I'll have to ask you to be more tolerant and teach according to their aptitude." Luo Fenghua was holding an orange in his hand. He seemed to be trying to tidy up the dignity of a teacher, but the hand that kept rubbing the orange exposed his inexperience and shyness. Nangong Liu was very clever. He immediately went up and called out sweetly, "Master Luo, Master Luo." Luo Fenghua's face immediately turned red. Even the tips of his ears were covered in blood. He waved his hand and said, "No, you don't have to be so polite. I'm also a new teacher. I don't know anything. In the future, I'll have to ask the two young masters to give me more advice." He said for a long time, not knowing what to say. Xu Shuanglin clearly remembered that day when the sun shone on Lini. This Luo Fenghua, who was more like a little brother than a master, stood under a tree full of oranges in the sunlight. His ears were very thin. When the light shone on him, he could see the light blue blood vessels under his skin. The thin edges of his ears reflected a sparkling orange-yellow. Xu Shuanglin then said the first sentence of his life to Luo Fenghua. "Immortal Luo, are you 20 years old this year?" This was originally a sarcastic sentence. Even his father, who was standing next to them, could hear it. However, Luo Fenghua did not hear it. He actually smiled and answered sincerely, "No, I'm 17 this year." Xu Shuanglin moved his lips. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He simply waved his hand and left. His father pulled him back and pulled him to a corner. He said sternly, "Xu, how can you judge a person's ability based on age? He's not much older than us. Previously, we invited Immortal Wang, but you said he was too old. Isn't it because he's old?" Xu Shuanglin rolled his eyes. 97. I think he's about to die and become an immortal. 17 won't do. 97 won't do. What do you want? Xu Shuanglin said lazily, "Dad, can you not look for someone twice? There's an 80-year difference between the two times." The old sect leader was angry. He was embarrassed by his son's words. After gnashing his teeth for a long time, he finally said, although his ability is not the best, he has a wide range of knowledge and is very knowledgeable. His spells and martial arts are all top-notch. Anyway, you just have to learn from him. If you're still not satisfied after a year, we'll change again. After talking for a long time, the two of them came out from the corner. When they returned to the front of the academy, Xu Shuanglin saw that his brother was actually chatting happily with Luo Fenghua. Looking at his brother's expression, it seemed that he had known this Master Luo for more than 10 years. However, this was not too strange. After all, Nangong Liu had the ability to talk to anyone as long as he was willing. On the other hand, Luo Fenghua was still a little anxious and reserved. When he looked up and saw Xu Shuanglin, his anxiety and reserve became even more obvious. He looked at Xu Shuanglin with an impatient face as he was dragged by his father to come to him. He hesitated for a while and used the most clumsy way to please this perverse and willful little disciple of his. He handed the orange that he had been holding but had not eaten to Xu Shuanglin. Xu Shuanglin was speechless. "It's very sweet. Try it." The 17-year-old little master looked helpless and panicked. He even looked a little pitiful. Only then did Xu Shuanglin notice that on the corner of his clothes, there was even a flat patch. So poor. He was able to become the master of the two young masters of the Confucian Wind sect. No wonder he was so anxious and impatiently begged him. "I don't like to eat oranges," Xu Shuanglin said, "since Master Luo wants to stay here and not leave. This is the first thing I want Master Luo to remember." "Xu." The old sect leader was about to scold him, but Luo Fenghua waved his hand and quickly took back the orange. He said, "It's okay, it's okay. Lord, you don't have to worry about it. Sigh, I'm a rude child. I don't know how to respect my master. I've wronged you. It's okay." Luo Fenghua smiled and looked at Xu Shuanglin again. His eyes were gentle and friendly, but he was also a little cautious. "Actually, it doesn't matter whether you acknowledge me as your master or not. I have some knowledge. You can learn from me. You don't have to acknowledge me as your master." The old sect leader hurriedly said, "How can that be? Titles are all empty." Luo Fenghua's cheeks were red. He scratched his head uneasily. "Actually, I also feel that I'm a little too young." He turned his head and said to Xu Shuanglin, "If you don't mind, you can call me by my name in the future." Xu Shuanglin looked at him quietly for a while. Suddenly, he sneered. Just as Luo Fenghua, this poor honest man, was confused by him and became more and more embarrassed, he straightened his clothes and properly bowed to him. Then, he raised his face. The fragrance of the orange trees and the shadows moved. Xu Shuanglin smiled. His eyebrows were arrogant and domineering, and the corners of his mouth were slightly arrogant and evil. However, he was still young at that time. When he smiled, there was naturally a trace of tenderness and sweetness like a peach. That's right. Titles are all empty. So, why should he care so much about what he called the other party? Thus, Xu Shuanglin lazily and unhurriedly called out, Shizun. The orange leaves rustled, mottled, and flowing all over the ground. The wind started to blow. Forget it. I just have to make do with this one master. In less than a year, it's time to find the next one, he thought. At that time, Xu Shuanglin really thought that everything was as usual, and that today was just an ordinary day in his life. Chapter 227. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. On an autumn day 2 years later, Xu Shuanglin was lying on the roof of the Confucian Wind sect's main hall. He squinted his eyes and looked at the red clouds in the sky with a strand of green foxtail in his mouth. Very few people would go to the roof of the main hall. It was originally a place where he was alone, but at this moment, there were 2 people sitting on either side of him. One was his older brother, Nangong Liu, and the other was Master Luo, who was about the same age as them. Xu Shuanglin felt that he was sometimes very much like some kind of beast that bared its fangs, not easily allowing others to enter its territory. Therefore, he also did not know why, when he was willing to take these 2 people to the roof, to accompany him in a daze, to watch the clouds, to watch the dragonflies fly low, and to watch the catkins float high. Liu, Xu, where are you? His father's anxious and slightly angry voice came from under the veranda. Really, every time I ask them to help clean the courtyard, they run faster than rabbits. These 2 little bastards. Aya. Nangong Liu quietly poked his head out from the corner of the roof and showed his eyes. He saw his father hurrying over and then retracted his head. Haha, they're gone. The old man is also stupid. Xu Shuanglin lazily crossed his legs and looked at him disdainfully. He never knew to come to the roof to look for us. Luo Fenghua was a bit uneasy. Is it okay for us to do this? Sai, why don't you go down in a moment? Don't make Lord worry. What does it matter? Anyway, even if the sky falls, we'll hold it up. Nangong Liu made a face at him. What are you worried about, Shu? Am I right? Xu Shuanglin didn't say whether he was right or wrong. He spat out the foxtail in his mouth, stretched, and sat up straight. Give me some melon seeds. Nangong Liu poured more than half of the melon seeds he brought up into Xu Shuanglin's hand. Xu Shuanglin slowly ate the melon seeds while squinting his eyes. He looked at Luo Fenghua with amusement and uneasiness. He licked off a piece of melon seed on his lips and smiled. Is Shizun scared? I just don't think it's a good idea. What's wrong with that? Xu Shuanglin said, if the old man blames you, I'll give him a hard time. Luo Fenghua. Xu Shuanglin then extended his hand to Luo Fenghua. Give me an orange. I thought you didn't like it. Xu Shuanglin frowned. You're so long-winded. Are you going to give it to me or not? If not, I'll grab your ankles and throw you down. Shu, don't be so fierce when you're talking to Shizun. What Shizun? That's for outsiders to hear, Xu Shuanglin said. Which Shizun would sneak onto the roof with his disciple to eat melon seeds? Luo Fenghua was embarrassed by his words and slowly lowered his head. Xu Shuanglin loved to see him like this. Every time he saw him like this, he felt like a bully bullying the weak. He stared at Luo Fenghua for a while and suddenly grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Shizun Gij, am I right? Shizun Gij was a nickname that Xu Shuanglin came up with on a whim. It was respectful and affectionate, but there was also a hint of teasing hidden within the intimacy. Thus, Luo Fenghua appeared very anxious and sad. No, don't call me that. A nickname is just a formality. Shizun Gij said it himself. Luo Fenghua, after teasing him, Xu Shuanglin extended his hand again and pestered him again. An orange. You don't like it? I only brought one. It's for Liu. Xu Shuanglin's eyes widened, but he didn't glare at Luo Fenghua. Instead, he turned his head and glared at his older brother. Nangong Liu was stuffing pastries into his mouth when he suddenly choked. He waved his hand vaguely and said, "Well, I don't really want to eat oranges today. Shizun, you can give it to him." Luo Fenghua thought for a moment and said, "You can each have half." This path is full of aura-refining stones. Without shoes, it's easy to absorb spiritual power. The weather is so cold. What does this little bit of spiritual power count for? Hurry up and put it on. Look at you, your toes are red from the cold. TSK, you are so long-winded and troublesome. Although he said that, Shu Shuanglin still slowly put on the shoes. He didn't follow the rules and casually pulled on the shoes. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked Luo Fenghua, "What's wrong? Are you free now? Do you want to go outside with me and stroll around the lantern market? Our Liu hasn't finished his homework yet. I have to finish smoking and then he can." Before he could finish speaking, Shu Shuanglin interrupted him. He raised his chin and said with an arrogant look in his eyes, "My brother is an idiot. If you want to watch him do his homework, then you'll have to spend the entire Lantern Festival night. Don't waste it." Luo Fenghua smiled good-naturedly and said, "But it's fine. I don't really like crowds." Shu Shuanglin glared at him for a while. Suddenly, he angrily kicked his shoes and sent them flying far away. Luo Fenghua was stunned. "What's wrong with you?" I'm not wearing. Get lost, get lost. Wear shoes. It's cold. I'm not wearing. Get lost. Are you angry?" Shu Shuanglin had a disgusted look on his face. "I'm angry? What's there to be angry about? You and my brother are both idiots and paupers. There's nothing better than celebrating a festival together. Let's go. Don't pay attention to me." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and walked forward casually. At that time, he actually hoped that Luo Fenghua would chase after him. Even if his feet were red from the cold, he didn't care. He was going to kick off both his shoes and wait for someone to call him from behind and tell him in a panic that he was going to catch a cold. Shu Shuanglin walked forward expectantly. But after waiting for a while, Luo Fenghua didn't chase after him, nor did he call out to him. He paused and couldn't help but slow down his pace. He walked until he was about 100 meters away and was about to reach the city gate. Still, no one called out to him. He cracked his knuckles and thought to himself, forget it. He didn't have any playmates since he was young anyway. For many years, he walked around alone during the Lantern Festival. What's the big deal? He walked down the steps. Level 1. Level 2. Finally, he suddenly turned around. His nose wrinkled and his face changed. He couldn't help but shout, "Luo Fenghua." In fact, Luo Fenghua didn't leave. He stood there with his shoes back. He was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. When he heard Shu Shuanglin's shout, he suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes widened and he said blankly, forget it." He really had to hand it to him. So that year during the Lantern Festival, he and Shu Shuanglin stayed by Nangong Liu's side. Nangong Liu was extremely vexed as he tried to memorize the magic scroll. He rolled his eyes and recited, 1 kun 5 fen below the precordium is the Duke acupoint and the heart screen. When hit, one will lose consciousness. Below the right lung acupoint. Below, what was that again? He scratched his head and said, I can't remember again. Stupid. I'll let you die from your stupidity. Shu Shuanglin knocked his brother's head with the bamboo scroll. His face was full of anger. The next half of the point, hit with your arm and you'll wake up. If you don't recover after waking up, you'll die after 100 days. The Shurafen acupoint on the navel belongs to the small intestine and stomach meridian. You'll die after 28 days. This is the 9th time. Why didn't you die from your stupidity? Nangong Liu looked very depressed. He leaned on the table and sighed. Then he looked up and blew a strand of soft hair on his forehead. I also feel that I'm very stupid. If only I was as smart as you. Impossible. Shu Shuanglin said firmly, dream on. The warm curtain was lifted and closed. Luo Fenghua, who had just gone out to cook Lantern Festival, came back. He was wearing a thick cloak, and his pitch-black hair and curled eyelashes were dotted with tiny bits of snow. Under the illumination of the fire, his ordinary-looking face was somewhat pleasing to the eye. It was like the light of spring, but the falling snow was beautiful. You've been memorizing for a long time. Eat some Lantern Festival and rest for a while. Luo Fenghua brought the wooden tray over. There were 3 bowls of Lantern Festival, 1 for each person. Nangong Liu cheered and immediately rushed to the table. He was about to reach out his hand when he was pulled back by the person behind him. Xu Shuanglin's face was gloomy. Why are you in such a hurry? You have no manners. Where's your thanks? Nangong Liu was speechless. He seemed to be surprised that his most unruly younger brother would actually go against him at this point. What are you doing? Seeing her brother squinting his eyes dangerously, Nangong Liu quickly waved her hands. At the same time, she also bought herself a good girl. Flicking her sleeves, she bowed deeply. She raised her head and jokingly said, Xiaonu thanks master for the gift Luo Fenghua. When Xu Shuanglin saw how mischievous this guy was, he felt both angry and amused at the same time. He thought about it and guessed that this guy had probably learned this from a novel, so he said, all right, eat some snacks. Luo Fenghua rubbed his somewhat stiff and red hands and put them to his mouth. Xu Shuanglin helped him remove his cloak. He was somewhat flattered. Ah, you don't have to trouble yourself. Xu Shuanglin was too lazy to pay attention to him. He asked indifferently, is it snowing outside? Yes, it just snowed. I don't know if it will pile up tonight. We can have a snowball fight tomorrow. Master. This sudden address was definitely not respectful, but mocking. How old are you? Luo Fenghua smiled and his eyelashes were soft. Xu Shuanglin looked at him and couldn't help but feel gentle in his heart. However, when he noticed this gentleness, he felt ashamed and angry for no reason. He hurriedly looked for any reason to vent. Luo Fenghua didn't let him down. He quickly found a reason. He pointed at a patch on the cloak and said disdainfully, are you very poor? You've been in the Confucian Wind sect for so long. Why don't you throw away this piece of junk? If you wear it outside, people will think that we're bullying you. Are you stupid? Luo Fenghua immediately became nervous. Even if this is broken, it can still be worn after mending it. When I think about how many people in the lower cultivation world are suffering, I can't eat and drink well. The money to buy a cloak can buy more than 10 talismans and give them to people who need them. It's so good. Xu Shuanglin's finger was still poking at the patch. He glared at him angrily. There was a hint of sweetness in his evil smile, and there was a kind of self-satisfaction that came from teasing people. I lied to you. The handwriting in the ball of paper was neat and tidy, and every stroke was very serious. It said, I hope that the 3 of you, Luo Fenghua, Nan Gongshu, and Nangong Liu, can be family and friends for the rest of your life. Eat oranges together, share pastries together, and climb the roof together. From a young age to a head full of white hair. Chapter 228. On the soul-summoning platform of the Confucian Wind sect, Xu Shuanglin looked at the specks of golden light drifting in the night sky. He suddenly felt that it was very similar to the paper he threw into the furnace on the snowy night of the Lantern Festival. It burned to ashes in an instant. Only a few sparks remained, burning him through the years. He looked at Luo Fenghua, Nan Gongshu, and Nangong Liu. They could be family and friends for life. But Nan Gongshu was no longer in the human world. The one standing here now was Xu Shuanglin. He was a madman, a demon, and a Xu Shuanglin who crawled back from the depths of hell to claim the lives of all the upright gentlemen in the world. Nan Gongshu was no longer in the world. He was just like his name, drifting and drifting in the boundless world. As time passed, even the bones and tendons of the cliffs were broken. Not to mention this tiny willow catkin. After so many years, the willow tree grew old, the maple tree withered, drifting and drifting. What he saw was not the Tianya flower, but the blood that covered the mountains and the plains, and the overwhelming hatred. But why did he still involuntarily teach the things that Luo Fenghua taught him in the past to Yi Wangxi without sparing any effort? Why did he feel compassion when he saw a true gentleman and kind person? Why did he stop being ruthless? Why did he cry? Xu Shuanglin knelt on the soul-summoning platform. He finally lost his voice and wailed. Tears flowed down his ugly, twisted face. He rubbed the spiritual core that held Luo Fenghua. He finally cried until his voice was hoarse and his throat was torn apart. It was as if every inch of his voice was dug out from his throat and blood. Shizun. Luo Fenghua, he had calculated everything. He was full of madness and hatred, distortion and longing. He used his whole life to set up this trap. Was it ruined just like that? He thought of the Holy Mountain Sword Conference. He was full of resentment. Later on, his father passed on the position of Nangong Liu. He was unwilling to accept it and seized the position in anger. He still remembered his father's old and pale face, staring at him in disbelief. The position of sect leader is mine. He gripped his father's throat and slowly tightened his grip. His expression was cold and ruthless, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. If father doesn't want to destroy the 100 years of foundation of the Confucian Wind sect, then I will take it. You are already old, you can rest now. Shu he closed his eyes and didn't allow his father to continue speaking. The meridians in his hand suddenly bulged and he heard a heart-piercing crack. It was the strange sound of a throat breaking. He took off the Confucian Wind sect's ring and pressed it against his lips. The thumb ring was cold, but not as cold as his face. I just want justice. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Father, you don't have to hate me in the underworld. He turned around and left. The scene in his memories changed. It was the first night after he usurped the throne. The servants were cleaning up the bloodstains from the battle. His father was dead, Nangong Liu's family was locked up in the water dungeon, all those who tried to rebel against him were suppressed. Everything was settled. For a moment he did not know what to do. He lit a stove in the courtyard and made tea for himself. He was the only one in the courtyard. He rubbed the glittering sect leader's ring on his thumb. Henceforth, he was the lord of the Confucian Wind sect. Needless to say, those outsiders who schemed against him at the Soul Mountain Conference naturally had to be chopped up and killed. But he didn't know how to deal with his older brother, and he didn't know how to deal with Luo Fenghua either. Dusk gradually deepened, the golden crow set in the west. Seeing the sky gradually darkening, Xu Shuanglin finally made up his mind to go to the water dungeon to see his elder brother and master who were being held captive. He took several attendants with him. Halfway there, the last ray of sunlight was swallowed up by the dark night. He shivered and suddenly felt his body was a little cold. His head was also a little dizzy. Lord, what's wrong? Xu Shuanglin waved away the servant who wanted to help him. He said, it's nothing. I suddenly remembered there's something I haven't dealt with properly. I'll go back to the main hall first. You don't have to follow me. He suppressed the pain that was becoming more and more obvious. He put on the hood of his cloak and strode toward the main hall of the Confucian Wind sect. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. Even if he could endure it, he couldn't take it anymore. After running for a while, he pushed open the door and went in. Then he closed the door heavily. Lord! You guys stand guard at the door. Don't come in and don't act rashly. If there's anything strange, report to me immediately. After giving the orders to the guards, Xu Shuanglin gasped for breath and staggered into the depths of the hall. He abruptly took off his hood, and when he lowered his head to look, he found that his skin and flesh were all chapped and cracked, and there were hideous scars everywhere he looked. His first reaction was that his father had cursed him. But then he felt that it was impossible. That old man was already beyond cure. He didn't even have the strength to use magic. How could he do such a thing without anyone noticing? Then what was going on? It was too painful. His muscles and bones were broken, and his flesh was hideous. He couldn't stop convulsing and trembling by the window. His knuckles were pale and twisted. He lay on the ground and scratched out red marks. It was really too painful. He didn't dare to shout, nor did he dare to call for a doctor. The situation was not stable yet. As the leader of the rebel army, how could he reveal even half an inch of weakness? He kept gasping and groaning in the main hall, rolling and twitching in pain. He kicked and kicked. Under the severe pain, he inadvertently pulled down a part of the curtain and fell on his body. The moonlight outside the window was blocked. He suddenly felt the pain abate. He was drenched in cold sweat. He shrank under the curtain and gasped for breath. After a while, thinking that the pain had passed, he pulled down the curtain again and sat up straight, wanting to stand up. Who would have thought that when the moonlight shone, his skin and flesh would split open again, and the pain would penetrate his muscles and bones? Xu Shuanglin suddenly realized that he might not be able to shine the moonlight. So he staggered up and struggled to close the window tightly. He hid in the darkest place in the main hall, where he couldn't even see his own fingers. His breathing gradually calmed down. The pain disappeared. His bleeding skin and flesh also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xu Shuanglin felt something was amiss. Therefore, he wrapped himself in a cloak so that not even the slightest bit of skin was exposed. He hurried to the library and rummaged for half the night. Finally, he found a scroll of past records in his grandfather's bookcase. It turned out that the first-generation sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect, Nangong Zhongying, once had a great battle with Gun. Although in the end he defeated the evil beast and suppressed it under the Golden Drum Pagoda, he was cursed by Gun. That ancient evil beast belonged to the yin attribute, which was closely related to the night and the moonlight. It cursed the successive generations of Confucian Wind sect leaders. As long as the moonlight shone on them, their skin and flesh would be torn apart, and the pain would penetrate their heart and bones. And every full moon night, the yin aura was the strongest. Even if they did not shine the moonlight and hid in the darkest place, they would still feel tormented. Therefore, for several hundred years, this had always been the Confucian Wind sect's biggest secret. Successive generations of sect leaders had always kept it a secret, for fear that someone would take advantage of this opportunity to break in. Even if it was their own son, they would not reveal the truth until the last moment. It was really ironic. He had gone through so much trouble, but what he obtained was actually a cursed position of power. The next day, Xu Shuanglin came to the water prison. Nangong Liu and his wife Rong Yang were locked inside, while Luo Fenghua was being held in another secret room. He did not go to see Luo Fenghua, but first went to his older brother's prison. Ashu, what are you doing? What are you doing? As soon as he saw him, Nangong Liu was extremely excited, but his hands and feet were sealed by the curse, so he could not move at all. He could only kneel on the ground and cry to his younger brother, "Are you crazy? Is it necessary for you to go to this extent for the position of sect leader?" After a night of torture, Xu Shuanglin's complexion was still weak. He sneered, "I'm just taking back what I deserve. You stole my swordsmanship and ruined my reputation. I'm only 20 years old, Nangong Liu." He paused, his eyes cold. "I'm only 20 years old, but you let me see a lifetime of mediocrity." He slowly walked over, his robe touching the ground, and then lowered his face, staring at his older brother's face. "Nangong Liu, trash like you have the ambition for power, and want to stand out. Then what about me?" He said slowly, "I'm more hardworking than you, more talented than you, I'm better than you in everything, but I can't compare to your tongue." He pinched Nangong Liu's chin, and used 2 fingers to pry open his tightly shut mouth. He stared at the slippery, sticky, light red thing inside. "It's really a sharp weapon that kills without spilling blood. Cut it." Nangong Liu opened his eyes wide in horror, but because his mouth was blocked, he could not speak. He could only whimper, saliva continuously flowing down. "Don't cut it." Xu Shuanglin sneered, "It's fine if you don't cut your tongue. Seeing that you and I are brothers, I'll kill you quickly." It'll be my mercy. As soon as he let go, Nangong Liu wailed, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No, isn't it about the spiritual mountain conference? You take me out, I'll give you justice in front of the whole world. It's too late." Xu Shuanglin took out a snow-white handkerchief, wiped his hands, and glanced at him indifferently. "No matter what you say now, the whole world will only think that you were forced to admit it because of my pressure. The dirty water you poured on me can never be washed clean." Before Nangong Liu could speak, he heard a woman's sharp voice next to him. "Nan Gongshu, I know you were wronged in the first place, but what do you think you are doing now? You killed your own father, deprived the sect leader's ring, and now you want to kill your brother. How can you be so cruel?" "Oh, senior sister Rong," Xu Shuanglin smiled slightly, "if you didn't speak, I would have forgotten that you were here." Although Rong Yang was restrained by the curse and was also kneeling, her expression was fierce and stubborn. Although there were tears in her eyes, there was no weakness. I really misjudged you." "So what if you misjudged me?" Xu Shuanglin smiled. "You were the one who gave me the sachet, and you were also the one who married Nangong Liu. You were the one who betrayed me first. Sister-in-law, how can you bring up the past with me now? You're not going to tell me that you were forced by him, right?" Rong Yang's face turned pale. She seemed to have something to say, but in the end, she bit her lower lip and slowly closed her eyes. Tears flowed down her cheeks. The knife was already in his hand, shining with a cold light. No. Shu, you can tell me anything. I can talk to you about anything. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Could it be that you're in the wrong place?" Xu Shuanglin wiped the knife. The corner of his mouth still had that evil smile. "Nangong Liu, now I'm the sect leader, and you're a prisoner. You have nothing in your hands, and you still want to talk terms with me? What are you going to use as a bargaining chip? Your dog life? I can work like a horse for you. I can be your slave. I'm willing to do anything. As long as you're willing, I can return senior sister Rong to you." Rong Yang suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head, extremely angry. Nangong Liu. Nangong Liu was scared to death. He ignored his wife and just sobbed to his brother, "As long as you let me go, please let me go, that's enough." Xu Shuanglin lazily patted his face with the hilt of his knife. "Do you think I'd touch an orange that you've already licked? Then I can still. Nangong Liu racked his brains, but couldn't think of anything, only tears and snot running down his face. In the end, he burst into tears. "Shu, we once said that we'd eat pastries together, and climb rooftops together. We cultivated together, celebrated the Lantern Festival with Master, and learned to play the zither. Have you forgotten all those days?" Xu Shuanglin's expression darkened, but in the end, he just sneered and didn't answer. He raised his knife, and after a while, he swung it down. Wait a minute. The cold blade stopped just inches away from Nangong Liu's neck. In fact, Xu Shuanglin wasn't sure if his knife would have been able to move a few inches forward even without these two shouts. But his expression didn't change, and he still said indifferently, "What now? The two of you sure have a lot of last words." Chapter 229. Rong Yang did not look at her husband. Instead, she opened her moist almond eyes and straightened her back. Choking with sobs, she said, "For the sake of our former friendship, can you allow me to give birth to this child?" Xu Shuanglin's gaze slowly moved down to Rong Yang's lower abdomen. At first glance, there was nothing unusual, but upon closer inspection, there was a slight bulge. Rong Yang kowtowed, but her face was cold. "I beg you. Father is guilty, it's irrefutable. But Nan Gongshu, I want to beg you, please spare my nephew's life." Xu Shuanglin stared at this woman for a while. He thought she was ridiculous. Spare the vile spawn in her belly? That was just a pile of rotten meat that had not yet taken shape. Whether it was his nephew or his niece, what did it have to do with him? But in that moment, he suddenly remembered the bone-piercing pain from last night. Xu Shuanglin stared blankly for a moment. He suddenly realized that this was a very good thing. The position of sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect could only be inherited by the young master after the old sect leader had passed away, or by seizing the position by force. As for the rest, whether he abdicated the position to a worthy person or retired to listen to the sect, it was all useless. Therefore, abdicating the position to Nangong Liu was already impossible. But 100 years later, he could pass the position to Nangong Liu's child, and let that child have a taste of the pain of sitting in this position. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? The son would repay the father's debt. Nothing could be better than that. For a moment he was in a good mood, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. And then, without waiting for the two people to react, he threw the saber away, turned around, and walked out of the prison door with a loud laugh. Later on, he did not kill Nangong Liu, nor did he kill Rongyang. Instead, he put them under house arrest in a small courtyard. He planned to wait until the child was born, and then immediately confer the title of the next sect leader, and establish a blood contract with him. Perhaps when the time came, the whole world would praise him for being magnanimous and forgiving, wouldn't it? But he didn't live to see that day. Not long after he succeeded the throne, he committed numerous atrocities. For a period of time he accumulated deep resentment inside and outside the school. Later on, there was a city master who harbored resentment toward him. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he secretly released Nangong Liu and Luo Fenghua, two people. Luo Fenghua did not know the secret behind his back. He only thought that Zhong Wuji was doing all kinds of crazy things for the sake of the sect leader position. Plus, Nangong Liu had a glib tongue, so he became more and more disheartened. Thereupon he joined hands with Nangong Liu to seize the position, with the intention of driving Xu Shuanglin off the sect leader's throne, which had not yet been warmed up. That night, the Confucian Wind School had a civil war, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Amidst the flames of war, Luo Fenghua was the first to find Xu Shuanglin, who had taken refuge in the Howling Moon drill ground. It was a full moon night. Xu Shuanglin was in severe pain. His whole body was covered in blood. He was lying in the forest, like a snake that had been skinned alive. All that was exposed was bright red flesh. When Luo Fenghua saw him, he thought that he had been injured by a spell in the chaos of the war. Although he felt resentment in his heart, he couldn't help but feel compassion for his former beloved disciple. Xu Shuanglin raised his head, trembling in the forest, and showed a trace of a bitter smile. "You're here. I fought with him, but in the end you always helped him." Luo Fenghua said, "This time you went too far. Did you kill Master Tian Chan?" "That's right. What about Taoist Lin? He deserved to die." "What about your father?" After a moment of silence, Xu Shuanglin said, "He was unfair. He believed that I was a thief. He asked for it." Luo Fenghua closed his eyes. His eyelashes were somewhat wet. "You. How did you end up like this, huh?" Xu Shuanglin laughed sinisterly. "Only others are allowed to betray me, but I'm not allowed to betray others. Only others are allowed to stab me, but I'm not allowed to draw my sword. Is this what you call the way of a gentleman?" Luo Fenghua's expression was extremely broken. He swayed in place for a while, then walked in front of Xu Shuanglin. Before he spoke, tears flowed down first. "Why are you crying? What's there to cry about?" Xu Shuanglin was angry for no reason. "If you want to kill me, do as you please. Why do you have to shed a few drops of fake tears in front of me? Anyway, in your eyes, in the eyes of the old man, in everyone's eyes, that good-for-nothing will always be more important than me." Luo Fenghua shook his head. He didn't say anything. He raised his hand and chanted a forbidden spell. "I've forbidden the spell that you learned with me when we were young." Luo Fenghua said, "From now on, Nan Gongshu, you and I are no longer master and disciple." Xu Shuanglin felt a heart-wrenching pain. Gun's curse was truly heart-wrenching. He rested in place for a while, then said stubbornly, "Don't think too highly of yourself. I've never thought of you as my master." Luo Fenghua stared blankly at him. After a long time, he seemed to want to say something, but there was a clamor behind him. The soldiers were approaching, and the shadows of swords and knives were flashing. Nangong Liu rushed over. Shizun. When he saw Xu Shuanglin and Luo Fenghua talking, his heart suddenly felt weak. He immediately said anxiously, "Shizun, don't listen to him no matter what he says. He's lying to you." Xu Shuanglin laughed mischievously. This elder brother of his was always so naive and cute. Did he think that he would still bitterly pull on Luo Fenghua's clothes and explain the whole story, the cause and effect of the cause and effect? Not anymore. For him, life was like a game of chess. Once a move was made, the previous hundreds of twists and turns in his heart were no longer important. The only thing that mattered was the result. A person who had been killed was killed, and the blood that had been dyed was dyed. He couldn't clear his name, and he didn't want to clear it for himself. Luo Fenghua would never forgive him. There was no need to say anything else. He supported himself on a nearby tree and staggered to his feet. The moonlight shone on his face. His skin and flesh split open inch by inch. It was bloody and hideous. When Nangong Liu and the surrounding cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but take a step back. Someone misunderstood and said in astonishment, This is Luo Daozhang's doing? Death by 1,000 cuts, this is too cruel." Xu Shuanglin grinned, revealing a mouthful of ghastly white teeth. He stared at his younger brother outside the forest. He suddenly felt that he didn't want to let this pair of master and disciple go so easily. Thereupon, he turned his head and said to Luo Fenghua, "Tell them to get lost. I have something that I want to tell you personally before I die. I only want to tell you this." He supported himself on the pine tree and slowly moved with Luo Fenghua to a dark place. The moonlight was covered by the dense shadows. Xu Shuanglin's complexion gradually relaxed. His chapped skin also began to heal little by little. Although there were still many small scars, they weren't as scary as before. Xu Shuanglin didn't turn his head. With his back facing Luo Fenghua, he first asked, "You came here alone with me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "You won't. If you wanted to kill me or our Liu, you could have done it a year ago." Xu Shuanglin suddenly turned his head. His eyes flashed with an intense and twisted light. "Ridiculous. Do you think you understand me very well?" Luo Fenghua suddenly looked at his face and opened his eyes wide. "Your scars, they're not as scary as before, right?" Xu Shuanglin sneered. "What do you think this is? A spell? A fruit of dismemberment?" He slowly raised his hand. In the palm of his hand, he pinched a ring that was flashing with a faint light. He put his lips together and said with ridicule and malice, "This ring has a spirit attached to it. When you and Nangong Liu drove me down from the position of sect leader, it fell from my thumb by itself. It knows that I'm no longer the rightful master of the Confucian Wind sect. However, there are two leaders who are scheming against each other, so it doesn't know who it should recognize. You took our Liu's position, so naturally it should be returned to him." Xu Shuanglin grinned. "That's exactly what I think." He stuffed the ring into Luo Fenghua's hand. In the end, he even solemnly patted it twice and said, "Hold it well, hold it tight. In a moment, when you go out, give this good thing to him. Remember, you must personally put it on for him. He's the real sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect." He paused for a moment and stared at Luo Fenghua's face, which was filled with pain. Then he leaned over, lowered his voice, and said in his ear, "Next, I'm going to tell you a secret. Don't be afraid. This secret isn't dark at all. It's just a heroic past, that's all." Slowly, in a low voice, he subdued Nangong Zhongying. Then he told Luo Fenghua about how Luo Fenghua had cursed generations of Confucian Wind sect's sect leaders in full detail. Full of malice, he dipped his teeth into poisonous fangs and pierced them into Luo Fenghua's flesh. He saw Luo Fenghua's expression become more and more unsightly, his round eyes becoming wider and wider. He saw Luo Fenghua being pushed against a tree, trembling slightly. He felt extremely happy. Ha! Didn't you spoil him? You, both of you, don't you all treat Nangong Liu as a treasure? I want you to personally deliver the poison to him. The corners of Xu Shuanglin's mouth slowly widened, and then he revealed a sinister and treacherous smile like a lynx. He raised his hand and stroked Luo Fenghua's cheek. Shizun, the story is over. You can go out now. He paused, and his expression became even brighter. Go pay a visit to the Confucian Wind sect's sixth-generation sect leader Nangong Liu. Go. That day, he was covered in blood. He flew away from the Confucian Wind sect on his sword and wandered for half a night. Exhausted, he landed in Sichuan's colorful butterfly town. He came across a little girl sitting in the courtyard. When the little girl saw he was injured and bleeding all over, she was so scared that her face turned pale and she trembled, but she still poured a bowl full of water from the house and gave it to him to drink. He drank the water and stared at her. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that the little girl looked very similar to his close friend, his benevolent master, and his mortal enemy. Her eyes were very similar to Luo Fenghua's. He saw the orange tree in the courtyard was full of fruit. Suddenly he had an idea and wanted to eat it very much. But the little girl's words were full of pedantic and sour stench. She opened her mouth and closed her mouth about a gentleman, which made him very tired. It was as if he could see that ridiculous thing Luo Fenghua really saying, I hope all of you will be young and weak for the rest of your life. Each of you will rely on your own merits to be a gentleman for the rest of your life. A gentleman for the rest of his life. It was really ridiculous. He shook off the tangerines, cut down the orange tree, and then swaggered away, leaving the little girl crying in the courtyard. But he was still angry. That night he indiscriminately killed several more villagers. He raised his sword and cut them down. The more he moved away from the word gentleman, the happier he felt. And then he left, intending to conceal his identity and end the rest of his life. But it was at that time that he heard in the tea house that Luo Fenghua had usurped the throne and become the first-generation sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect. The customers in the tea house were all saying, who would have thought? It's really true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Poor Nangong Liu raised his army to plot a rebellion. Who would have thought it would be a wedding dress for someone else? He must hate his Shifu to death, right? This Luo Fenghua is really blinded by greed, his heart is gradually turning black. He is not a good person. Xu Shuanglin was sitting in front of a small greasy table. He was holding a cup of tea that was about to reach his mouth, but he did not drink it. He just sat there listening to the conversation in a daze. His vision was turning black. The earth was spinning and the sky was spinning. But he had never thought that in the end, Luo Fenghua would make such a choice. He would rather bear misunderstandings and hatred. He would rather be condemned by thousands and spurned by tens of thousands. He would rather be cursed and live a life worse than death every full moon night until the end of his life. Luo Fenghua could not personally stab this sharp sword into his disciple's heart. In the end, he was one step behind. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps slowly sounded. Xu Shuanglin broke away from his memories. He opened his eyes. In his blurred vision, the face of a young man appeared. On the empty soul-summoning platform, Mo Ran walked in front of him and half knelt down, looking at him. In that instant, Xu Shuanglin felt that this young man's eyes were very strange. There were too many things hidden in them. He did not seem like a young man in his early 20s. Mo Ran said, Nangong Liu, you planned all of this to bring him back to life. It's none of your business. You left Nangong Liu behind and resurrected Luo Fenghua. From now on, no one can enter this Jiao Mountain. You want to spend the rest of your life here in peace. Am I right? Shu Shuanglin shouted harshly, "It's none of your business." Mo Ran picked up the broken spirit core on the ground. There was still light flowing in the core. He said, "You disguised yourself and returned to Nangong Liu's side as Shu Shuanglin. You instigated him to send troops to seize the throne again because you could not bear to see Luo Fenghua suffer the pain of the curse every night, living a life worse than death. What makes you think you can guess my heart?" Shu Shuanglin's eyes were red. There was a moist and ruthless light in them. "You think you know everything? I don't." "I can only guess," Mo Ran said, "but looking at your expression, I also feel that my guess is not wrong." Shu Shuanglin gritted his teeth and spat out, "The younger generation is arrogant. It's all the same. When you were 20 years old, didn't you also become arrogant?" Mo Ran looked at him calmly. "Nangongshu, that year you helped your elder brother regain the position of supremacy, but you did not expect that he would be plotted against twice. In order to obtain the position of supremacy, he was already ruthless. You did not expect that after he seized Luo Fenghua's position, he would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots and kill him. You did not expect his death at all. Your mind was in chaos. You did not know what to do." He stared at Shu Shuanglin's face. He understood that kind of state of despair better than anyone else. He was reading Shu Shuanglin's heart. He was reading his own heart. What should you do in despair? Chapter 230. If it was him, what would he do? Rebirth. He would want that person to be reborn. Mo Ran looked at Shu Shuanglin, who was curled up in a ball on the ground, and said in a low voice, "You didn't expect Nangong Liu to be so vicious as to directly kill Luo Fenghua. In desperation, you simply beat him at his own game. You said that the curse on the ring was left by Luo Fenghua, and instigated Nangong Liu to throw Luo Fenghua's corpse into the blood pool according to Confucian Wind Sect's rules, and detain him to the 18th level of hell. Is he crazy?" Shuemeng was stunned. Since he wants Luo Fenghua to be reborn, he must treasure this person. Then why does he want to push him to the 18th level of hell? Because once a soul enters hell, it can't be reincarnated. Mo Ran looked at him with pity in his eyes. This way, Luo Fenghua won't be reincarnated immediately. You can study the method of rebirth, and let Luo Fenghua come back. Then, you can build a utopia, a place where you are a god, a place that is fair and just. Shu Shuanglin, after a few moments of silence, this person whose face was mostly festering suddenly laughed. He stared at Mo Ran's face. "Grandmaster Mo, I only found out today that you are actually a madman." He paused, and then said in an extremely soft voice, "Because only a madman can understand me." When he finished speaking, he laughed heartily. His laughter was like a bald vulture with wings. Although he was old, he still fiercely and stubbornly occupied the precipice, and would not show the slightest bit of weakness until he died. Mo Ran closed his eyes, and said softly to him, "Nangongshu, listen, there are still people in this world who know the method of rebirth. If you are willing, I will do my best to plead with Master Huizue of Wubei Temple to return your master's life." He opened his palm and handed the broken spirit core back to Shu Shuanglin. "But please, tell me." It was as if he was trying to grasp the last strand of floating grass to save his life. He frowned, and in a place where no one could see, there was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. "Please tell me, who is the person who has been helping you from behind the scenes?" Mo Ran said, "Who taught you this strange method of rebirth? Who taught you the exquisite chess game?" His memories and his previous life was a Confucian Wind sect, in front of Yi Wangshi, and died under a flurry of swords. Since that was the case, Shu, in his previous life. But now. But in this life, everything was different. Shu Shuanglin had set up a trap in Jin Chengkai early on. He designed the peach blossom spring, the colorful butterfly suppressing the heavens, and when the method of sacrificing people didn't work, he quickly changed his method. He searched everywhere for divine martial arts, and finally pulled Luo Fenghua out of purgatory. Such a method of rebirth was definitely not something that he came up with himself. You want to know? Xu Shuanglin's eyes flashed with malice. My skills were indeed taught by someone, but I am not willing to tell you. Would you rather be his chess piece until you die? Chess piece? Xu Shuanglin smiled. You are thinking too much. He understands me, and can understand my intentions. He is the same as me. Grandmaster Mo, you should give up. I will never tell you who he is. You went through so much trouble to come to Jiao Mountain, and you were so content to force me into a dead end, but so what? In the end, the world will still be in chaos. Smoke will rise everywhere, and the flames of war will be everywhere. He will still raise the upper and lower cultivation worlds to the ground, and turn them into scorched earth. After that, the good will be rewarded, and the evil will be repaid. The capable will live high, and the mediocre will be slaves. The smile in Xu Shuanglin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It's really the best scenario. Xuemeng was furious. What do you mean by the good will be rewarded, and the evil will be repaid? What do you mean by the capable will be repaid? Whether others are good or evil, capable or mediocre, is it up to you to decide? Those people you made into chess pieces outside, and the Nangong Zhongying, and An. He stole a glance at Chu Waning's expression and couldn't help but lower his voice. And the Nangong Sai. Xuemeng looked very indignant and wronged. Are they willing to be controlled by you? Do they deserve to die? Sacrifices are always necessary. Xu Shuanglin glanced at him indifferently. Young Master Xue, in the end, you're still too young. There was a kind of hesitation in his expression, as if he wasn't very willing to talk to Xuemeng, who had such an intense temperament. He turned his head back to Mo Ran. Since I've fallen into your hands, you can kill me or cut me up as you please. He even used a kind of understatement to say, I still have a death by 1,000 cuts fruit in my Chenkuan bag. If you still don't feel satisfied, you can feed it to me. As he said this, he coldly sneered, in any case, when I was 20 years old, I was already put to death by 1,000 cuts by you righteous people from famous clans. It won't hurt to do it again. Huang Xiaoye said, who put you to death by 1,000 cuts? You're simply shameless to talk nonsense with your mouth open. However, Mo Ran understood what Xu Shuanglin meant. When he was 20 years old, the death by 1,000 cuts wasn't in his body, but in his soul. Nan Gongshu had also once devoted himself to learning martial arts. He had also once had a kind heart. He had also once listened to his master's advice that he should be a gentleman for life and use his sword to kill evil. However, that spiritual mountain conference had cut him into 1,000 pieces. Mo Ran closed his eyes. Seeing Xu Shuanglin's miserable state, he didn't have much longer to live. Perhaps it was because he was too similar to his previous life. Even if there was hatred and resentment between them, at this moment, he actually couldn't bear it. He said, Luo Fenghua's soul core is still here. Why don't you use that rebirth curse again? Maybe you can see him again. Use it again. Xu Shuanglin laughed. He looked at the soul core in his hand with interest, then looked at his flesh that was rapidly festering due to the lack of spiritual power. He said lazily, I'm going to die. If I die, there will be no fairness in this world. What's the use of him coming back? Isn't he still going to suffer and be bullied by you great sects? As he spoke, his eyes suddenly darkened. He actually crushed that soul core with his own hands. The fragments pierced into his palm, and his hand was covered in blood. Mo Ran! Xuemeng, are you crazy? Everyone was also at a loss. Some were dumbstruck, some had ashen expressions, and some had vigilant eyes. They all stared at that man on the ground who was neither human nor ghost. Xu Shuanglin didn't pay attention to anyone. He looked at the last trace of Luo Fenghua in this world. He watched as it completely turned into ashes. Finally, he laughed loudly and cried. His face was covered in blood and tears, and he laughed crazily. From now on, no one could see each other, and no one could hate each other. They were all turned into dust, turned into ashes. Excellent, excellent. He slowly got up and walked forward while swaying under everyone's gaze. He walked to the front of the divine martial formation. There was a weapon inside, and it was the Konghu. He sat down and used his charred and rotting fingers to pluck the strings a few times. The backlash of the exquisite chess game became more and more serious. His 7 orifices began to bleed, and his fingers began to burn. In the end, his entire body was engulfed by the flames, but he still played in the flames. His expression seemed to be somewhat happy and relaxed, but that happiness and relaxation could no longer be seen. His skin and flesh were rapidly shrinking, curling, and shriveling. Raging flames deceived the heavens. Xu Shuanglin's lazy voice came from the flames. That voice was calm and unruly, as if no amount of pain could affect him. No matter how close the death was, it couldn't threaten him. It's best to be young and weak. Light hooves and fast horses, looking at all the flowers in the world, there were many older people in the crowd. Unexpectedly, in this lazy and carefree tune, they suddenly thought of the young man at the Spiritual Mountain Conference. He was dressed in green and had an upright appearance. That young man walked out of the dark tunnel, walked out of the wasteland of memories. He confidently stepped into the arena, carrying his sword that had been through hundreds of battles. His hands were full of calluses from practicing swordsmanship. He was so young, so handsome, so magnificent, and even a little arrogant. He glanced at the 10 great sect masters and the spectators who were shouting and shouting. Suddenly, he grinned. His smile was extremely clean. The young man in his early 20s stopped. His back was straight as he faced the arena that was filled with sunlight. Facing the bright future in his eyes, he cupped his fists and said, "Confucian Wind Sect, Nangongshu. Today is the first battle. I hope that seniors will not be stingy with their guidance." In the end, he failed to live up to his expectations. After a long time, the flames extinguished. Only 5 ownerless divine martial weapons were left on the soul-summoning platform. There was also a rebirth array that had not completely disappeared yet. Whether it was Luo Fenghua or Xu Shuanglin, they were all gone. Xue Zhengyong was somewhat in disbelief. He blankly opened his eyes and muttered, Is it all over? Amitabha. Karma and reincarnation are all retribution. Master Xianjing of Wubei Temple closed his eyes and put his palms together. He sighed deeply and said, "I hope that all the hatred in the world will return to dust." Shuemeng rolled his eyes at him. This old bald donkey didn't do much along the way, but he was quite good at speaking after the horse's back. "What should we do next?" He turned his head and asked his father, "Should we just go down the mountain like this?" But he still has a colleague. We don't know who that person is. While they were talking, Jiangxi suddenly shouted, "Be careful, back off." Everyone abruptly followed his gaze, only to see that the rebirth array had shrunk to the size of half a palm. It paused for a moment before expanding again at an astonishing speed. It was as though a wound had split open in the sky, and strands of distorted black gas were gushing out from within. Shuemeng said in surprise, "What's going on?" "Xu Shuanglin is dead." Shouldn't this rebirth array disappear with him? Jiangxi pinched his fingers and stared at the array for a moment. He cursed in a low voice, No, this isn't a corpse demon. It's not a rebirth either. I'm afraid that we and Xu Shuanglin have all been deceived." "What?" Shuemeng was shocked. "It's not a corpse demon, and it's not a rebirth array? Then what could it be?" Jiangxi said angrily, "It doesn't matter what it is. The most important thing is to prevent this array from fully forming." In addition to him, the other masters also reacted quickly. In a flash, Chu Warning, who didn't like to talk nonsense the most, took out Heaven's Inquisition and attacked the center of the array. Unexpectedly, Although he took the lead, someone else followed closely behind him. A dark green shadow suddenly swept out from the crowd like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. A cold dagger flashed in its sleeve and fiercely stabbed toward Chu Wning's back, as if it wanted to stop him from moving. Master! Master! Two cries of alarm came from Shuemeng and Shamai. However, they were too far away to help. There was a piercing sound. It was the sound of a blade entering flesh. Shuemeng closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his face was pale. He looked in that direction with a pale face. He was stunned. Chapter 231. Surprisingly, Chu Wanning wasn't injured. In the nick of time, it was Mo Ran who reacted quickly and stood in front of the figure with the dark green cloak fluttering in the wind. That person's dagger had already sunk into his shoulder, leaving only the hilt with a silver snake pattern on it. Mo Ran's shoulder clothes were instantly dyed red with blood. He lowered his eyebrows and clenched his teeth. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Those were the fierce eyes of a falcon when it finally killed a cunning rabbit. Grandmaster Hua. He suddenly tightened his grip on Hua Bainan's hand that was still holding the dagger. Enduring the pain, he pulled the dagger out of his own flesh. His forehead was covered in fine beads of cold sweat, but he still clenched his teeth and mocked, "You sneak-attacked my Shizun from behind. Do you think I'm dead?" The night wind blew, ruffling the green gauze that Hua Bainan had put on again to cover his ugly face. Hua Bainan was silent for a moment, then said, "How long has Grandmaster Mo been suspecting me?" "Ever since you were poisoned and stayed on the mountainside." Hua Bainan chuckled. "Oh, that was something I couldn't do anything about. After all, I was hoping to kill a group of people in the main hall." Mo Ran gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you stop Shu Shuanglin earlier?" "What else could I do? Let the formation change and let him realize that the rebirth formation that he worked so hard to set up was fake? Wouldn't that be big trouble?" At this time, Chu Wanning had already struck down Heaven's Inquisition, directly at the center of this mysterious formation. However, as soon as it landed, he was shocked to find that the spiritual aura of this formation was so strong that it couldn't be easily suppressed. When he turned around, he saw Mo Ran standing behind him, his shoulder injured by Hua Bainan's dagger. He couldn't help but feel anxious. "Mo Ran, don't worry about me," Mo Ran said. "Destroying the formation is more important. I'll guard this place." Chu Wanning couldn't do anything about it. Inside the secret array, there was a vicious flow of spirit chi that he had never come into contact with before. Even the rainbow butterfly suppressing the heavens and splitting the heavens couldn't compare to it. He continued to pour his spirit chi into Heaven's Inquisition, but he could only prevent the array from continuing to evolve, but he had no way to make it disappear. On the other side, Jiangshi suddenly understood, but he couldn't believe that the first divine hand of his sect had an ulterior motive behind his back. He couldn't help but feel defeated. After a while, he said, "Hua Bainan, you." At this moment, Hua Bainan's hand was being held tightly by Mo Ran. He didn't turn around, but when he heard Jiangshi's voice, he smiled faintly and said, "Sect leader, don't act rashly. Lone Moon's Knight had a rule: always be mindful of everything." "Naturally, I've kept that in mind. So along the way, I've looked for opportunities to plant a heart drill worm on many people that I've carefully raised for many years." Everyone's expression changed in horror. After a moment of silence, it was like a pot of boiling porridge. Did the divine hand plant a worm on their bodies? It didn't hurt or itch, and they didn't even feel anything. But suddenly, they felt like their entire bodies were itching, as if there was a heart drill worm hiding in every corner of their bodies that could take their lives. "Hua Bainan, you're crazy. You're so vicious." Some people cried out anxiously, rubbing their bodies. "Where is it? Where is it? Did I get hit? I didn't have any contact with him at all." I don't think I have it on me. There was also someone with a straightforward temperament who couldn't stand Hua Bainan's despicable methods. He shouted angrily, "You with the surname Hua, don't try to confuse the crowd with your lies. There are so many cultivators here, and they're all the best in their respective sects. Do you think they'll be afraid of a threat like you?" Before he finished speaking, Hua Bainan lightly waved his hand. The man who provoked him suddenly swayed, and then his eyes bulged. He grabbed his own throat and fell to the ground. He kept rolling around, shouting, "Ah, ah." Pus and blood quickly gushed out from his nose and eyes. His eyes rolled back, and he spasmed violently. Feces and urine flowed all over his crotch, emitting a foul stench. He soon stopped moving and fell limp to the ground. His skin quickly shriveled, and his mouth was still open. A red worm that had been full of human blood crawled out. It looked like a spider, but it had 10 thin legs on each side. This shocking change made many people who were originally filled with righteous indignation and wanted to denounce Hua Bainan change their expressions. Their faces turned ashen, and they silently stared at the scene before them. Although the worm is small, it can take a person's life in an instant. Hua Bainan said gently, "If you don't want to repeat the tragedy of the Confucian Wind sect being destroyed overnight, it's best for you to stay where you are. Don't be anxious, and don't make a fuss. Just listen to my instructions obediently. Especially Lone Moon Yi's people." His gaze fell on Jiangxi, and then he looked at the group of medicine sect cultivators behind Jiangxi, who were dressed in light green robes. He smiled and said, "Seeing that we're from the same sect, I won't hurt you when I do something." Jiangxi's face turned ashen. "Hua Bainan, how can you have such wild ambitions? I don't deserve to be called wild ambitions." Hua Bainan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He said to Jiangxi, "Oh right, sect master, you also have a heart-drilling worm on you. The others' cultivation levels are low, and the worm can take their lives in the blink of an eye. But sect master's cultivation level is high, so I think you'll be able to hold on for at least 10 days to half a month." Jiangxi said coldly, "Lone Moon Yi hasn't mistreated you in the past 10 years. What exactly are you planning?" "Of course I have my reasons, but I don't necessarily have to tell you all." He turned to look at Chu Wanning, and then at Mo Ran, who was facing him. Then he turned his face back. "All right, you all can't tell who has the worm and who doesn't, but there's a 50-50th possibility. It's a matter of life and death. I think that if you're smart enough, you'll know who to side with." Dead silence. Then a gentle and clear voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. Shumai stood beside Shuemeng and said, "The heart-drilling worm follows the fire. As long as you ignite a fire curse or a fire talisman in your hand, you'll see a protrusion under your skin. Then you'll be under the worm curse. Everyone else will be safe." Han Lin Divine Hands narrowed his eyes. "Shimingjing, you secretly read my scriptures?" Shumai's face seemed to redden, but it wasn't obvious. He wasn't used to being the center of attention. Now that so many people were looking at him, his expression was a bit stiff. "I once asked Master to stay in seclusion for 5 years. Lone Moon Yi didn't read Senior's scriptures. Instead, I accidentally found this worm, so I did some research." Hua Bainan said angrily, "You're so shameless to steal someone else's work." Shuemeng frowned and immediately supported Shumai. "What's there to talk about with a two-faced person like you?" As he said this, he immediately copied Shumai's actions. Seeing that there was no abnormality under his skin, he was overjoyed. He pulled Shumai and said, "That's great, thanks to you. Look, I don't have any worms on me." Seeing this, the others all followed suit. For a moment, the soul-summoning platform was filled with, "I don't have any, or what should I do? I have heart-drilling worms." Hua Bainan closed his eyes and then laughed coldly. "Even if I can tell who has them and who doesn't, so what? Those who have been infected by the GU bug, listen up. Come to my side and help me take down Chu Wanning and defeat Mo Weiyu. Of course, I won't mistreat you. Otherwise, he pointed at the sorcerer on the ground who had been bitten to death by the heart-drilling worms. Like this person. Under the threat, the first to defect was a female cultivator from Lone Moon Yi. She rushed to Hua Bai Nan's side in front of everyone's eyes. She raised her head slightly, her expression somewhat arrogant. Mo Ran was also surprised. A traitor actually had the cheek to be arrogant. I'm sorry, Sect Master Jiang. She said, I'm not siding with the Holy Hand just to protect myself. It's because I've always admired the Holy Hand's talents. The reason why I'm studying at Lone Moon Yi is also because I admire his reputation. Today, let's not talk about whether or not I was poisoned. Even if I wasn't, I'm willing to be the Holy Hand's lackey. As she spoke, she glanced at Hua Bai Nan's expression. Although Hua Bai Nan was fighting with Mo Ran, he was still smiling. It was obvious that he was satisfied with her words. She couldn't help but feel relieved. She tried even harder to persuade them. Senior Holy Hand has already said that he won't make things difficult for us on account that we're from the same sect. Everyone should know what to do. She waited for a while, but only 3 cultivators from Lone Moon Yi came to stand beside her. The others glared at them angrily, scowling coldly. The 3 cultivators each had their own words. Sect Master Jiang, Lone Moon Yi is getting worse and worse these years. If it weren't for the Holy Hand, I would have left long ago. If the Holy Hand is capable, we'll only follow those who are. Some people from Lone Moon Yi couldn't stand it anymore. They said angrily, traitor, how dare you say that? That's right. Traitor. You have no integrity. Get out of Lone Moon Yi. The woman didn't expect that so many people would refuse to submit even after being poisoned by the heart-drilling worm. She looked very embarrassed, but her face was still red. She forced herself to calm down and said, I don't need you to say that. We've long decided not to stay in this lousy sect. If you follow Jiangxi, you'll be a lonely soul following a ghost. She turned her head and glared at her former sect master. I, Ling Bai Ran, from now on, Lone Moon Yi and Jiangxi, I'll cut. Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Jiangxi. Jiangxi was expressionless. His eyes were cold. He looked at her disdainfully. Don't cut. Who are you? I'm Ling Bai Ran. I won't remember your name even if you say it hundreds of times in front of me every day. Jiangxi said, get lost. The female medicine sect master was very angry. She bit her lower lip for a while and said indignantly, I didn't expect a sect master to be like this. You're only seeing me today? Jiangxi sneered. But speaking of which, Lone Moon Yi has thousands of disciples. This is the first time I'm seeing you. To be honest, if it weren't for this situation today, you might not even have the chance to speak to me in this lifetime. With that, he flicked his sleeve. A fragrant wind blew. Jiangxi had already started fighting with Hua Bai Nan. Hua Bai Nan already had the extremely difficult Mo Ran in front of him. Now that Jiangxi was here, it was obvious that he couldn't bear the consequences. In a moment of desperation, he activated a wave of heart-drilling worms. Everyone present who had GU worms in their bodies was immediately bitten by thousands of ants. They were in unbearable pain. Save me. Jiangxi's figure also paused. However, he was indeed the sect master of Lone Moon Yi. He immediately tapped several of his vital acupoints and temporarily alleviated the pain. His face was still pale as he continued to fight with Mo Ran against Hua Bai Nan. Hua Bai Nan was not stupid. He crooked his finger and released the heart-drilling worms from the 3 people who had defected to him. He said sternly, accept the challenge. In the midst of the pain, some of the people with weak minds saw that surrendering to Hua Binan would save them from this crime, so they all rushed over. In a split second, a small half of the people in the crowd actually knelt down and shouted to Hua Binan, I beg the Holy Hand. Release the curse. We are willing to serve you. I can't take it anymore. It's too painful. Please, Senior Hua, Hua Bainan smiled slightly in the midst of the fierce battle. He looked at Mo Ran, who was fighting fiercely with him, and said, "So, Grandmaster Mo, look. In the end, the most powerful sect in the world is still the medicine sect." Before he finished speaking, Jiangxi had already pulled out the snow phoenix. He said sternly, "How can a person like you, who is used to using underhanded methods, say the words medicine sect?" After he finished speaking, he said to Mo Ran, "Go to the array and help your master. I'll hold him off here." Hua Bainan sneered, "Sect master, are you determined to be my enemy today? Cut the crap. You still want to fight with me even though you've been poisoned by the GU. Sect master Jiangyi Chen, you're really tired of living." Jiangxi's face darkened. "Is it up to you to decide whether my life is long or short? If I don't stop you today, I'm afraid the reputation of the medicine sect will be ruined." After he finished speaking, the two people who were proficient in using poison had already countered each other's moves. Between the sword and the blade, there were even poisonous powders and sedatives that countered each other. Mo Ran saw that Jiangxi was not powerless to fight back, so he immediately turned around and rushed to Chu Waning's side to help. Who knew that halfway there, a dozen dark yellow figures would pounce on him? Mo Ran gritted his teeth. "Huang Xiaoye." These people were Huang Xiaoye and Jiang Dongtong's high-level disciples. Huang Xiaoye stood in the wind with his loose robes and large sleeves. He stroked his beard and said, "Grandmaster Mo, the heart-drilling worm is not a joke. I'm like a fish on a chopping block. In the face of life and death, I can only be your enemy. Sorry for the offense." He was not the only one. There were also experts from other sects who could not bear this kind of pain. They all rushed over. At this time, the soul summoning platform was already a mess. The cultivators from various sects were fighting among themselves. Those who were poisoned by the GU worms and those who were not, those who had betrayed them and those who had not. Everyone was confronting each other. For a moment, Jiangxi and Hua Bainan were fighting with all their strength. Mo Ran was the last line of defense in front of Chu Waning, so he was attacked from the front and back. He was entangled with Huang Xiaoye and the other cultivators one after another. Chu Waning, on the other hand, was using all of his spiritual power to confront the mysterious formation. On the other side, Shui Jingyong and the people from the Peak of Life and Death were guarding the front line, preventing more rebels from approaching Chu Waning, who was sealing the mysterious formation. Shimai was running among the cultivators who had been poisoned by the heart-drilling worm but refused to surrender. He was trying to break the worm curse for them. "It hurts. Kill me, I beg you to kill me." Shimai bent down and picked up a young man who was rolling on the ground. The young man grabbed his hand and cried, "It hurts so much. I don't want to surrender, I don't want to surrender. Just kill me. I beg you, kill me. Kill me. Bear with it." Shimai comforted him while placing his fingertips on the young man's pulse. "I can't take it anymore. Look at me, look into my eyes." But the young man did not listen to Shimai at all. His fingers were tightly clenched, and his whole body was twitching like a fish that had been fished out of the water. He gasped for breath. "I can't take it anymore." Shimai had no choice but to force the young man's face to face and lift his tightly closed eyelids. This was not easy because the young man kept kicking and struggling, leaving red marks on the back of Shimai's hand. "Look at me, look at me." The young man was barely called back to his senses. He panted and turned his eyes, looking at Shimai with tears in his eyes. Shimai silently recited the incantation and stared into the young man's eyes. Suddenly, the young man shivered and felt something quickly climbing up his waist. Soon, it climbed to his chest, throat, and throat. "Ooh!" He suddenly turned over, and with a strong feeling of nausea, he vomited a big puddle of vomit. The smell was very pungent, and there was a red heart drill worm in it that kept spasming. Shimai pointed in the air and immediately broke the worm into pieces. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "The heart drill worm can be controlled by the eye healing technique. I can help you to do it." He ran around and shouted anxiously, "Stop fighting. Don't kill each other if you can do it. You can do it, you can do it. But in the chaotic battle, not many people listened to him. His voice was not loud and was soon drowned out by the shouts, howls, explosions, and collisions. Jiangxi heard Shamai's shout and froze. Eye healing technique. Like many insects, when some poisonous insects entered the body, as long as the corresponding eye healing technique was used to guide them out of the body, they would be lured out of the body like moths to a flame. The poison of the Gu insect would then be neutralized. Hua Bainan obviously heard it too. He cursed in his heart, and his eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. Along the way, I killed all the cultivators who knew eye healing technique. I didn't expect that on this shabby peak of life and death, there would be someone who knows this kind of high-level medicine grandmaster technique. It's really, the knife in his hand brushed past Jiangxi's snow phoenix, and sparks flew when they collided. Hua Bainan gritted his teeth and said, "Young man, you're awesome." Suddenly, he withdrew his sword. Then, his entire body swept backwards like a bat, and leaped into the midst of the fierce battle. Oh no! Jiangxi was startled as she saw through Hua Binan's intention. She was just about to gather her qi to catch up when the heart-drilling worm flared up. Her chest constricted and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. She stabbed her sword into the ground and knelt down. His blood-soaked lips opened and closed as he watched Hua Bainan leave. He wanted to warn the others, but he couldn't make a louder sound. Dang! Shamai was detoxifying a cultivator of the Treading Snow Palace who was poisoned with a Gu worm. After the cultivator vomited out the heart-drilling worm, he no longer felt the pain in his heart. He quickly stood up and shouted to Shamai, "Stop fighting. Come and detoxify the Gu. We can detoxify it." Xuemeng was also busy trying to stop the fight. He dragged a dozen people to Shamai's side and kept shouting, Okay, bear with it. Don't cry out in pain. I'll detoxify it for you. I'll detoxify it for you right now. Who is my Shidi? His skills are top-notch, and he's no worse than Lone Moon's disciples. Xuemeng said and called out to Shamai. But the moment he looked up, his voice stopped. Shamai. Behind. Chapter 232. Xuemeng let out a wretched cry as he pounced towards Shamai. But it was too late. Hua Bainan was like the king of hell, the god of death. He flew through the air and grabbed Shamai's neck from behind. Shamai. Shiming Jing. The elders at the peak of life and death, as well as Xuemeng, all turned their heads. Hua Bainan had already brought Shamai with him on his sword and rose into the air. Under the bright moon in the sky, he coldly looked down at the chaotic crowd below. Xuemeng was about to go crazy. She stepped on Dragon's Den and chased after Hua Binan, but halfway through, she was forced to stop by the killer bees that Hua Binan threw out. Unable to deal with them, she could only fall back to the ground and stagger. Hua Bainan held Shamai's neck, his slender finger wearing the spirit snake ring slowly stroking his opponent's throat. Suddenly, with a clang, a long spike shot out from the spirit snake ring, flashing with a cold light. The eye healing technique is extremely difficult to learn. Hua Bainan said slowly. This little friend is so young, and he is not Lone Moon's disciple. To be able to use the eye healing technique so skillfully, he must be very talented. How could the people fighting on the ground not notice his actions? For a moment, whether it was Xue Zhengyong, Mo Ran, or even Chu Waning in front of the barrier, they all clearly saw Shamai being captured by Hua Bainan. Mo Ran's eyes suddenly narrowed. In his anger and anxiety, he saw a ghostly red light flash. It actually forced Huang Xiaoye and more than 10 people back several feet. A few unlucky people were even directly knocked off the cliff of the spirit summoning platform. In the boundless sea of clouds, they fell without even making a sound as they were swallowed up. Hua Bainan. Let him go. Shimai's face was pale. He lowered his head to look at Mo Ran and Xue Meng. He pursed his lips and finally said, "Go help master. Don't worry about me." Shimai. Chu Wanning stood in front of the array, his face as white as a sheet. His hands trembled uncontrollably, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. His heart was in his throat. Shimai's gaze turned and landed on him. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes. "Master, what a coincidence." Hua Binan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "I just casually grabbed and caught Grandmaster Chu's disciple." Chu Wanning. That's no wonder. She's already accomplished so much at such a young age. Hua Binan wasn't stingy with her praise. She's such a good disciple. As a teacher, don't you feel bad for her? Hua Bainan. If you hurt him, I'll make you pay for it. So you're saying that Grandmaster doesn't intend to do anything today? Hua Bainan smiled and whispered into Shimai's ear. Did you hear that? Between saving you and sealing the array, he chose the latter. Shimai closed his eyes. His lips trembled, but he didn't say a word. Hua Bainan laughed loudly. If that's the case, I feel sorry for this little friend. You've become a disciple of Master, but you value righteousness more than your disciple's life. Shiming Jing, you're really pitiful. The wind whistled around them. No one answered for a long time. Perhaps it was because his life was hanging by a thread, but Shimai slowly opened his eyes in the silence. He said, "Master, I'm sorry. I know. You all remember that I did some things because of my own selfish desires. Even now, I'm not sure if those things were right or wrong. I don't deserve to be Master's disciple. There are many times when I can't sacrifice my life for righteousness." Shimai, on the high platform, Xue Meng heard him say this and couldn't help but think of the night when Chu Wanning died. Huizue ordered them to go to the underworld to save their master, but Shimai hesitated and didn't agree quickly. Mo Ran thought of the bowl of wontons that year. He thought of the inn, when Shimai bowed and told him apologetically that the bowl of wontons was made by Chu Wanning. What about Chu Wanning? Chu Wanning thought of Jin Chengchi's request for the sword. Shimai lamented that he couldn't obtain Shen Wu. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other regrets. Shimai had always been gentle, perfect, and obedient. He was like a new snowfall in the cold winter, pure white and without a speck of dirt. Therefore, even the slightest bit of dust on the snowy ground, or even the slightest bit of blooming plum blossom, would be particularly eye-catching. Whether it was his mistakes, his hesitation, or his occasional selfishness, they were all so clear and unforgettable. But he was also a very ordinary person. He was not a stone statue or a silk painting. He also had his own personal feelings. But no one really understood him. For Xue Meng, Shimai was a friend. He felt that this friend should follow him, accompany him, support him, and support him. For the former Mo Ran, Shimai was the object of admiration. He felt that this object of his should be holy, tolerant, warm, and flawless. For Chu Wanning, Shimai was his disciple. He was gentle, approachable, and had a tolerance and forbearance that Chu Wanning envied and admired. At this time, they suddenly realized that all this time, Shimai had been Xue Meng's close friend and follower. He had been Mo Ran's Jusho Mole and later Mosquito Blood. He had been Chu Wanning's most inconspicuous and unremarkable disciple. The only thing he hadn't been was himself. Hua Bainan laughed coldly. "Do you have any last words?" Hua Bainan, "Let him go. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him, that's easy." Hua Bainan said, "If all of you surrender and wait for death, I naturally won't take his life." The formation in front of Chu Wanning's eyes flickered. It was obvious that the formation had reached a critical moment. Whether it would be sealed or explode would depend on this move. He didn't withdraw the strength in his hand, but it was trembling slightly. This wasn't the world of ghosts and souls. The choice was made in a flash, and there was no time to think further. This was like placing a knife on his disciple's neck, giving him hesitation, letting him see with his own eyes, making him feel unbearable pain. Hua Bainan lifted his chin slightly and chuckled. What do you think? The formation has been opened, so you can fight again. But if this knife falls, it will be extremely difficult to come back to life. Grandmaster, you must think carefully. At this time, Shamai spoke. His voice wasn't very loud, but it was still clear. Actually, I don't like eating candied haws. Hua Bainan lowered his head and stared at him, as if he didn't understand what he meant. Shamai didn't cry. Shamai actually smiled slightly as he looked at his close friend, old friend, and master on the ground. I don't like eating candied haws, but young master, when we were young, you always asked me to help you eat it. What I want to cultivate the most is the boundary technique. Unfortunately, Master thinks that I'm not talented enough and isn't willing to teach me too much. His gaze fell on Moran. Moran, I actually know what you wanted to say that day when Katie suppressed the sky. Moran was suddenly stunned and looked at him blankly. Shamai still smiled gently and peacefully. But after Master came back, you never finished the sentence that you didn't say. In the restaurant, I saw the two of you eating together. When I looked at your eyes, I knew that you would never say the second half of the sentence again. Moran, I'm actually very envious of young Master, and I'm also very envious of Master, Shamai said softly. Can you not think that I'm annoying because of my envy? I've never thought that you were annoying before. Shuemeng shouted anxiously. His eyes couldn't help but redden. I didn't know that you don't like candied haws. I really didn't know. Shamai. Hua Bainan was already impatient. He grabbed Shamai by the neck and stared at Chu Warning. He said sternly, I'll count to 3. If you don't stop, I'll destroy him. No. Shuemeng turned around in a panic and shouted anxiously at Chu Warning. Master, please stop first. We can't watch something happen to Shamai in front of us. Just stop. 1. The trembling of Chu Warning's fingers went from almost undetectable to clearly visible to everyone. He looked at Shamai. His usually sharp phoenix eyes met with his usually gentle peach blossom eyes. His phoenix eyes moistened. 2. Bang! At this moment, blood splattered everywhere. Shuemeng and Moran's shouts were like sharp swords that pierced through the roof. Shamai, you don't have to count to 3. Blood dripped down. Shamai raised his hand and covered his eyes. He hadn't cried from the beginning to the end. But at this moment, blood flowed out from his eyes through the gaps between his fingers and trickled down his cheeks. When Hua Bainan counted to 2, he ran straight into the cold spike that Hua Bainan had placed in front of him and brushed past it. Hua Bainan was shocked. He wanted to pull back his hand, but the spike deviated by a few inches. The sharp blade that was originally going to cut Shamai's neck brushed past his eyes. In an instant, both of his eyes were gone. Under Yu Heng's command, no one has ever surrendered, nor has he ever been weak. Shamai. His voice split the clouds. Chu Warning's heart was also greatly shaken. He had already used all of his strength. Now that he saw his disciple destroy his own eyes with blood flowing out of his face, his hands couldn't help but soften. The formation suddenly backfired at this moment. A wave of spirit energy violently surged out from the crack and hit him squarely in the chest, sending him flying several meters away. Chu Warning violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he didn't have the time to take care of himself. He turned his hand and tried to repair the formation, but it was too late. Hua Bainan was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. He grabbed Shamai's collar and pulled him up. His eyes flashed with joy. I didn't expect you to be so useful. It seems that it would be a pity if I killed you. Hua Bainan, what are you going to do? Hua Bainan didn't answer. He only glanced at Shuemeng, then turned his gaze to the mysterious black barrier that was rapidly cracking open. He smiled and said, this formation has been combined with the efforts of so many people. It's finally going to open. Everyone, This is the first time I've opened this formation in my life. I'm just giving it a try. I don't know what will happen next." As he spoke, he quickly lowered his sword and brought Shamai down to the entrance of the soul-summoning platform. When he disappeared in front of the entrance, he threw out a final sentence to the crowd. "You guys stay here and have fun. This Jiao Mountain is so grand. It's not a bad thing to use it as a burial ground." Almost at the same time, a deafening sound came from the sky. The spirit array was like ink spilled on a piece of paper, quickly spreading out and swallowing half of the sky in the blink of an eye. Even the moon was covered by the darkness behind it. What's going on? What kind of formation is this? Is it the ghost world's sky fissure? But this isn't the color of the heaven and earth in the ghost world. The people who were fighting fiercely just now were like grasshoppers on the same boat. They all looked up at the dark crack in the sky vigilantly. Perhaps this couldn't be called a crack. Above the soul-summoning platform, half of the sky had cracked. Dull and rapid vibrations came from the bottomless darkness. Huang Xiaoya's face was sallow. Her nostrils flared, and she said, "This is there a monster coming out from behind? Why is there such a big commotion?" Mo Ran took the lead and stood at the front with the ghost sword in his hand. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the night sky. Rumble. Heavenly thunder space break. It's cracked. There's something behind. Something's coming out. Is it a malicious ghost? Xuemeng saw that Mo Ran and Chu Waning were too close to the dark crack. He wiped the tears from his face and was about to run toward his cousin and master. However, he was grabbed by Xue Jingyong and pulled behind him. "Father, don't go. Stay here." "I don't want to. I want to stay with master and my brother." Xue Jingyong's eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. He didn't allow Xuemeng to refuse. "Do you want to die? Do you know?" The rest of his words fell like dry twigs. He was stunned and didn't say anything else. Xuemeng cried. He wailed, "Father, I want to help them. Shamai has been taken away. I can't hide behind you and watch them get hurt. Please." Before Xue Jingyong could reply, green smoke and lightning hissed from the center of the pitch-black formation. A layer of smoke and clouds surged out from within. When they got closer, they saw that it was a group of black-clothed cultivators with masks on their faces. They stepped on their swords and descended from the sky amidst the thunder and lightning. It was impossible to tell which sect they belonged to or where they came from. The man in the lead wore a luxurious cloak embroidered with gold and silver threads. He wore a hood and a ferocious silver-gray mask that covered his face. He stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. Wind blew in all directions and clouds gathered around him. Even though he didn't say a word, he emitted an immeasurable murderous aura. What the hell is this? Xue Jingyong was stunned. The others who hadn't seen much of the world couldn't say a word. They just stared blankly at the sky. Was it a ghost? But no, there was no such ghost. More and more people flew out of the black clouds on their swords. There were dozens of people, hundreds of people. In the end, they stood in the clouds and were on par with the cultivators on the ground. There were almost 1,000 of them. Xue Jingyong shuddered. After a while, he gathered his breath and shouted, "Are you a human or a ghost? Why don't you tell us who you are?" The man in the lead rolled his eyes. When his gaze fell on Xue Jingyong, there was a meaningful look in his eyes. "Say something. Do you understand what we're talking about?" Xuemeng also shouted. The man didn't say anything. He paused for a moment and raised a pale and slender hand. Then, he waved his hand and spoke concisely. "Kill." You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.